out the
at
opening
20
range.
exponential.
What time frame, Wolf?
I use the 5 minute, so it's underneath
Okay.
the 9 exponential, but it's still holding the 20 here at 5205. I'm not interested in it until 5200, which would be under that 50 EMA. All right, here's VWAP on the NASDAQ.
Yep.
Right here.
So
Yep.
covering some just right here.
Hold on.
Just because I don't want the reversal potential. But if we flush underneath, oh my gosh.
Well,
yeah, if it keeps going.
It's not holding up. It's not holding up.
Hold on. Hold steady here, fellas.
Oh, man. Did we catch a rocket this morning?
Oh, your 300 slipped out really nicely. So there's that.
Sure did.
Yeah. 25-point move. Not bad.
Not bad.
Nice.
There's no bids in here yet.
There's no bids to be found at all.
Momentum in the NASDAQ, just downside momentum.
Look at all the charts. The only chart that's got some movement.
What's NVIDIA doing?
I can tell you that. Hang on.
Magnificent mile.
Tesla getting hammered.
NVIDIA came off its highs. It's
the NVIDIA
currently 883. So that's coming off. Microsoft is coming off. Apple is, of course, coming off. Meta is still a little bit higher, but it's heading back down towards that 5190 level. Yeah, the tech sectors, they're all getting a little bit smoked right now.
Yeah.
All right,
not a
just
bad
trading
morning.
beneath the VWAP here in the NASDAQ. Taking a look at tilt early on, nothing really significant. So 50-50. Gold finally beneath 2,400. Gold, what a day on Friday. Well, that was quite the move in gold. I think we topped out around 2,450, and we saw almost $100 turnaround by the closing bell in gold. It's very volatile. Definitely the start of the show on Friday.
Oh, how'd that VWAP, Dre? Just like you said.
It did. We're gonna see
so far.
It's in a battle. It's in a battle right now.
Tesla sales are down and they're laying off. All I know is I got a little tour. I got a little tour of a Cybertruck yesterday from this guy that parked right next to me.
Thoughts?
And I got a short. Get short.
No, Cybertruck doesn't do it for you.
I mean,
is there just a big ass iPad in there?
It's one big ass iPad.
Just a big ass iPad.
And then it's just like, I don't know, like you're not driving around the farm mending fence. I know that with that thing.
City car.
It's city truck.
Yeah.
It's just big and square. And I when I say square, like it takes up a lot of the road. Feels like
looks like your kid. Looks like your kid drew it, and
looks like my kid made it on Legos. It's junk. It's so ugly. Reset free code, please. I don't know how that one fits in, but okay. 70% long. 70% long. Tilt. Go ahead, Wolf.
On YouTube the other day that took the tires out and they put track steers instead.
Yeah,
on all four.
On all four. I've seen that. Pretty wild. All right, 75s, 18275s. The 300s did not hold up.
Still
Wolf said below the 300s, he's going to like to buy a put. Did you buy a put or did you sell or did you get short a future?
I'm doing futures with you guys. So I went on short on NQ. I'm still holding the short.
Okay, you're
still
looking
holding.
for it.
Okay.
Retest it. I may jump in there with you. Give me the 90s. Give me the 90s. What a great year for some people.
Tell us about your 90s, MP.
Yeah, you were thriving.
Oh, rolling the pants. You name it. Z Cavaricci's, Jabot.
Yes. Yes.
Andre, weren't you working at Abercrombie and Fitch during that time period?
Yes,
Late 90s, I was indeed. Late 90s, indeed. I was.
He was the guy in the very, very back.
Not-
You know, they put guys in the front, they put guys in the very back.
I was folding clothes in the back. Spraying that god awful.
No.
That god awful
Stay in the
perfume around the
back.
dance floor. Huh? Yeah.
Yeah, it's
There's some
harsh.
truth to that. Hey, 83% short and crude right now.
70% long in NASDAQ. This is the tilt, guys. These are guys, everybody here with Top Step with an open position.
You got to know what tilt is by now.
We got new people.
That's true. That's true. If VWAP playing
it's data
NASDAQ,
that-
looking nice.
Yeah, it's data that nobody else has. We share it to give so you guys get a bias. And it scrolls at the top of your screen. I'd say that's about 15 seconds delayed. But if you hit topstepX, it's real time. And
Yes, it is.
you gotta feel the sediment or see the sediment, the bias. When 80% or more people get long, we call it getting tilty.
Yes.
Just
Justin
watch
Davis,
what happens.
you know what's up. Hey, all right, real quick. Big week ahead of us. A little on the E-code today. Eddie, what do we got on the calendar?
Well, good morning, boys and girls. Happy
What's up,
Monday. Good to see all these happy, smiling faces. Coming up in about 20 minutes, we have our housing market index.
Okay.
We also do have the retail inventories. That was the auto for Feb. Coming up at 10:30 today, 3-month bill and 6-month bill auction. We also do have the Atlanta Fed GDP now at 1 o'clock. And later on tonight, we do have FOMC member daily speaking. And that's what I've got so far for our eco. Back to you guys.
Thank you, Eddie.
Out those
NASDAQ.
shorts at 300.
If you got long that VWAP, take some heat.
Yeah.
But it's just proving profitable.
I'm
at the
short a
moment.
two lot from 07. And if this thing wants to rip, then
strong.
that's a pretty big bounce off VWAP. Pretty big bounce.
Dow moving to the upside. S&Ps held pretty strong. NASDAQ just fell out of bed on that open. Gold falling out of bed a little bit here. Crude taking a look to the downside as well. Good morning, traders. Matt Mile.
S&P looks like it wants to break that pre-market high, which I'll take a long if it does.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm gonna get out on this.
NQ, I got out at 300. At NASDAQ, I got out back at entry, which was at 300.
Yeah, I'm out.
Nice little play on it, 25-point move. Let the rest come back to entry.
All right.
It's gonna flirt with these 300s, huh? Float around here.
Like a mad
Float.
That pre-market
Well,
high.
Nvidia's making a
gold.
new high, so maybe that'll push
The
up the
S&Ps.
NASDAQ.
That pre-market high in the S&Ps is the dead ass high for the session today.
Okay.
Yeah.
That VWAP, Wolf. I'm hearing like 60% of the time it works like all the time.
Oh,
60% of the
Yogi
time.
Berra.
It works
I don't know
every
how I
time.
should play it. George said that.
George said that. I think, yeah, it's Yogi Berra, I think. Yeah, 10-year yields, guys, over 4.61%. 4.62%. We bottomed out around 4.38 last week, so we're up 24 basis points in the last few days.
Yeah, look at the
The
10-year.
theme is longer for higher. Longer for higher. There you go.
This is the
Prices
30-minute
going
and the 10-year. Just getting
Oh.
carried.
up. Hammered.
Prices go down, rates go up.
Yep.
Inverse relation.
So
You've been
much for
you've
those
been
7 rate
studying.
cuts this year.
What up, Johnny?
You've been studying.
Man, yeah.
It's so
I've had my mom's in town, my father-in-law's in town.
it's
Head is spinning. Head is
Last day
spinning.
of ski season. I mean,
man. It's too much.
it's hard,
to do.
man. It is hard to just like carve out time to do all that. I get it, man.
100%. That's probably where my anxiety comes from because I'm like, I'm studying for the Series 3, Wolf.
Oh,
We're all
nice,
going to
dude.
become We're all going to become official market professionals. I mean, not like 20 years in the business means we're amateurs, but hey,
Right.
John 25 probably.
How's the studying going?
Good. I mean, I'm 90 pages into a 300-page book, so I don't know if that's good or just getting started.
We should
Almost
just live
1/3,
quiz you every day, dude.
Oh, well, that's what I put, Jack.
Oh, we do. Oh, don't
You want
tempt
to
me.
get? I got a minute. I got 1 minute. I got to jump
All
on the
right.
call. Yeah.
Let's do it.
All right.
I
You got
can
1
do it
minute?
later. I'll do it right now.
Too
Okay,
late.
here we
Let's
go.
do it right now.
All right, here we
All
go.
right,
We'll
do
do
it
it
right
live.
now.
Do it.
All
We're
right.
going live.
Don't go unit. Don't go half 100 pages deep. Jack
Well,
has the
Michael,
book
we
as
go.
well.
Yeah, I'm also not loading these questions in real time, Michael. So what I have is what you get. You ready?
That's right. Yes.
No
All
margin
right.
stuff.
Here's your question. A rounded top chart pattern is an indicator of A, a volatile market, B, a bullish market, C, a gradual change pointing to a possible bear market, or D, a decrease in volume.
I mean, I'm
Okay.
feeling
Pulls up.
I'm slacking you.
I'm feeling C. A rounded top chart pattern is an indicator of not a volatile market,
I'm feeling C2.
not a bullish market. I'm feeling C. It's a chart
On
pattern.
and-
I don't know. You can't.
The answer is it is C, Michael.
All
So
right,
you're
guys.
saying
I'll
there's
see
a
you in a
You
little
go on your
bit.
way, Michael.
I
One
gotta
winning
go to that
trade.
test, dude.
One quick quiz
One winning
question.
trade.
What a
Yes.
start to a Monday. Michael, thanks
I'll
for
be
joining us.
I'll be back in about an hour or less. I got to talk to some CME folks, which is good. Terry Duffy, thank you very much for putting that meeting together. And I'll be
Awesome.
All right, see you
I'm
later.
jumping on there right now. I'll see you guys.
Yeah.
Take care.
Success.
Good start from Michael. One winning trade, one correct quiz question.
Yeah.
Life's good.
Perfect.
Life's
And a
A
very
man
important
for all seasons. Yeah.
a man for all can sprayed all fields. Good job. All right, fellas. So we saw the NASDAQ sell off pretty hard right out of the opening gate. Dipped beneath VWAP.
Yeah.
Wolf was calling it here. We break beneath. What'd you sell there? Wolf, you sold like 02s or 03s? You able to catch some Did you take the profits or you kept letting it ride?
No, so I got in at 300, and then when it hit view up, like you called out, I covered some, and then when it came back to 300, I got out the remaining. I should have just sold everything, but it's all right.
Sure enough.
But
you're looking for a
now
runner.
I'm not looking for the long though because we're underneath that 9 and I use the EMA, so we're underneath the 9 and 20 exponential. It's kind of bouncing off of it, so I think we'll probably go sideways here for a little bit. So I'm looking for a break of 18,320 to take a long. And then if it goes back underneath VWAP, then I'll look for a short. But until then, I'm just kind of sitting on my hands. And then for the S&P, I'm waiting until it breaks that pre-market high for a long. Otherwise, a move underneath 5,200 for the short.
Very good.
Just sidelines right now.
Played it out. He's playing it out there for you folks. We did this on Friday. Do it again today. Hey, Wolf, what account are you trading right now, and what's your P&L, just so we can update the board here?
So I haven't been using the top step, but I should. I took 10 contracts, and I sold half. I sold 5 contracts at that 25-point drop. So what is that? 5 times 25, like $100 or $1,000 for the morning so far.
Okay, there you go, Rob.
Nothing crazy.
That's a good start, though. Gold 71%, gold 72% long. Saw a nice bounce there, $4 pop. I was seeing some sellers now.
Yeah.
You got it, Robert.
What's that? Gold holding that low, huh? At what is that?
You don't hold low.
84.50.
I got 59. This is the lowest. 59.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
23.59. Gold has been, like I said, last Friday, gold was just wild. And we'll see if that plays out today. Also, keep in mind, we have headline risk coming out. We got, what's that?
Are you in anything?
No trading right now. No trading. Keep in mind, we do have headline risk coming out from the Middle East at any times. So we'll be scanning the wires for that. As you know, there were some attacks over the weekend, but they were planned, so to speak. They were accounted for, I should say. And we're going to keep an eye on any headlines coming out. Waiting for perhaps a response, retaliation from Israel. Again, no politics involved. It's strictly the economics and how it affects the markets here. Because it doesn't influence the markets. On the reopening yesterday evening, not a whole lot of action. But you never know. That could change in a moment's notice. So something we'll keep an eye on. Like Eddie said, we do have a number here in 12 minutes. NHB, housing survey. Eddie will give us the updates there.
And
That's in
business
12.
inventories.
12 minutes.
Yeah. Business inventories and housing market index.
Yep.
Okay.
Yes. And we've got a lot of earnings this week, too. Right, John? We got a bunch of all the financials are going, kicking off. They start Friday,
Yeah.
and we're going to roll through this week, I believe.
Yeah, we have this morning we had Goldman Sachs, which really knocked it out of the park. Charles Schwab was also this morning. Tomorrow in United Healthcare, Johnson & Johnson, Bank of America, Morgan Stanley.
Nice, Johnny.
I can
That's good. That's very
we can go
Saw that.
further into the week if you would like.
Yeah, sure. We could do a little preview. This is a hell of a week, by the way. We got bell to bell this week. Not saying when, but we got bell to bell this week.
Yes,
You know
we
that
do. They've been asking, and I told them, I said, I know it's happening, but I
They don't
know
tell us,
when.
John. They don't tell us
I
around
don't
here.
know when.
No, they don't.
I don't know when. Jack was like, yeah, they don't tell us, so it can't be tortured out of us.
Yes.
Can't
be tortured.
Wednesday, U.S. Bank Corp, Abbott Labs. Thursday, Blackstone. Jeez.
I wonder how that's
everything.
Yeah, I wonder how business is going for them.
Right. Marsh McLennan, which I had to make a retraction. They're an insurance company, but they insure a lot of commercial properties.
Okay.
P&G, Netflix is Friday after the close. American Express Friday morning. Fifth Third Bank Friday morning. We're really at the front edge of earnings. So it's not like we're getting killed every day with a whole bunch of them, but there's important ones every day.
Love it. Good. Market moving events. We'll keep you posted here at Top Step TV. Yeah, I saw Golden Fixed Income Traders absolutely killed it. Smashed it out of the park.
Yep. Probably got
Trading those
short
bonds,
the
baby.
10-year.
Sling them bonds, baby.
Oh yeah.
Slinging bonds.
Yep. Okay. Oh, we'll wait this sucker out. And in the meantime, Morgan Stanley.
Yeah.
We got the
Probably won't do
36-month
anything
bill.
for the next 9 minutes.
That's fine. That's good. What's your so you got 5,000 there, Wolf? Good job.
Andre, I think we have the go-ahead, too, if you want to, in the spirit of Goldman slinging those bonds, if you want to sling a house account trade at some point.
Oh, yeah.
I think that the runway is clear for that.
Very good.
He's
Very
on
good.
a call with the CME, so it's
Yes,
between
he
you and
is.
me.
I like that. Well, let's just pull some levels here from our guys like Stock Market Wolf and John, and we'll see who we got here in the chat that we kind of bounce some levels off of a little bit later here. But thank you, Jack. I appreciate that. Sounds good to me. The actual trade was taking that trade off the open there, just catching the shorts to the downside there in the NASDAQ.
That was a nice trade.
Buying it right off VWAP. Boom, boom. Your one trade for the day if you did enough size.
Did you take that?
Jack.
Out go the lights.
I did not. No.
You didn't take the bounce off VWAP?
I did not. No. Driving and trading.
Hey, man, you called it perfect.
I was calling out for you guys, man. Everyone's watching out for each other. I don't have the NASDAQ up right now. I'm looking at a very thin S&P market right now. John, we're hypothesizing last week that we think it's because of the headline risk. This is why it's so thin in the S&Ps.
Yeah.
I mean,
yeah.
Okay.
I mean, it's a little bit thicker today than it was last week.
Yeah, last week was weird.
But just a lot of headline risks out there, and probably a lot of algos shut off. And
I think you're right. Not getting blindsided.
no,
I just don't want to get blindsided. Hey, we got 4,500 people in watching us right now. Please hit like. Please hit subscribe. We cracked 80,000 subscribers last week, maybe the week before that. Because of that, we do have a bell to bell for you guys sometime this week. We're not going to say when, but please click like. Please click subscribe as we continue to grow here at Top Step TV. What a ride it's been. I started to catch a bid here in the NASDAQ. Fill that gap. There was a little sell-off. Retrace all the way back. We're above 18,300, trading 320s right now.
I'm I'm just little Red Riding Hogue, but I like Big Bad Market Wolf.
Yeah.
I like his idea of testing that high in the S&Ps and seeing if we can't get some momentum above there.
Yeah.
All right. While we
I'm
wait for
looking
the
at
9 o'clock central number, question here for John. John, what does thin mean? You and I were just talking about how thin it was in the S&P ladder. What does thin mean?
Okay, thin is an adjective to describe liquidity, right? So
Mhm.
if you look at the dome in the S&Ps, you look at the upside, usually, we're seeing 3 digits
Yep.
all the way up and all the way down. If not occasionally 4 digits all the way up and all the way down. Now, last week we were seeing 2 digits on the bids and on the offers, so less than 100 on every bid and every offer
Yep.
within about 10 price levels of the current last price. That's thin. If somebody comes in with a big order, it's going to move the market a lot further to execute the order. So somebody right now put in an order to buy 1,000 at the market, it's probably going to move the market at least 2 points, maybe 3 points. But on a thicker market with more offers or more bids, an order like that isn't going to move the market as much. So, a thin market lends more towards volatility, and if something happens, then it gets real thin. You'll see the S&P is down to 1 digit on bids and offers. Um, you know, Pretty close to. Well, we can watch this. If there's we got numbers at 9 o'clock, so we can watch it really kind of get thin.
Good call. Great call, actually.
5
minutes remaining.
5 minutes.
Let's watch this in real time.
So, yeah, I mean, we can watch this, and take a look at the Nasdaq. Nasdaq is always a thinner market. Again, where is it? Where is it? Where is it? It's the micro. There it is. Oh, that's the Nikkei. My bad. Getting to be a pretty long list here.
Our products list is growing.
So now look how thin the Nasdaq is. We're 1 digit most of the way from 10, 20 price levels away from the current last price. That is thin. That is really thin. If you put in 100 lot, you're going to move this market 5 points to fill that market order.
Exactly.
Where in the S&P's 100 lot might take 3 or 4 price levels. But yeah, this is very, very thin.
Different. It's definitely different. It wasn't like this. Hey, John, I was listening to you open call. You're saying certain products are in roll right now. Can you remind me what's in roll right now?
Crude oil is in roll.
Okay. Should we be trading
right
K
now,
or M?
well, we're still in K, but we will be moving to the June M contract very soon. Let me check the volume here. So May volume has 139,000. June contract has 89,000. So throughout the day today, a lot of that May volume will roll into June. Tomorrow, the volume will most assuredly, nothing's positive, of course, but most likely be in the June contract. So if you're trading topstepX, you're not going to have to worry about changing the contract month to the front month. That's going to happen automatically. If you have levels that you're using in the May contract, I think it's about a 60-cent discount to the June contract.
Okay.
So you would lower your levels by 60 cents. That's one of the ways that I move the weekly kickoff levels when there's a roll that occurs in the middle of the week. I'll just gauge the price difference from month to month, and then I'll move those to those levels. So yeah, crude is really the only one that is currently in rollover, and I mean it has been a rollover range. Check this out, Andre.
What do you got?
So here's the rollover range. And this is kind of typical of the market when it's in rollover, because a lot of the longer time frame players are more interested in getting a cheap rollover or making money on the roll out of the front month into future months. So their ideas of directional activity are a little bit diminished Because I mean, let's say you have 10,000 contracts that in the May contract that you want to roll to June. Well, you can make 10,000 ticks on that. You can make $100,000 if you just use the spread. If you leg it, you may be able to make a lot more on that, but you're also risking, because if you're legging the spread, in other words, you're long May, you want to get out of May and go long June. Well, if you buy the June right and then sell the May on an uptick or 2 or 3 or 4, you can make a lot of money on that roll.
Right.
So this is a good question, John. The levels for crude oil are already in the June contract, because tomorrow we'll be trading June.
Right.
A great question, John. So if you're looking at weekly kickoff levels, here's the May weekly kickoff levels, 90
Have those levels
and
up,
83.
everybody.
90 and 83. Tomorrow, when we're looking at the June contract, there'll be 89.40 and $83 approximately. So that's one thing. All right, we got numbers coming out. What do we got?
We got numbers coming out here, boys and girls. Business inventories. They were looking at a 0.4%, coming in at 0.4%. The housing market index, 51, was the prior. They were looking for 51, and guess what came in? The Butkus, number 51. 51 is the housing market index. Once again, 0.4% for the business inventories. So basically unchanged across the board. Back to you, Andre.
Thanks, Eddie. So in line.
Huh, look at that.
Mm-hmm.
Back to the trade.
Andre.
What do you got?
Somebody
cool.
sent this to us, Andre. You've been
cool.
memeified. Yeah.
I like that. I do say wow a lot.
That's cool.
Yeah, respect. Really cool. I do say wow
That's
a lot.
neat.
It's very
Things
nice.
surprise me. That was cool though. Appreciate that. Send that to me, Jack, would you?
It looks like they took it from today's screenshot. I think that's what you're wearing today, isn't it?
It is what I'm wearing. That was very quick.
Absolutely.
When did I say
Dolby
wow?
got
Did I say wow already this morning?
Yeah. Dolby
Yeah.
got the
Wow.
tougher treatment. Yeah.
Ah, Dolby got world starred. Yes. Pulled pork. Look at that. Very nice. Very
We
cool,
gotta fade
guys.
out
Keep those
that
coming in.
background. We're gonna use that.
In honor of Dolby, we made pulled pork on Saturday.
Ooh. Very nice.
It was delicious.
Very nice. Hey, keep sending those in, guys. We love that stuff. It's really cool. Do you think that's funny, Wolf?
Dude.
There's so many. So
Right.
I'm running the production box today because James
Yeah.
out. There's so many Dolby assets in here.
Dolby time,
So-
man.
We got emo Dolby. We
Oh,
got
Dolby time. Oh, man.
Oh wow.
Good stuff.
Uh,
All right,
See,
well,
Dolby,
nothing
they
looks-
love you.
They love you. They do it because they love you, Dolby.
They do it because they love you.
Thank you, Hello Evil. Appreciate that. Very cool. Very cool. I do have I've got a rotation of uniforms in the closet that I wear for Top Step TV. Trust me, it doesn't leave the house. I do have other clothes that I wear.
It doesn't leave the house.
Not really. I got to keep it clean. Keep them clean. Keep them in the rotation. I actually, that's essential when I'm running around it. But this is the uniform.
You're not advertising.
I am when I'm in airports. Every time I'm traveling, I'm rocking the Top Step TV stuff. A rolling billboard. Hey, new lows in gold here. Just touched down. Oh, gold trying to push. Crude seeing some moves to the downside. Dow taking like a little rollover, as we just talked about in the Series 3 quiz there. Dow on the 5-minute. Looks exactly like the example we were talking about in that quiz question that we did get right.
Let's check it.
Thank you, Danielle. It's good to know. No. We're starting to get
There you
some
go.
levels in for our top funded traders. For a potential house account trade. Right now, I don't think it's the best moment. We're starting to see 290s to 280s is the pivot from Nick T here in NASDAQ. Yep, I think that's a pretty good one for now. We'll keep an eye on that. Let it play out.
Oh, we've got a nice 5
really
minute
flat.
range here in gold. Dolby
Yes,
would
we
be
do.
jumping at the bit to look for this one.
$4 range in the 5 minute.
Yeah.
I see that.
Hey, there's Dolby again with
In honor of
Goldman
the
interns.
earnings. Yeah, the Goldman interns are thanking
tin-
Dolby for his contribution.
The tinfoil hat. Dolby just getting lit up this morning. Not even on air. Not even here to defend himself. Just getting lit up. Man, tough crowd today, Dolby. Here we go. New lows, gold, 23.59, 23.58. 58's trade, 58's trade. That's why Goldman Sachs beat earnings. Yeah, they crushed it. They were under stops, man.
Yeah,
they crushed it.
they had a note about their operations from sim trading. Made $3 billion sim trading the Dow.
You're starting to see this gold really roll.
Oh, all right.
I'm seeing 71% short.
Yep, roger that.
30-minute. Boy, that weekly kickoff high, 24.40. You could have stayed in that trade. That was gold on Friday.
You could have those levels up, guys. You see pinned to the top of the chat right now. You got to make space on your screen for those levels.
Well, unfortunately, the 5-minute range did not hold the lows.
Busted. All right, Wolf. What kind of levels are you looking at here in the S&Ps? Beneath 5,200, I believe you said.
Yeah, for the S&P.
S&P's
Yeah, for
NASDAQ.
the S&P. Okay, S&P, I'm looking for a break of 52.13, which is the break of the pre-market high for a long. Otherwise, I'm looking for a move underneath 5,200 for the short, and that's where the 50 exponential moving average is. If I want to be a little bit more conservative, then I'll wait for VWAP, which so far today has been holding up. So then I'll adjust instead of 5,200 to 5,195, which at that point will be well below everything.
All right.
For NQ, or for the NASDAQ, I'm looking for a test of 18,340, which was our pre-market resistance. To be a little bit more patient, 18,350. For the short, I'm not interested in the short unless it breaks VWAP, which is currently at 18,280.
Thank you.
And then if we want to test yesterday or earlier today's low, that would be 18,270.
280, 270 is downside.
Until then, just kind of sitting on my hands looking, but it looks like it wants to go short here.
Yeah, it does.
We have gold dropping. We have a nice little pushback underneath 300 on the NASDAQ and a little bit of movement on the S&P, but not quite.
Oh, S&Ps are
very flat.
Yes, they are. Gold's selling off, though. Oil's selling off like Wolf said. Dow rolled over. Oh, Dow's the boy. Gold really is getting
Look at
sold
that
off
gold
here.
go.
Gold is getting hammered right now.
That breakout of that 5-minute range was
Yeah.
beautiful.
Holy moly. We're down $12 out of that range. Man, gold is getting hammered. Still selling here. Man.
Here's that 5,200 level in the S&Ps.
Okay. Good call, John.
This is one of Stock Market Wolf's levels, 5,200. You got 5197 VWAP just below that.
Yeah.
Yep.
And we're testing the low of earlier with the NASDAQ here at 18,270. So I'm short here on S&P and on the NASDAQ.
Huh.
Okay.
Very decisive.
Look out below.
There it goes.
Oh, there it is.
Nice trade, Wolf.
270 into 250. Boom. Let's go.
Nice trade, Wolf. Carving it up this morning.
Down to 40. And then there goes S&P dropping 5,200 to
S&Ps.
5,195. Yep.
Everything's breaking right now. I got red all across the board here.
So 5192 half is value high from Friday. We may see some attempt to reject value from Friday. We're already in it in the NASDAQ. So here's the NASDAQ profiles. Opening range, the high of the session. All right, well, we're looking for shorts. The first A period move was to value high, and that was showing a sign of rejection of value from Friday. But we start to show signs of acceptance in value. This thing could continue to push lower considerably. Here it is in the S&Ps. So here's value high from Friday. Just stopped right to the tick right here. But again, if we start to show signs of acceptance in value, could take us down to the point of control down here, 51.66 half. Or even points lower, like value low from yesterday, Friday, 51.75. But yeah, those opening ranges are still the high of the session. We're looking for shorts. Nice trade.
Yeah, man.
Stock market
Good
wolf.
stuff. Called it out, man. Laid it out for everybody.
Still
there.
dropping.
Yeah.
Yeah, we ain't done.
Still hanging on to these shorts. Doesn't look like it wants to go lower yet. Covering a little bit here just because I'm seeing a little hesitation. But here we go.
Here we go.
Yep.
Not bad.
Not bad at all.
You guys take any of those?
No trading here. Gold down $20 in the last.
Too busy talking.
Dow down.
I know, I'm
Overnight
quiet. I'm
inventory
sorry,
adjustment.
guys.
I mean, this is really, I mean, do you see how long the overnight inventory was? When they couldn't take out that overnight high and left the opening range at the high of the session, it's coming right back to where it started last night. Basically settlement. Great trade.
Yep.
Thanks, man. People on live, how are
10-year
you
yields.
guys doing? How's the traders doing?
Oh,
Are
the
you
chat,
guys?
yeah.
Anybody catch these?
Let's get it in there.
Yeah,
10-year
anyone
yield
catch
still
those?
continues to uptick, trading 4.64%. Yes, and equities have got one eye on the bond markets as that increases. 2 years above 5%. I'm seeing, so we're definitely seeing some pressure from the bonds. Higher for longer, guys. Higher for more sellers Nasdaq, more sellers S&Ps, more sellers Dow. Yeesh.
I want to experiment with something, guys. Every time someone comments fire drill ? What if we pushed it back an hour?
See you next year.
Yeah.
See you next year. Yeah. That'd be good. Yeah. Definitely be a reinforcement experiment for sure in behavior.
God.
But they would abuse it. Wow, we are starting to see some major selling pressure here.
Yeah. Covering some profit here on the NASDAQ at 8,200. I have a month support there.
200.
So, yeah. So nice little push from, what was that, 70 into 200, 70-point move. And then here on the S&P, covering here at 5180. Short was 5,200. So about 20-point move on that.
Nice.
Covering just a little bit on at that. Again, those are month levels that I have. I don't know how accurate those are, but if anyone else can confirm, I have 5180 and 5200. Yeah, 18,200 for the NASDAQ.
Last week's weekly kickoff low in the S&Ps was 5180.
Yeah, there we go.
Love it when we have the same levels.
Yeah, I feel a lot better when I know John has the same levels, man. It feels good. Good job. Good job, Hogue.
You're too kind. You're too kind.
Oh, look at that bounce right there, too.
Yep.
Perfect.
Yep.
Good action this morning.
Nice.
Good action this morning. It's patience. Traded up before the numbers, waited. Numbers came out. Get those out of the way. We saw a continuation of the downside. Well done, Wolf. Did see Command made $500 because of us. They're locking it up for the day. Good stuff, Command. But still stay tuned with us, man. Stay tuned. Hang out with us all day. Open up a practice account or something.
Look at Earl.
Hang out.
Look at Earl, 4.5K on the day. Look at that. Holy smokes.
Damn.
Earl
Money.
Nice.
Bonfleur.
What's up, Noah Hall?
Boinfleur. If I pronounce that right. Awesome day.
Yep. Crude's still selling off. Trading $84.08. Will we break 84? Man, what were we up to in the 87s last week?
Wolf, are you done for the day now?
Yeah, normally, normally I try to be done within the first hour of trading. And then if I don't catch anything, I'll just set like price alerts and then take a trade later
Oh,
and
yeah.
just kind of manage it appropriately. But if I could be done in half an hour to an hour of the market open, I got 3 little kiddos, man. I like taking them to school and making pancakes or hanging out. So that's how it should be, right?
There you go.
Hell yeah, man. It's part of the reason why we do this. The freedom to be a trader. Make your money for the morning. You got the rest of the day to yourself. Enjoy the time. Good on you, man.
Yeah.
Enjoy life. That's why it's the best gig on the planet.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, I don't think there's anything else like this at all. No, there's nothing else like
Nothing.
this.
There's nothing like that. That's why it's the best, man.
Yeah. Maybe OnlyFans, but that's,
there you go. There you go. Johnny, what's going on already, man? 9:50. Oh, come on. No. My mom watches. How many times do I gotta tell you this? My mom watches the show. Mom, that's Jack. I'll introduce you to Jack one day. He's up to no good back there. To no good.
Hi there.
Bad boy.
Hi, Miss M.
Bye, bad boy. Bad boy. Look what you did, Wolf. Look what you did.
It's like kind of hard to believe, but I didn't even know like what OnlyFans was until you guys started putting Andre on it.
Mm-hmm. It's yeah. Get your fans.
You sound like you don't believe me.
Hey, you tell me what you tell me. John, we're teammates in this. If you tell me it's true, it's true.
I can't lie. I'm not smart enough. It's too complicated to lie.
Yes, it is. You gotta remember too many things.
Absolutely.
Nice poetic sounds. Up $1,500 on the day. Hopefully, we're here to help you. Started to see a bounce in S&Ps. NASDAQ catching a bounce. No. Yeah.
Jeez.
We are. Markets are moving right now, peeps. Good to see people are making money. Combines are being passed.
Nice.
Made 955 on Live XFA from David Lassard the second. Congratulations. Stay tuned with us, man. Now the chat's loving this, huh?
Yeah.
Huge size, 5190. Oh yeah, here we go. Thank you for the chat. Hey John, pull up the ladder in the S&Ps. We got 1,600 left sitting on the 5190 bid. Shout out to who was that?
Yeah.
Isaac Rivera, my man.
On the bid.
Isaac, great call.
Isaac, thanks, Isaac.
Yes, sir. That just popped in. You want to lean on that? Yeah, I'm sure people are. Pulled.
Old.
God bless.
Jokers.
So lame. Mission accomplished, 1,600 lot. We got the market to come to you. Cool. So lame. Hey, pin at the top of the chat. We got the group coaching form for John. You're seeing John right now on Fast Markets. But yeah, get those questions in for group coaching later.
I love group coaching. It's just one of my
best in the biz.
One of my favorite times of the day is when I get to do that, and I appreciate everybody's questions and the chance to talk directly to you and hopefully make a difference. I mean, that's my main goal in this is do everything I can to help traders improve their performances and something I really enjoy.
Okay.
Well, since we got 1,600 in psych. No kidding, Kyle. It's so lame. Well, we got a bit of a lull here, so while we have that, let's get some news in. I think Eddie's going to deliver the news today. I think Jack's on the box. So, Eddie, if we got some news.
I got some news.
Yeah, there's Eddie. What's up, my man?
Yes, I do. There we go.
Whoa. Like that.
Hey, that's
Army
cool.
Air Forces has announced that a flying disc has been found and is now in the possession of the Army.
There we go. There's our first news report for today. Got another news report. Don't worry about that. Hey, anybody watch the Masters this weekend?
Yeah.
Scotty Scheffler had no doubts about his Masters. Neither did anyone watching. He pulled ahead of the magnificent shots Sunday around the turn, poured it on along the back nine at Augusta National for a 4 under 68 to claim his second green jacket in 3 years. Now, do we consider that a dynasty, Jack, or do we need one more? One more
Oh, that's
green
a
jacket?
dynasty in my book.
Okay,
Best ball
that's
striker on the
years.
planet.
one
Yeah, he's
hell of
pretty
a
damn
player
good.
there. But bad day for the Tiger. Yes, as for Woods, he finished with a record he could do without, walking off the course 16 over 304, his highest 72 score in his career. He did post a previous high was 302 at Memorial in 2015. Despite the score, Woods called it a good week. Now, that's something we can sort of relate to at trading. You have a bad week, you learn from it, you come back, and he's preparing for the other 3 majors. So look ahead. All right, we've got Mark Cuban, the next coming up here. This is what I caught um, on our X, or if you want to call it Twitter.
Oh,
In
my
keeping with the
God.
theme of getting out of the market, Cuban sold the majority of his stake of the Mavericks. He did this in January and closed the deal at $3.5 billion, which is not bad for a club that originally cost him less than 10% of that. But he did say that he paid $288 million in taxes for the $3.5 billion, which, hopefully my math is correct, is only 8.2%. How do you get away with that? And yes, today, speaking of taxes, is tax day April 15th. And if you're wondering, yes, 8.2. The average income tax for a U.S. citizen is anywhere between 13%, that's with deductions, and 22% without. So a little facts here, Latin word for tax, taxo. It means I estimate.
I know that.
Also, the 1040 that most Americans file was introduced in 1913. And the first income tax was introduced in the United States during the Civil War to help pay for the effort. And hey, if you ever come across Ben Franklin's tombstone, um, one of the America's founding fathers is often credited with inventing income tax. And here's one that'll put a toot on your horn. There was a time when only 1% of Americans owed income tax. 1%. And there you have it. There is our news for today.
Thanks, Eddie.
Thanks,
Ben
Eddie.
Franklin, huh? Thank you, sir. Appreciate that one. We owe you. We owe you one, man. Mother effer. Go figure. All right, guys. All right, Wolf, starting to see some more selling action here in the NASDAQ. Looking like we're targeting it on 18,200.
Yeah, that's what held earlier.
Yeah, I did.
Believe it or not, still holding my short on both.
I like it.
Really?
What are you short
Wow.
from? We got you on the... What are you short from?
On the NASDAQ, I was short underneath, we call it 18,280 earlier, but I took the short at 270 to break the low that we had in the morning candle. And then for the S&P, I took a short underneath that 5,200 that we had talked about. So still holding on both. Not the whole position, of course. That'll be insane.
You still see more downside.
But that's kind of my
huh?
strategy. I'll take profit and then I'll let the rest ride so long as it doesn't come back to my entry. As soon as it comes back to my entry, I'll get completely out.
Let's
Until
talk
it does
about
that,
that.
I just not do it.
Let's talk about that. Well, so say you sell 5 lot. How many will you take off, and how many will? Obviously, each trade is different. Each trade has its own unique circumstances. But you sell 5, and how many will you take off? We call it shaving. How many will you shave off, and how many will you let ride?
So the way that I try and teach would be to trim into strength, right? So normally it depends on how fast it gets to that potential move. So maybe you sell a quarter or you sell an eighth because it gets to your profit target really quick. But in this case, I sold half and then I just let the other half do its thing until it comes back to entry. And then so long as it never comes back to entry, I let it play for the potential that, maybe this flushes underneath 8,200 and it keeps going down. Then on that remaining half, I just made more money. But if it comes back, then it's, hey, I already took some off the top. I'm good. I'm going to walk away with profit no matter what. which I think a lot of traders should do more of. Is what do you call it? Scaling?
Yeah.
Shaving. Well, if you
Yeah.
John, we call it
Shaving,
shaving in the
yeah.
pits. So if you
So
shave your
scaling out?
position, scaling out, shave.
Yeah,
You scratch your
definitely
face
shave
in the
some
pits,
profit.
shave. Yeah.
Yeah, I'd rather get a piece of the pie than the whole pie, right? Or none
Hey,
at all.
one slice is better than no slice, Wolf.
Yep. Yeah, that's what I feel.
Danny Simple Trade says Top Step is a life changer. Appreciate you guys. Well, we appreciate you, man. Thanks for tuning in. Stay with us, man. Big week. We got a lot of earnings this week. We got a bell to bell this week. We got super guests along the way. Our live funded traders are the best anywhere in the business. So stay tuned. Let's make some money together. Let's pass some combines. After Friday, I want to see some combines pass this week. Good head start. We laid out some nice trades.
I think my time's almost coming to an end.
It is? Where are you going? Oh,
I think I'm only on here for an hour.
Take the kids to
Yeah,
school
I gotta
and
get
stuff.
the kids ready, man. It's Monday.
I like
it's Monday.
that, man.
But for
Great work-life
the
balance, Wolf.
traders, yeah, always, dude. You always, I always think of like you got to put things in perspective, right? And it's like a lot of people do this for their family. So then
Mhm.
I always get like I always question people when they start going on tilt or they start revenge trading or doing dumb stuff. It's like, well, if it's for your family, then why are you allowing this stuff to happen? But anyway,
It's a
little
valid point.
word of wisdom,
It's a good call.
word of
I like
wisdom
that.
for the new beginners or the new traders out there. This journey is hard to start. It's hard to master. It is very stressful. I think the one thing with trading is it exposes who you really are. Like, are you greedy? Are you fearful? Are you timid? And until you can control your own emotions, your own inner self, your trading may not ever improve, right? So, like, if you're just greedy by nature, no matter what strategies you follow, no matter what rules you think you follow, eventually you break them, right? And then you go back to doing the stuff you were initially doing. So, what I have found is to really improve as a trader, you have to improve yourself too. Get up and work out, go and
100%.
read, go and do something positive, go and do something constructive. And then you'll start to notice if I'm disciplined in other avenues of my life, then that will transcend and carry over into my trading, right? But if I'm waking up super late and not working out and eating horrible and blah, 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 do I think I'm going to be a top performer when it comes to trading? Probably not, right? I think it all kind of goes hand in hand. So that'll be my last piece of wisdom for all you young traders out there and getting into trading is self-improvement, which will transcend into improvement in other avenues of your life.
Great
Boom.
stuff.
Thank you.
Wolf,
Great stuff.
fantastic stuff. Fantastic trading.
Yeah.
And
Thanks
it's
for
like
joining us
it's a
today, man.
Yeah,
it's a
man.
whole life thing. It's not just 1 week,
Yeah.
1 month, or 1 year. You got to do that your whole life.
Whole life.
Great thoughts,
But
Wolf.
thanks, guys, for having me on. I'll catch you guys on the next one. Catch you
Later, Wolf.
Awesome.
Good stuff. Good trading, man. Did I just say
All
wow
right.
again, Alex? Man, I always do.
Wow.
I say it. I got a problem with it. It's a word. I'm like Owen Wilson. It's his catchphrase. Guys, wow. Well, yes, Anne Marie. I'm glad everyone liked that. He's a good
Yeah,
trader.
it was great.
We got more good traders. There it is. Wow. I like that. That's pretty cool.
Well, we do have someone else waiting in the wings who's also an excellent
Yes.
trader.
Ah, yes.
One moment.
Let's get her in.
Bring her in. We're starting seeing some sellers here in the Dow. Not new lows yet. Looking at tilt. Yeah, 50, a little heavy long in the gold. Gold's been rock and rolling lately.
Yeah, it has. Now it's back
This
into
one
a
is a
5-minute range.
Danny, I like it. Danny Simple Trades. Good stuff today. Dolby time. Interesting
All
market
right.
say. Indeed. Interesting market. It's a precarious situation. There's some more room in the downside here, just fundamentally looking at what's going on globally, where interest rates are at, inflation, 10-year bond. I mean, we saw 2-year back above 5%. I mean, come on, that's going to slow it's going to slow things down. All right, 10-year now trading for 4.65%. So we're up a couple points already this morning. I'm sure the markets are keeping an eye on that.
Oh, yes, they are.
Yeah, 2 year.
Oh, yes,
Oh,
they
just beneath 5%, 4.98% right now.
All right. I am ready to bring in trader number 3.
Awesome.
And
'Cause
today
I got
it
things I want to ask her.
is
Trader number 3. Come on
Hey.
in. There she is. Yes. Go ahead, John.
Hi, Dee. How are you?
Hi, John. I'm pretty good. So I did a little short of platinum. So I'm sitting on a little bit of profit there.
Nice.
I am stalking gold for potential long, slightly lower down at 23.39, which is where my average session lows are located.
Got it. It already put in a low pretty close to that, didn't it?
Yeah, but it kind of missed it. So I
Yeah.
want to see it smash through that and then maybe do a
Come back up.
nice trade. Yeah.
All right.
So what's happening? Any trades
Well,
on?
I was gonna, I was busy talking today, so didn't really have that much of a chance to get involved here. But what do you think of value from yesterday and acceptance of it for a potential short for the S&Ps?
Let me have a look. I was trading DAX this morning,
Oh, okay.
and I actually did a London value acceptance trade, and that took a while to get going, but then it just ran. So made some cash there in my personal account.
Nice.
And then I did catch a little bit of that reversal as well, but because it was at the wrong time of day for me, I didn't
Mhm.
keep like all of it. So that was a nice start. And then I did platinum. So let's have a look at this ES. What it looks like. Obviously, we've
Mhm.
had some news over the weekend, so we have to be
Right.
mindful of anything coming out. Let me just clean up the chart a bit.
And it's I got my profiles on, but
I mean, I have the open inside value on my charts, which could be a little
really?
bit different than yours. Yeah,
Yeah.
it was close. Oh no, actually, it wasn't close. It was yeah, it was dead in the middle around POC for me. Let me just check if I have that correctly.
78% long gold,
Oh
78%,
no, hold on.
76% long crude.
I haven't looked at ES for a long time.
Okay. All right. Just bouncing something off you. I mean, the first,
Oh,
at least
okay, I
on,
see what you see. Yeah,
yeah,
okay.
yeah. So now
Well,
we've
one thing
opened.
I don't like is a huge drop into it. Whenever we have massive candles, that opens up a possibility for some pullback. So really, maybe a value high test at 51.91 and 3/4 might be an interesting area for another short.
That's what I was looking at.
Right. So yeah, I mean it's there's potential, there's room. We have a lot of room before we hit the average session low, which is currently located at 51.57 and 3/4. And that also lines up to a recent swing low that we had on Friday. So that would be a nice target.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, that would be a nice trade. But we do need price action to confirm that reversal from the value high. Just gonna put a little orange rectangle to delineate the rest of the levels.
Where would your risk
Yeah,
be
we
on
can
that?
just book that. I usually like to use about 9 points, so around about 36 ticks for ES, which gives me time. It's kind of like my disaster stop. It's not like I usually don't want
Not your
to
full
let
stop.
it get
Right.
hit. Yeah,
Right.
but it gives me time to think about whether the trade is doing what it's supposed to be doing or not.
All right. So
I know you use about 5 or 6 from what I remember.
I'm resting in order here at 51.92 even to get short just a couple,
Nice.
and we'll see what happens. Since I missed the big move down, just kind of
And
looking at
even if it gets
value.
stuck in the range, so just looking at like if we get no follow through, even if it
Yeah.
gets stuck in a range, well, that's where the 15-minute already tested and created a new high. So
Mhm.
even from a range bound perspective on a smaller time frame, that would still
Mhm.
be a good level.
Yeah, I think we can probably, put a catastrophic stop above that. But if we take out VWAP and look like we're going to
Yep.
get some legs, then we'll be out. But we're going to miss this trade too. I'm I'm so cheap lately.
There's nothing wrong with that.
No,
Especially in
right?
trading.
Frugal, John. You're frugal.
Frugal. There you go.
Pennywise. All right. Well, while we see if John's got that resting order in, I think D still has a little something on, right? Short. Yes, platinum. All right. While we do that, let's throw it to JD here for the stats at 35 after the hour here on Top Step TV. JD, man, what's up? Happy Monday.
Very happy Monday to him
Losing?
indeed.
Oh,
I don't know.
We'll
Same
find out.
shit.
He's probably on mute.
Probably on mute.
He pulled a Hogue.
I'm gonna go into the digital nether realm right now and see if I can find JD. We'll get him on. when
JD,
he
if you're
comes back.
there. I don't know. It's always something with JD's VMix or something.
No,
but
he
when
just,
we
he
get
just doesn't- it's the office. He's in the office, and for whatever reason, like the firewalls there and stuff are not kind.
I got you.
that's
But
a
I
good
think
thing, though.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Secure.
Gold, oil, both turned around here. We're about 65 cents off the lows in crude. Nice turnaround there. About 13 bucks off the lows in gold. Gold, man, the volatility in gold is just amazing.
Gold is nuts. Yeah,
Gold
my
is the star of the show, as
my
I keep telling you.
oh, it's great. Yeah, it's been
Yeah.
pretty fun to trade recently. So with gold, I've actually increased the stop loss size because our range has increased massively. So we used to have about 180 ticks of average session range. That's now jumped to 393 because of those
Wow.
2-3 days of massive movement. So obviously you can't keep using tiny stop losses because you're just going to, get out in a blink of an eye. Yeah. So I'm actually increasing my stop there to 55 ticks, and then I'm increasing the target because there's room to 2.7 or 3 hours. So aiming for about 160 ticks for any trades, which should be pretty nice. We'll see if we can maybe hit some of those levels, because I'm not really that happy being on the long side here, just because of the force of the selling. So one area that I'm looking for a short is 2373, which is where the sellers first appeared during the initial balance. And that would kind of put us on a range, sort of a violently range bound trade,
Violently range
but
bound.
with a good profit margin.
Violently range bound.
Yes. It's such
Big
a
pop
good
in
term.
crude. Right back
Wow,
to
look at
VWAP.
that.
Yeah, crude is
That.
livened up as well. Let's hope that continues for another 5 days or so.
All right.
We've got a comment here in chat, and I think we all might have something encouraging.
What do you
for
got, John?
our friend Abdias. An encouraging word for someone thinking about quitting. Got my fourth XFA and blew it again within a week. Got 2 more combines, blew those 2. This sucks, man. This is hard, Abdias.
Does suck. Does suck.
Andre, why don't you go first?
For sure. It first of all, yeah, it does suck, man. That sucks. But keep in mind, we've all been through that. Everyone here on this looking on this panel right now on TV, we've all been through that. And you just gotta keep grinding, keep grinding, keep grinding. You got this. Stay tuned with us here at Top Step TV. We are working with you. Maybe you're trading, maybe we can take a look at your trade reports, dig in the weeds a little bit and see what's going on. But most importantly, you got to stick with it. It does suck. Blowing out is part of the game. I don't know how long you've been doing this, but everyone here, we've all blown out of accounts. Everyone in the chat have all blown out of accounts. It's part of it, man. It's part of it. You got to keep grinding, keep grinding. I can assure you, if you take a little bit of a break, you got to come back because the markets do change state. Maybe the market state hasn't agreed with your trading style. I'm not exactly sure, but quitting isn't going to be the answer in the end. There is light at the end of the tunnel. We've all seen the struggles. We've all, like John says, I've been to the mountaintops. I've seen the lows and the valleys. I mean, you can do this. Just do not quit. Whatever you do, not quit. Hang in there. Start small. I think Andy, but in the chat here said, just kind of dumb down your size a little bit. and just start chipping away. But you got this. It's definitely frustrating and it's not easy. But John, I mean, what would you say? I think you got to keep getting back on the horse.
Well, anybody that knows me has heard me say that I probably quit 1,000 times.
Here you go. Yep.
You know, at the beginning it was so difficult. I mean, I was trading at a prop firm and just really struggling, and it was so upsetting. And I would get so angry, and I'd go up into the office and I'd say I quit, and then I'd always come back the next day and continue to try and learn and to become a better trader. It became a joke in the office. Every time I walked in the office at the end of the day, they would say, all right, we know you quit. We'll see you tomorrow. And you know, pretty much. And, you know, as far as, you know, seeing the peaks and the valleys of trading, I mean, I've had, you know, trading accounts that lasted 10 years and lost them. And then, you know, open up another trading account and do well for, you know, for a long time, and, you know, do really well for a long time. And, you know, I was lucky enough to have my dad in the business, and, you know, he was smart. He said, you know, if you're making real money, you better put it away, because nothing lasts forever. You know, there are going to be lean times. You know, you see a lot of traders on the trading floor, or a lot of, you know, traders. There's so many characters. They're so like jovial, happy people. I mean, a lot of them, of course, not all of them. And I said, Dad, you know, why is it that traders are so funny? They're all characters. And he kind of looked at me really seriously, and he said, hard times breed character, son.
Yep.
So everybody in this business, everybody who trades, has really good times and really bad times. And it's great when it's good, and it's bad when it's bad. But if you are not going to fail until you quit. That's what I have to say. D?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you know, we all go through good times, bad times, but whenever you blow out an XFA or a combine, that's an opportunity to learn. So rather than seeing it from that negative mindset, oh my God, I did it again, go back to review. Review the trades that you've done, review the size, review the stop loss sizes, see if there was something that you could have done. Maybe you overtraded. It's a common problem. You get overexcited when you get a new account, you want to trade, but it's all just an opportunity to learn, right? And some of my dogs might kick off, by the way. But yeah, so it's all to do with being stubborn, not giving up, and changing things until things start to click. So obviously you have some skill since you managed to get to an XFA, right? So that says something about your level of trading, something good, something positive.
Yes.
So focus on that. Don't focus on, oh my God, I blew out. Just go, hey, I got an XFA again. Let's see what we can do better. And like John says, until you quit, it's not the end. It's just, oh, we got to, okay.
Very well put.
Hey, he's
he is.
back.
Is that why the dogs are barking? Because the doorbell's going off?
Yes. Yeah, they heard you.
Hey, just a
how are
heads
we
up,
looking?
Michael. Good. Stock Wolf traded up very nicely. Deanna just was so kind enough to join us there about 12 minutes ago. Gold and crude, big turnaround, big bounce off the lows here. Looking for headlines out of the Middle East. Kind of feels like that, a little newsy when markets do like that. So keep an eye. Eddie's got some stuff off the wire here. Iran foreign minister tells British counterpart Tehran does not favor increased tension, but it will respond instantly and stronger than before if Israel retaliates. So you got to keep it light and tight. We got to keep one eye on those headlines at all times. But welcome back, Michael. Let's trade it up.
Yeah, I'm short 20s, 18-220s, just a one lot right now.
Nice.
220. Okay, nice.
How'd your phone call go?
Good. Talked a lot about education, how we can help.
Awesome.
Yeah, man.
Good.
We were just talking. All right. Well, really quick, JD. All right, JD and Eddie. Let's get the stats and plugs in here real quick. Get us back on schedule.
JD?
We're
JD,
here.
you there?
We'll burn through
Yeah,
these.
let's do it.
Burn through these
Let's do
real
it.
quick. All right.
There he is.
Cool.
Let's check out those. Let's check out those hot streaks first.
Yeah.
Sorry if I sneak a cough in here. I've been fighting a cold all weekend. All right, hot streaks.
Oh.
Names on the list are the same as Friday. Everyone extended their streaks another day. Mahdi with 19 days. James, Tian, Petrus, and our current leader, Arian, all at 21 days.
Our leaders, Jacob and Che, both took Friday off, so their streaks are still intact. Jacob's at 32 days, and Che is at 26 days currently. All
Wow,
right, let's look
21
at those
accounts.
XFA PNLs. I'm sorry, these are the live. Friday's live fun of PNLs. Philippe,
Those are
Xavier, David,
guys.
and Nick T.
Yeah.
All with nice days. Carved out nice days in the NASDAQ. Nick T was number 2 on our list Friday as well. He closed out the week with a two-day total, Thursday and Friday, of $11,782 in the live account. And then, of course, we've got our boy, Coach Dakota. Dakota pocketed another grand, trading the NASDAQ, Nikkei, and gold on Friday. That number does not include the 2 XFAs he's also trading in. So we'll see some more numbers out of him in just a little bit. I got a couple fun stats if you're up for it.
Let's do it.
Where did I put them? Let's see. All right. Our top 3 live funded traders from last week. Coach Dakota took home a total of $30,324. That's just in the live account. That doesn't include his XFAs.
How much?
Venkata, $30,324 just in the live account.
Unbelievable.
Second place, Venkata with 8,000, and Salman in third with 7,000. Here's another one. I was just sifting through a little data, and I think we might have. You gonna get that?
Who is it?
Just joking.
I got it. Oh no, I got it.
Oh no!
Come on, man. That's yo. You just
What? It was an alarm that I sent for clearly an hour late from getting off. You know how you had to get off an hour ago? Well, clearly I put the alarm in on my phone wrong because it went off right now, thinking I had to go on the call right now. So
luckily you made it.
I know. So I shall apologize.
Apologize to Venkata.
30 some odd grand. My gosh.
All right, so that record I was speaking to.
Guys, I wasn't on my phone. My phone's just sitting right here. Okay, I'm over.
He was on his phone, people. You guys saw the video last week.
I was not. It's an alarm. It's an alarm message.
All right, sorry, JD. Sorry.
Sifting through some data, I don't see a number bigger than this one that we put up last week for the total number of accounts funded. 6,317 total accounts funded last week. It's looking a record.
6,000.
Mm-hmm.
It's crazy.
Wow.
Hey, Jack, you want to pop over to my chart real quick?
A lot of success.
Yeah, let's do that.
So we spoke about this briefly last week.
One moment. I'm going to get you here, JD. There you go.
There you go.
Yep, there it is. Hogue, we were talking about this during group coaching briefly last week. I don't have a visual for it, an image. But we were talking about this diamond pattern forming in the NASDAQ. A couple of traders in the chat were talking about how they were tracking that also. So the diamond formation found at major tops and bottoms. You could see expanding volatility on the way up, higher highs, lower lows, contracting volatility on the way back, lower highs, higher lows. The thing about this, though, that caught my eye is this is kind of an inverted pattern that we're seeing here. Typically, for this diamond pattern, you want to see this peak. If it's a reversal pattern, you want to see it on the upside here at the end of a huge uptrend. We're getting on the downside, so it's like I said, it's inverted. I don't know what to make of it, but these trend lines have been holding awesome ever since going back to February here.
Sure.
They have.
We'll definitely be keeping an eye on this. Breakout is imminent. We're getting really close. These ranges are contracting daily. It looks like we're taking big swings, but we're really contracting these ranges. So breakout's coming soon. We're going to hit the bottom end of this.
So 18,000 on the downside. 18,000 on the downside here in the NASDAQ. Yeah, we're not too far. Okay.
Yep. Breakout to the downside would be below 90. And then we got weekly kickoff low at 18,000. So keeping an eye on this pattern. We'll update you. All right, that's what I got for you. I'll be back with that top 10 list in just a little bit.
Thanks JD.
Eddie. JD. Yeah, I got some plugs. Hey, for those in the chat, YouTube chat, do me a favor. Do Top Step a favor. We've got over 4,000 people here watching and only under 900 likes. My God, come on. There's no cover charge. There's no drink minimum. You're here enjoying, educating. Hit that like button. Smash that like thumbs up. We'd appreciate it. And if you like what we're doing and you want to keep up with Top Step TV crew on Instagram, We're going to post that link here in the chat. By all means, sign up for that. Lots of cool stuff that we post all week long. And also, the caption contest update. Yes, we are determining who the winners are currently, and their winners will be contacted by the end of the day tomorrow. We appreciate everyone who has made a submission. And I got to remember to let everybody know, it is Robert's birthday today. Coach Robert, the Riz,
get her done.
His birthday. Happy birthday, Robert. And back to you, Andre.
Thank you. Happy birthday, Robert.
Hey, we have Isaac in here saying the 5175s. Isaac, it touched 5175 in the S&P. So did you get long? Isaac is I know top on the up there on the leaderboard on the live funded account. These are anybody trading the live funded account right now here at Top Step is the best of the best. They would be the Red Bull athletes of Red Bull right now, performing the best out of tens of thousands of folks. It's good to see that we have a lot of those folks on the leaderboard that will jump in here and share their live or share their levels.
Yep.
And he shared those. So that was 6 handles ago. I don't know if he got long. But keep an eye on it, guys. We want some levels. House account has been getting great.
So far, so good.
Data. Yeah, great data. You guys want to say trade ideas, your qualitative data, your levels, the why. So if you guys got any levels, please share. And then the why. It could just be simply like, I like 5175s because it's an old low from last week. That's fine.
Hey, John, I just saw Isaac talking about Delta. Can we get a Delta update? John just jumped off. When John gets back, we'll get that Delta update. But I think Isaac said Delta minus 10K. Crew turning around. What are we thinking size-wise for house account, Michael? 15?
I have no trade from anybody's input except Isaac on that one. He said keep it light. So that's just one gentleman's opinion.
Nick T had a kind of came and went though. We were gone, but yeah, selling 280s in the NASDAQ. Obviously looking very nice right now. Jay Cook in the chat. What's up, Jay Cook? That was a fun fast markets last week. Deanna, are you still in the platinum trade?
No, I took 1.5 R out of that. I was only in one because it wasn't the highest probability trade, so I didn't know my XFA. So it was only like $240.
Beautiful.
And then it stopped, and then I saw gold turning around, so I bailed. And now I'm waiting for gold. I've got some levels. I've got a pretty wide zone of 2073 all the way up to about 2383 as a potential for reversal. I would like to see the value low tested at some point, which is also where the average session high is, and that's closer to about 2379.70. So let's say 2380 because that's a nice round number. So if we get a reversal there, usually I like to use 15-minute charts for those sort of trades coming from value low, from the outer edge of value low. And then we may have a range trade back down for some 50 ticks or so. So I'm still just waiting for that level to get reached. Right now, it's kind of middle of nowhere for me. So for now, I'm sitting on my hands.
Okay.
We're back at the 75.
We're going to tilt here. Nothing significant one way or another. 65% long ES, about the heaviest tilt we got for the time being. Coming up, man, almost 10 o'clock Central Time. Moving quick here. Fast markets are cooking.
We got nothing on the house account. So far.
Nothing right now. Lots of absorption. Nick T here. Lots of absorption Friday between 160 and 170 in the NASDAQ. We're not quite there yet. But yeah, Mike, we'll let it come to us. We still have about
Isaac's saying 175s, 160s, and 170s, 190. No, that's 190. When you guys say 160s and 170s, I'm now thinking you're gonna have to put a handle on it because here's why. Because it's trading 18,170 and it's also trading and that's NASDAQ. It's also trading 5,1 75. So this is confusing now. If you're seeing that, so put up. There you go, Robert. ES 5175 is today's low.
Yes,
That's good.
And we just broke it.
Yes, it is.
Not trading 74. Ooh,
I just went off.
S&P is trading 73 now.
76s. I'm seeing 76s.
Still selling.
Aggregate this with me, guys, out there. We got people sharing their levels. And we're trading 75. So Isaac, Live Footer Trader, said 75. It's right here, right now.
All right, seeing a divergence here. Gold catching a bid. Crude selling off. NASDAQ making new lows, or just off the lows, I should say. Yeah, Michael, good call. I think they're talking about S&Ps with those levels, right?
65, 165. No, I mean, I don't know. If it doesn't have a 5 or an 18, if it doesn't have a 5 or 18 in front of it, I have no clue.
I don't know either.
18 173s. Let him cook.
Start
cooking let's cook with fire here. Deanna, what are you seeing in the NAS?
So I'm in the NASDAQ.
S&P?
Okay. So I saw ES might be failing the auction. That's the only thing that I saw of interest. But now it's turned around. So for now, we just have a value acceptance that's continuing. And until that finishes, I don't really have much. So, I mean, a risky breakout to the downside to go all the way down to average session low at 51.57. Let's say 51.58. That's the only thing that I'm seeing that might actually come true. Because it is a continuation from a value acceptance that we did earlier. NASDAQ, I haven't looked all that much. I actually did do a couple of short scalps in NASDAQ earlier on my XFA. Oops. Day trading NASDAQ, well, whatever next. But yeah, so I think NASDAQ is having a similar picture there. So until we rotate through the value area, all I'm seeing is just more shorts.
Yes.
So we have another 54 points until we get to the value low. So yeah, just continuation setups. I don't see any reversal setups at the moment, unfortunately, which would be higher probability because anytime you're doing a breakout trade, obviously that's high risk.
Well, we didn't get our value. We didn't get our value
settlement in NQ
level there.
Settlement in NQ. Where is that? Can somebody?
What are you looking for?
A settlement in NQ.
Oh,
where is it?
Here, 18,179 quarter.
Okay.
Okay, 75s. Can anybody summarize the stuff that's happening in chat? Stuff that's happening where people are thinking, and then really quick in a poll, guys. Right at these levels right now, are you say it's 30 minutes, an hour from now? Are you looking for it to be higher or lower? Let's just put it that simple. But there's people sharing their levels out here. So
we just need to centralize them so we can just look at them quickly.
Well, yeah, let's get on that.
Yeah, I agree.
What do you think of this?
It's flying by.
This acceptance here. We're just a couple of minutes from opening in that spike to the downside in the S&Ps.
Yeah,
we preempt the short here.
Let me just go back to that. I mean, it's not really reversing, is it? It's still making lower lows.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it would be late entry. It would be, a late entry into a value acceptance trade. But I mean, I suppose you could time stop it if it doesn't go your way pretty much immediately.
Yeah, I mean, we got less than 2 minutes, and if we open this next TPO period, that'll leave single ticks to the initial balance low where I can limit risk.
Yeah.
What chart are you looking at, John?
This is the this is the 30-minute right here.
All right.
So, and this is the
position
TPO chart. Let me see if we get it here. So this is the TPO chart. So, Michael, when we started showing value acceptance here, we put an order in to get short up here at 92. We did not get filled on that, but now we're starting to see some range extension below the initial balance, and range acceptance from Friday. That acceptance high is 51.92 quarter. But first stop might be to the point of control from Friday, which is 51.6675, or even value low from Friday, which is 51.75. And if I'm not mistaken, that's pretty close to the average daily range, right?
Yeah, it is. Yeah. So I have average daily range low at 51.50 on the nose.
Okay.
Average session low is slightly higher, but before the average daily range gets smashed, the daily range has more weight.
All right.
So, I mean, this is a value acceptance trade. So,
Sure.
Obviously risky since you're jumping in halfway through. But if there's enough momentum, it doesn't matter, right? It's going to account for the poor choice of a trade location. So,
yeah. But I mean, if it keeps going lower, the trade location will look better and better. Okay. So we just opened.
We've got single prints. Yeah.
We just opened the next 30-minute period here. We've got single TPOs above price. If it gets back inside the initial balance, I'll be out of this. And we're below last week's weekly
we're
kickoff
selling
low
here.
of 51.80. So my risk is 325, and we could feasibly take it down to 51. So I'm going 52.
All right, we're selling off here, Michael.
Yep.
Yes, we are.
It's going
right back to settlement now in the S&Ps.
That's the United headlines. ES heading for 5150. Tradecraft Media. We are just talking about 5150s in the S&Ps.
Yep, I got 51.52 as a target for this.
There you go.
Only one, because it's like D said, it's kind of bad trade location, unless it isn't.
This is the big trade, Michael.
I have no trade on the Palace account.
Not yet. It's coming. Well,
Do you like my stop location? I mean, if we get back in the initial balances, this could be auction fade.
That is the invalidation point. So yeah.
There's a lot of information in this chat. I need help summarizing it.
Yeah.
Anybody in here that's in the chat that wants to help summarize it too?
NASDAQ. What I'm gathering, there's room to the downside in the ES. I've seen a lot of targets for 5150, 5152 in the ES. We're currently trading 70s. So it's looking very well. 18 points of downside. Room to the downside here is kind of what I'm gathering. No exact entries.
What about in the NASDAQ?
NASDAQ. Get some levels for NASDAQ. Touch some targets. 18,000s maybe. There's a lot of room there.
Tilt is about 50-50.
Yeah, we haven't seen a whole lot there. Crude selling off. Hey, good job on that Series 3 question, Michael. You nailed it.
Yeah.
That was easy.
Actually, just as you left,
now, are we?
Yeah, just as you left, the Dow did a textbook example of that question. Just rolled right over. And
did it?
The Dow to 5 minutes. Yeah, textbook example. That was easy, he says.
If it comes up and reaches 75s, is this a great entry? And Isaac, I'm saying that because you're liking the 75s, but the 75s are a level that are not holding, which means we all have levels, and there's sometimes where the market just melts through them. I don't know if this is melting, but it's definitely still a trend down day. But as we all know, the market likes to
And
rip faces off every now and then.
Usually I'm contrarian myself. So I like Isaac's trade.
Hey, poll results here. 5 minutes in. Over 700 votes. Good stuff. The current NQ levels in the next 30 minutes. Are we going higher or going lower? 60% say lower.
Okay, so we got 60%.
Chat bearish. Chat bearish. Tilt.
Chat bearish.
Chat for tilt 50-50.
MP, you should text your friends at the CME, see if they got anything.
Yeah.
I'm sure the CME will definitely give up some. Goldman's pretty long right now. We got a margin call going out to them here in about an hour.
Well, I'm showing the picture they took last week.
Oh wow, there's your buddy.
Oh yeah,
look at that.
Oh yeah, me and Terry, we're buddies. Well, I don't know. On my side of it, I think we are, but I don't know. He'd have to answer that.
Two well-dressed men right there. Very cool.
Got a lot of buddies.
What are we looking at a short, John? I'll go with Johnny's. I'll put a 10 lot on here.
Here's one thing.
What do we think?
NASDAQ came back inside the initial balance, so this is a little bit iffy here.
Hold on.
Yeah, it's going to fail the auction then.
Fail the auction.
All right, well, then I'm going to cancel it. I scratched it. What are we thinking? John, you're short, so you're thinking short. The chat's thinking short. Isaac is funded traders thinking long. Do we have a Dakota? Do we have any other live funded traders?
Nick T. What was Nick T in here? Nick T. I'm long NQ from 170, so he's bullish currently. Long from 170.
That's a nice spot.
Yeah, it's a nice trade, Nick T.
You know, here's what it did. I mean, here's the NASDAQ. Here's Friday's profile. Volume point of control to the tick. Great spot there. And it's now taken out and come back in the initial balance. If this holds up here, this might end up being an auction fade in the NASDAQ. But right now we're still holding single TPOs in the S&Ps.
Dakota entered the chat. I vote long.
We've got Nick T's long. Nick T's long. Coach Dakota's long.
Long.
Isaac's thinking long.
All right.
Uh-oh. Johnny, you're short.
Saying short.
Different structure though.
Competing forces right now.
S&Ps.
Yeah, they look very different. One is
If I'm
failing
going to
the
be short
auction,
one,
the
it
other
would be
one
the
isn't.
S&Ps.
Yeah, same.
Let it come to us, Michael. It'll come to us.
Yeah, but everybody's talking about this price level around here. Fives is Isaac. 70s. We have 170s. We have 18 170s in the NASDAQ. So everything's really around these levels.
Yeah,
right around here.
Shit, this is kind of what we saw last Friday. We sell off. The market would chill here around the lows, consolidate. It was to the upside, right? That was that trade with Dakota.
You said what in the poll? 63% said short.
60% short, 39% long. I don't know how
Dakota's voting long.
Minority. You're voting long.
Dakota's voting long.
Dakota's voting long.
Nick T long.
All right, what's the consensus? Sum it up.
I was like long.
Andre.
I got it. Well, chat says short, but 3 of our live funded traders are saying long.
All right, we got long.
We believe our traders. We back our traders.
Yeah, we got long with 570s or 170s. 5 170s.
Oh, S&Ps? Wow. How many times?
Yeah.
So
10 times.
All right.
10 times. Wow.
What it's a house account. It's what do we think as far as outs now? I mean, I got to get some outs. Easiest thing to do is get into trade. Isn't that what they said? Even Terry said that when I met with him 2 weeks ago.
Really?
Hardest thing to do is get out. Yeah, he said the exact same thing.
100%.
All the same trader. It's the same trader lingo, same trader ring-a-ding-ding. You know,
learn from the same.
We
We all learn from the same shit.
Yeah. Okay, so 51, 517. John, help me out. Well, you're short, but still diagnosis on us. Well, everybody here, we need help on a stop.
Mm-hmm.
We need help on a stop. So and a target. We have a 1-to-1. We're going for 1-to-1 because we believe that we can be right more than 50% of the time. Or right here, right now, and I don't have a stop put in here. So help me out.
I would want to see, if I was long, settlement price hold. Settlement price 51.6750. If it doesn't hold, I would think about adding to my short. So that might be a kind of an interesting stop level if the S&Ps take out this low.
Okay, Isaac, I got that. Thanks, John. I got that, Isaac. Well, yeah, downside, guys. I need a downside. That's the most important to get in. So we got nothing right now. Sharing the S&P. This is getting fairly nerve-wracking. We don't have a stop in.
Isaac says 51.58 stop.
Wow.
Pretty big stop.
Yeah.
But he's sized down because he's opposite the overall trend right now.
Yeah.
51, 152 is looking for a quick long. All right. We got Isaacs. That's about it.
I see one here, 66 half.
All right, I'm getting out of this trade. We don't have a stop. Nobody can share a stop. So I'm not going to risk anything here.
Okay.
If we miss it, we miss it. But if we don't have a stop, guys, then I'm not going to do it. We have a half-ass stop. We only full-ass it here.
Fully baked. We need fully baked trade ideas.
Fully assed.
We got Isaac stop. Yeah, we're sharing that, but we need other stops in here. I need downside opinions. So if you guys want to catch the 70s long, that's on you. I'm okay missing it because we have no consensus on a downside.
No, we don't.
We got 67s. Keegan saying 51 below settle.
Below
settle. We got 58 saying 58. Yeah, 58 saying Isaac's 58s. So
Dakota, if you're in here, give us those levels. What you're thinking? I know you voted long. We pulled a trade off yet. I haven't seen. He might just be starting your day.
There's the risk manager, Mick. When in doubt, get out.
Exactly. Yep. Thank you, Mick.
Smart. As Eddie says, there'll be another bust coming. We got a 400 lot here on the bid in the S&Ps. Biggest size that got filled.
Yeah. I'm not liking this.
I'm not liking it either.
The NASDAQ just keeps coming inside the initial balance. Let's see. A nice push down there. Okay, we've revisited my entry point. Do I move my stop down? In the chat, do I move my stop down? We've revisited the entry point. Do I go to break even? I just want to know what your thoughts are. D? What about you?
Well, I don't like moving stops to break even unless we're.
No, I don't either.
We're gonna, yeah.
So Gold Goblin, I'm curious on the amateur as how we didn't have an out. I had a risk manager jump in here when in doubt, get out. Mm-hmm. That's pro ball shit. That ain't risk man. That ain't amateur. I know that.
What they say?
So if you don't have an out, get out. We got in with some fairly collective thoughts here. I'm not trading the house account with my own thoughts. Zero. House account. My personal account, yeah. House accounts is for all of us. And we did well on it last week to the tune of 12,000, I believe. I think
good.
So, Gold Goblin, not amateur. Don't pass judgment.
Jay, thanks.
I don't know.
Volume's dropping. He thinks we just chop around.
Real quick, I want to give
64, then I'd buy.
I want to give a quick shout out to Michael Halstead in the chat. He said, always benefit from your guys' encouraging comments. 3 days ago, I was within $300 of busting 6 combines. Today, I passed all 6 combines. Thanks. You're welcome, Michael Halstead.
Nice.
I want to see more of those success stories, guys. We're trading well here. Stock market, fast markets. Really good
What do you
to
think
see.
about just head fake on either side? Isaac goes in here on a rare and says Hogan and him are exact opposite. So they both, yeah,
Isaac,
it
I hope
happened.
you win. Boy, oh boy, it's just hanging here.
Come on, George. Genghis Khan has never traded before in his life.
George can't help it. George, you've already done your damage here. You're good. You're already created the VWAP monster around here.
There's just nothing.
Chopping around the bottoms, chopping around the lows. Nothing really on tilt. I know we have JD coming up soon here with the live funded stats.
Yeah, we've got a 5-minute range. I'm going just above the high of the 5-minute range on this. I'm trimming the risk on this. I don't like it, so.
Well, John, that's exactly what I was talking. That's exactly what I was talking about. If the market does one of these head fakes up, head fake down, and comes right back in the range, that's where you get caught. But nobody knows.
Nobody knows.
Nobody knows.
I'm not liking the price action on ES on a 5-minute chart for the short.
No, it's just range bound.
Yeah.
I got one for you, Michael. We got Rodney New in the chat at MP. I have finally started to figure out some of my trading issues, and your lockout button has helped me immensely, all caps.
Nice.
4th day in a row where I've locked in profits and been able to relax. Thanks. You're welcome, Rodney.
Nice. Yes.
Lockout button.
Feature that.
Big hit, Michael.
Feature that big Rodney, yeah.
Yeah, that's my dog's name.
Is that right?
Yeah.
I remember my aunt wouldn't allow me to name my dog Bo because they were having a kid and they were going to name it Bo. And I was like 15 and I was really not happy about not being able to. And guess what I ended up naming the dog?
Whoa.
100%.
Not surprised at all.
We live like 2 hours away from each other. I see you once a year. I love my aunt, but come on.
Still out, aunt. Still out. It's just all right. Here we go.
Man, that was the dumbest hunting dog I've ever had.
Really?
And I say that in all kind of. You'd let it out of the truck and it just start running the field, and then all the pheasants would pop up, and you're like, "Well, I guess they cleared out that field for us." Yeah, we didn't even have our guns out. We wouldn't even have our guns out back in the old.
Come on, Bo. Get it together. All right. Well, we'll chop around here the lows, guys. We're gonna keep pulling trade ideas and levels from the chat, so keep those coming. We are kind of in a holding pattern here in the Dow, S&Ps, and NASDAQ. So while we're doing that, let's keep getting those levels. We got JD here for top 10 list. JD, how are we looking?
Sure do. Let's take a look at those XFA P&Ls from Friday, though, real quick.
But there's some numbers. Yep.
Another fresh list of XFA traders. We never seem to run out of new traders to spotlight in the XFA P&L list.
Nice.
All right, Charles, Jay, Wasim, Greg all carved it up trading the NASDAQ. And our leader for a day, Paul. Paul took more than 20 grand out of the NASDAQ on Friday. These numbers are all from single XFA accounts. Pretty impressive stuff.
Beautiful.
Very, very nice.
All right. Here's the bottom half of our top 10 list. We had a nice shakeup on the list 10 the week last week. Lost some big names. Balkaran, who's been on the list for a while, dropped to 11th. Isaac dropped down to 12th. Farouz dropped down to 13th place. I'm sure we'll see them back in the top 10 pretty soon, though. That being said, welcome to the list, Majdi, Adam, and Faraz.
Hey,
you're on the coveted top 10 list today. Actually, Adam D's been on the list before, so welcome back, Adam. Then we have Samay, Sammy and Penn, both familiar names to anyone who's been keeping up on this leaderboard. All right, let's just jump into the top 5 now. Eddie, you got a drum roll for me?
a little extra.
I see Isaac in the chat. Yeah, Isaac saying it's the first time he's off the list in 4 months. Should have had that one.
Oh, man.
I'm sure he'll be back real soon, though.
Yeah.
All right, here we
Just hang
go.
in there,
Ching
baby. You're doing
Jing.
great. I'm proud of you.
Excellent. All right, Ching Jing took a drawdown, still held on to fifth place. You dropped to fourth after a 10K loss across a pair of XFAs. Raj fell to third after a $9,000 drawdown across 3 XFAs. Ivana is new on the list today. Ivana jumped into the second spot after spreading 14 grand in profits around 3 XFAs, trading the NASDAQ on Friday. Also, Ivana finished last week with a total of $59,301 in profits, trading 3 XFAs.
Very nice.
And then our boy Dakota, there he is again.
Hey.
He was the live funded P&L leader for Friday, and now has an account balance of close to $133,000.
Jesus, in the clear, 50 G's.
Hey
Pulling
guys,
away
we
from the
got
pack.
thanks for that, JD. We got new lows. Well,
Yeah, we do. Nvidia just got punched in
down
the
here.
face here, according to Nick T.
Okay, it's short
Let me see.
15,180 stop.
You still in, Hogue?
Yeah.
Okay.
Where's your cover, Hogue? And then where were those stops that the other traders were talking about down here in the S&P?
67,
Well,
64s.
67,
Yeah,
64s.
on a new low that you'd have been stopped out on that, but we haven't done that yet. As far as target
54s
is concerned, I'm looking at value low from Friday down around 50. Hang on. 51, 52. Right now, my target's at 52.
Okay.
What's Delta, John?
Pretty aggressive.
How are
Pardon?
we looking on that? We haven't had an update yet.
Well, we're five points into a winning trade on this, but I really want to see us take out settlement again. That settlement level is 51.6750, and that's the current low. I want to see us take out that low and continue to move lower. We did just extend the range a little bit in the Nasdaq. No range extension other than the extension that we put in on this last 30-minute period. But we're just hanging around the low here. We do have single TPOs above price. Right, current price is here in green, 51.70 approximately. And we're just trying to see if this market can hold below the initial balance low, which is 51.79, and leave these single TPOs here to see if we can see some continuation below.
TPOs here, John. We said here. What levels?
No, that is 51.74.75 up to the initial balance low of 51.79, Michael.
79, 74s to 79s. Okay,
Yes.
So 74s to 79s. A lot of 75 talk in there. We were long 72s. It's trading 69. S&P guys, 51.69.
Yep.
So 74s, 75s. That was the talk before. Then we got in the 64 talk. We got in the 50. There's some 58s down there.
Yeah.
Trying to get a range. I'm trying to get us a range.
I see what you're trying to do right here.
Yeah,
We're stuck in a range right now.
On this.
We're stuck in the range for the moment, but you're trying to get a range for what? Trade ideas? Upside, downside targets?
Yeah, always. We're on this extension down here, but we are falling knife on the 30-minute.
Let me see the
59s, 64s.
Oh yeah, definitely.
We're seeing in the chat.
76% long YM. Longs are building down here. John, what's Delta? ES and MQ.
Delta is congruent with direction. Right now it is minus 18,200.
Wow.
But I mean, that's completely congruent with direction. There's our almost getting to the range extension here. Did we get one?
Pushing.
Yeah, we did. Almost. Yeah, there we go. Here we go.
Gotta be some stops.
We got it going on like Donkey Kong.
Mm-hmm.
Way to get out, Michael.
Yeah, that was a good out.
I mean, we don't have. Yeah, I'm actually curious if the 64s, the 59s, where we would have been stopped out on. If we're following, Isaac threw a recommendation out there. Thanks for putting your brass on the table on understanding where to get in and out. He said 58s. He's taking a bit of heat on this trade, which is fine. Welcome to the world of trading. You will have losses are ordinary and necessary part of becoming a trader.
There it is.
And necessary.
Yep, I love it. It's true.
Believe it or not. So if you're new in here and you're just trying to figure things out, there's a lot of folks that traded, shared their levels. I'm long here to get to here, blah, blah, blah. You could either just watch it and say, I kind of really like how stacking bananas. I saw you in there. Kind of like what
nice.
what they're saying all the time. Or you're like, I don't want to listen to anybody in here. I want to listen to Deanna or whatever. It just gives you a little feel, so then you can start getting behind ideas to understand how you want to set up your own ideas, aka your trading plan, and all that kind of good stuff. Everybody should have a trading plan. We'll share a checklist in here too of how to set up a trading plan. It's just for newbies, you got to have one. Think about starting a business. You don't go without a business plan, or at least writing something down on how you're going to run it, what you're going to risk, what you're going
to. Coach Dakota in the chat. I'm done today. Hit my loss limit. One of those days. Catch you tonight. Thanks for the transparency, Dakota. The all can't be winning days. Dakota's been hot this April. It's one of those days. I guarantee you he won't lose sleep over it. He handles it like a pro.
Yep.
So, Michael, this is the profile for the S&Ps, including the overnight. The opening range today is the high of the day. Yet overnight low is right here. This would probably be some place I would look to put a stop if I were long below this level.
John, here is what level? Yeah, 51 what?
51.64 quarter.
51.
Okay. What I'm being short, I want to see the market take that out and stay below it to get down to the value area low from Friday, which is around 52, which is where our current profit target is at. Looking at this 500 tick chart, I mean, so far we're still putting in lower highs and lower lows.
Yeah.
I'd like to see us hold below this swing high here at 51.71 quarter.
So we had Wolf talking about shorts below 300. This is 18,300. So we did that. Staying below that. Dakota and Isaac were leaning on the longs. Isaac should be still long, I believe, because he had 58s down there and as a stop, and 200s, 5,200 as a target. Dakota hit a stop. He was looking to get long, so we got some longs, long bias from the funded, live funded folks. We're going to be getting more. We got a process that we're building, so we get more of the live funded traders levels. We're going to be incentivizing them. Maybe when you become a live funded trader, you'll get an email saying, hey, if you share levels with us, you don't have to be in the chat. You don't have to just share levels. Give us a why. If we use your level, then there's some incentive that you're going to get. So TopStep tries to put everybody in the best position we can, because also your thoughts and opinions are really what we've been betting on, backing you on. And individually, we want to know as well, because then the house account becomes doing the same thing on an individual trade.
Oh, thank you for that heads up, Eddie. 3-month and 6-month auction. 3 minutes. Not necessarily the biggest market movers, but if it does come in out of whack on a line, markets will react. Equities, that is.
So I'm out of this now.
Yeah, I was just about to say, it seems like it's not, there's no follow through. So just bail.
Nope. And we're starting to put in higher highs and higher lows. On a 500 tick chart, something new that I'm looking at, but that was enough to take me out of that. We'll find something else.
Yep.
Another bus is coming down the pipe.
That's right.
And we got
58% long.
Yeah, YM's got YM 78% long, Michael.
Okay, and then you got the auction coming up. What does the auction do to the equities?
Not necessarily a whole lot unless it comes in super weak. If it comes in super weak, you'll see equity sell off. Super weak means the bid to cover comes in weak for every dollar offered by the United States Treasury. Less than $2 is bid for it. Typically 2.0 bid to cover is considered strong or good, average now. Anything beneath that is considered weak. Typically the bid to covers are above 2. Quick crash course in auctions.
Yeah, these are really short time frame. I mean, it's a 3 and 6 month bill auction, so
68% long, both S&P and NASDAQ. So they're getting long up here. A lot of folks said 30 minutes in, we'd be lower. That's right.
We're what? Yes, 60% said lower, and I think we're a little higher. Nice cover, John. Nice cover.
yeah, that was about it for that one, right?
Yeah, we're range bound right now. We're consolidating. It's coming up to 10:30 here Central Time on fast markets.
What was the damage on that trade, Hogue?
It was up $112. Won't be long. It'll be 112,000.
JL in less than 60 seconds. Bottom of the hour. Not necessarily the biggest market movers, as John says, super short term, but you never know. Top Step TV, we keep you alerted and in tune with everything coming on the economic calendar, I should say. Not economic calendar.
I'm going to short it again now.
Arrange it.
It's 51.75 again. It's back at the 75s.
75%.
No, you talked about the 79s. 75%. Yeah, you're right.
75% on the ES long.
I wouldn't know. I mean, like right now, I at the house account, I've got no outs. If I, but then like, what's the end? I mean, I got the tilt becoming quite heavy.
Tilt's starting to show. Yep. Catching a bid, Isaac Rivera. Yes, it is.
Yeah, it is. See, I was short, made money. Isaac's long. He's going to make money.
84% long YM.
That's how we do it, Isaac. That's how we do it.
76% long ES.
Andre, what do you want your theme music to be? Someone was asking.
I saw that question. I gotta give it some more thought. I have some ideas. We can talk after. I did like ska back in the day. Pennywise, remember Pennywise? I was a Pennywise fan. Goldfinger. That's a good one too. That's a good one too. Can't Tell Me Nothing by Mr. West. It's a pretty good one. Eddie used to play that for me when I was the Euro Surfer way back in the day. Squawk Radio days. I was the Euro Surfer. And the intro song was Can't Tell Me Nothing by Kanye. It was a pretty good one.
Seinfeld theme.
Yeah, I know. We got it. Pennywise in the Sky. Sorry about that. Corrected. Finding Ultra correction. Thank you. Good job, Jack, starting up the what is ska and what is not ska.
I'm sure it'll be a spirited debate.
Yes, it will. So can't unsee that.
All right. We've got some answers. This just coming in hot off the wire. Our 6-month bill, high yield, they were looking at the previous was 5.120%, coming in at 5.155%, and the 3-month bill high yield, previous 5.225, coming in at 5.25%. So there you have it, our 3-month and 6-month bill auction. Coming up next, we've got some speakers later in the day. Back to you, Andre.
Thank you, Eddie. I was just going to ask what else we got. We got speakers later on the day. We'll keep you posted here. Hey, MP, we got 78%, 79% long ES, 85% long YM, 72% long.
What'd you say about the 79, John? What'd you say about the 79s, 5179s?
That's the low of the initial balance. That's the range for the first hour where we extended below. Go ahead.
Yeah, there's a little more size. There's a little more size. Okay, the 5179s coming up to that. The low of the it's long, very, very long. It's taking
I
a
like
little
it
off.
short
This
here.
looks like it. Yeah, me too. Guys, what are we thinking? Everybody still said 30 minutes
Because
would
it's
still be
limited
lower.
risk.
To what? What's the risk up to?
I mean, if the initial balance holds, if this bar holds right here, I mean, your risk, you could be 4 points, but it's still coming back into that initial balance.
What, up to
71
85s?
level or 79 level. Pardon?
Up to 85s. I got short 79s
Okay.
in the house account.
Okay. House?
Yeah, we're gonna go in the house account. Johnny he talked about the 79s earlier. We have adjusting of some of the folks in here. Now,
Hey, Michael,
is this a slow? Is this a slow firm up? There's that question, I think, looming.
You don't want to risk a lot here because that incursion back into the initial balance, usually is a failed or a faded downside auction.
Short 79's house account. Size. What kind of size we talking about?
Just head on here, and it's
all right.
The tilt's very long, so we got a little bounce off the lows.
88%
Will this
long.
firm up?
And why?
Yeah, will this firm up?
Heavy long. Yep. Let's get it, Michael.
I'm trying a similar idea in golds, but I'm trying a short gold from the initial balance low.
Okay.
We also have some 89 MAs around these levels too.
Mm-hmm.
So it would be a continuation of the sell-off that I'm looking for.
Gold 50-50 on the tilt.
Whoa.
Crude swinging around here. Wow.
It's getting a
there's a little teleporting going on here.
Yeah, it was, and we're still selling hard here in crude. Something. I mean, that was a 30-cent teleport right there, John. Were you looking at crude as well, John?
Gold too.
Yeah. Something just.
Well, guys, jump over to gold. There's firming up happening.
Yeah, something's happening. Something's happening. This looks like news to me.
Eddie, keep us posted.
It does look like
watching the wire.
Thank you.
Yeah, it's just the auction.
It's tricky right now, guys.
Lost my voice today. I don't know what's going
on. Show us a chart, John. You got the gold up. What are you guys talking about in the gold?
S&P selling off gold. Saw a bit of a dip here. We teleported about $5 in 3 minutes to the downside. 67 to 62s. Gold or oil teleported about 30 cents. Is that what you guys are calling it now?
Teleport.
I mean,
still short, Michael?
We used to call it the Matrix.
Yeah, we're still short. We are all still short. Guys, what's a good target on the downside? 5179 is where we're short. We had 64s and 59s as some levels that I was hearing and seeing in the chat. Mm-hmm. So the house account will look somewhere around that vicinity. And then we have the 79s right here with a stop up at 85.
We already traded to a point of control from Friday. I mean, I would look for the market to test the overnight low, which is, Michael, 51.64 quarter. But you may want to take some off and just let a couple runners on to do that if we do take a profit on this.
Well, what I don't like about this, and this is a collective trade for all of us, guys, if you like, if there's certain levels down, okay, so you got 51, 59.
NASDAQ is showing signs of rejection at the lows, Michael.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. It's failed the auction.
It's failed the auction.
Okay, you got hoops, 51.85. Stop up there. I'm at 51.86 on the house account with us all. Very long in the NASDAQ and S&P. 75% of folks that have an open position are long.
Mm-hmm.
There's a part of this that I don't like, and it's just sitting.
Yep.
When things sit, if it does feel like it grows legs, a lot of times the upside too.
Yeah, hang in there. I think we might be seeing some stuff from the Middle East here. Still 88%, almost 89% long in the Dow, 73% long. Yes, and 75% long in the NASDAQ.
$18,215 in the S&P, or sorry, NASDAQ.
Patience. Israel headlines. Nick T says, Israel headlines. Thank you. I like being short. One headline away from teleporting down 10 handles. Serious.
You guys, is teleport a new word? Because I got pulled pork from you guys. Is that a power hour word?
Yeah, he was trading NASDAQ during power hour. You know how the market just like vaporizes or just matrices? It's like
beat me up, Scotty, and then you're instantly there.
Much.
Yeah.
Pretty much.
So price just like jumps or drops. You call it teleporting. Oh, it just teleported. Beam me up, Scotty.
All these longs still staying long. This tilt still staying heavy long in all the equities.
Hanging tough. 79 even is IB low.
79 evens. Well, we're right there.
Yep. 51.79 evens. Looking at the dome, it looks like there's maybe some liquidity above the market. 86, 85, 86, 51, 85, 86.
Yeah, there's a 500 out of
some liquidity below as well, but
yeah, there's a lot. It looks like from like the 83s all the way up to the 88s. Really? Okay, 90s. Look at the size, guys. It's 100, 200, 100, 100, 100, all this 300. All the way, and then you go down here and it's like pretty light. Yeah, sure, there's some hundreds in here, but it's not stacked.
Nope.
This is kind of stacked. Right here. It's just good to know. Can it rip through? Can the market's going to do anything it wants?
Thanks for hanging out, Frizzoo. Thin in the S&Ps. Definitely market has changed in the last week and a half. 90% long YM. Needs to grow.
Something from the EIA here. The U.S. adds pre-drilled wells for the first time in more than a year.
Adds pre-drilled wells.
It's, when you buy oil fields from IKEA, all the holes are already drilled.
I knew you were going to say that.
Going somewhere with that. I like that.
Uh-huh.
Coach Robert. Happy birthday, Coach Robert. Saying YM making some moves.
Yeah, how do you pre-drill a well? That is very interesting.
Drilled or not, right?
Army of Gophers.
There you go.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. There you go. Hey, this whole Gopher field, it's a home run. We already cut your costs in half. It's done.
Okay.
All right, MP.
We're doing all right now here, huh?
Little head fake, upside head fake there.
Yeah, you gotta hold that.
Michael.
Low.
Tilt is based on sim traders only. Yes, Michael Stanton. Sim traders only.
Yeah.
NASDAQ seeing some sellers. Crude seeing a pop.
Traded down 75s. The 75s are interesting, but we were patient enough to wait for the 79s. 5179 and the
old college try to the downside here. You drill it and don't pump it. Thank you, Jibo. That's what it is. You drill it and don't pump it. Pre-drilled low.
67.5. 51.67.5 is settlement. It's our current regular trading hour session low.
70. 71. What'd you say, John? 70 what?
7160 5167. There, sorry about the dyslexia there.
Okay. 67, 64s. That's an area.
Let's sell this thing.
All right, guys, we're short 10 in the house account. The house account is a collective input of everybody here in chat, folks that are on here and there, and live funded traders that we'll reach out to and get their thoughts.
At some point with one of these
opinions.
trades, MP, we got to like just trail it and see if we can't take it for 90K or something like that.
The big one.
With one of the house trades we made, yeah.
I think anybody would say they love that. I guess it's the question of how do you get that thought? Is that where you want Top Step to get involved with the trailing? Because we talked about peeling on and putting off a position as far as
all in, all out.
Yeah, what we would do. We're not sitting here saying this is what we are doing. We're getting in and out. This is what we collectively are doing. We as in Top Step TV folks. But it's we as in everybody here. So if there is, we'll do that. I think, Jack, that's where you do a poll, right? We'll get the poll involved.
I think that the trade management aspect is going to be hard to do with the audience. We can try it.
Mm-hmm.
But I think we should be able to manage the trade at a certain point.
Yeah, I think so.
It was very helpful. It was very helpful when all you guys were helping manage the trade on Thursday.
Yeah.
The Hogue, Eddie, Jack. Too many voices, though. Just too many cooks in the kitchen, I believe.
Well, I think voices can be themed out. That's what I'm looking at. Voices can be themed out to two things: get long or short, and then
there you go.
the levels the levels can be ranged out. Is we have this, and this. It's stop. This and this is target. Therefore, those are that's how I envision it working. And this is building the plane in the air with you guys because we've never done. We've always traded the house account. We've never done it collectively as a group. And that's really what we're trying to do here. And then you guys can see, all right, they're getting in, or you guys can do too, or you can fade. What's your line, Dobie? Hashtag fade me, bro.
That one.
That's another one. It's another one of the slides.
Look at that graphic.
D, how you doing?
Yeah, I'm still looking at this gold. It's not really doing all that much at the moment.
No, nothing's really doing much of anything right now. Someone flip the off switch real quick. But as Dobie says, we cannot stay in this range forever.
Yeah, Isaac was saying he has solid rules, hard trailing parameters in his trading plan and strategy. He's going to trail a stop. He's got hard and set rules to do so.
That's good. And if you don't have hard and set rules, too, what I've learned, actively trading for myself before Top Step Jakes, if you don't have those, then you're kind of getting in a wishy-washy, and it's hard to stay disciplined. Because if you follow your rules all the time, then you're going to actually know what you should work on.
Right.
Much better because your data is more consistent.
Still feeling good about this short?
Who?
You.
I have no thoughts and opinion. I have no thoughts and opinion here, guys. I'm trading our plan where I don't have a thought or opinion. I did what if we didn't have stop and all that.
You're like an algo.
Yeah. Yeah.
I've heard you've been referred to as a robot before.
By who?
I don't know.
I think it's the furthest thing I've become. I have no structure or planning in my life. There's no if thans.
Yeah. Just emotionless trading, Dakota style.
It's a very advanced robot.
Yes, it is.
Yes.
Yeah, well.
A robot.
I'll stop with yes. Starting to see some sellers in the Dow a little bit.
We're back down at 75
It's gotten quiet.
Y'all selling off, Andre? Is that what you got?
Little bit. Down ticking, we'll call it. Shout out to Isaac for calling me out and saying it's not a big break. It's just inching lower. Wicks are getting taller too.
Creeping lower.
Creeping. Thank you. Rolling over. And, as our Series 3 question asked. That wasn't an easy one, Michael. That was an easy one, Michael.
That was easy. Jack just throws softballs out here.
It's Monday. He's gonna warm you up, man. I like it. Wait till Wednesday. It's like the New York Times crossword puzzle. Fridays are the brutal.
Oh, is that right?
Fridays are the brutal ones.
Oh, they're brutal on Fridays.
Yeah. They kind of warm you up, and then on Friday they just hammer you.
I used to do like 4 or 5 crosswords every day.
Yeah, it's good for the brain. Keeps you sharp.
Yeah. Well, we were still commuting, so I had 2 hours a day to do them.
Mm.
I never liked those things.
I figured that.
I'm more of a checkers guy, Andre.
Yeah,
more of a
say,
checkers guy.
You're not much of a.
Mike would do highlights. Find
words. The word search. You know, you get all those the big. You look for words and all those letters.
Around them.
Word search is ruled, man. So we're just chilling out right now. We got about 8 minutes left here in fast markets. Was a nice little open. That's all off to the downside. The opening trade in NASDAQ seems to be the trade of the day so far. Shout out to Stock Market Wolf for that one. Hope you guys enjoyed that.
Mm-hmm.
That was a nice call, nice execution, nice cover. And we haven't seen too much since. The numbers of NAHB came in line. So the other lines came in pretty much in line. The auction came in line. So everything's kind of going according to plan, so to speak. We've got a lot of earnings this week. We'll be rocking and rolling. I remember John KV was on this last week, and he's saying he's not even paying attention to inflation numbers so much. He's more paying attention to earnings. Earnings will influence the equities much more than in inflation. So we got jam-packed. We got earnings all week. So, yes, we'll rock and roll. And then, what's up, Michael?
OMO. Hold on. OMO. I shared it. And it's, where was it? FOMO is dead. Welcome to OMO. I don't know what that is.
OMO?
What is missing out?
What?
Hold on. Okay, missing out.
Okay, missing. Oh, okay.
It's okay missing out.
Joy of missing out.
Yeah, Jomo. That's what I was.
Jomo D, right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
This is Apple News. This is Barron's. Barron's isn't caught up with lingo. It's Jomo Barron's. That was a Barron's article I read.
Nice. Doing your weekly prep, reading Barron's. It's like to hear.
Try it. Yes. Yeah, that's a good one.
It's much easier. It's easier now to be prepared for the week of trading than ever before.
He's sitting in a leather chair next to the fire with a big old Barron's and just reads it front to back.
Snifter full of brandy.
Right? Yeah, Monday morning.
Tobacco pipe with your smoking jacket on. Yes.
My top hat sitting on the table.
I was gonna say.
Spectacles drop down on my nose.
We get a graphic of what that looked like. You got production. We get a graphic of MP reading his Barron's with a tobacco pipe and a smoking jacket next to the fire. That would be fantastic.
All right. It feels like it's kind of like now it's firmed up a little bit. It's above the 80s.
Mm-hmm.
It's doing a little reach and it's putting a little pressure on those 85s that I have.
Mr. Monopoly. Exactly, Hoop. He'll look like Mr. Monopoly.
Keeps rejecting
90% long, 90% long in the Dow minis here. 79% long ES. I mean, the longs are building, as we can see. There is a negative delta in the ES too. We got to keep be mindful of 12,000. Okay, we went from 18,000 to 12,000.
Yeah.
In the last 30 minutes.
They're all buying it now.
Yeah, they're covering.
All right, so we're about a handle and a half away from this. Do we let it hit? We let it hit our 85s because that's where we stay convicted on. Because that would be the 79s, John, that you were talking about. It's been sitting around there between 79 to 75.
Wow,
now it's turned up a little bit.
92% long in the Dow.
We just weren't getting any downside momentum. And now it looks more like a failed or a faded auction to the downside because we're back inside initial balance. NASDAQ has been basically staying inside initial balance.
It'll be a bummer if we get stopped to the tick
Would.
here. What
Oh, yeah.
do we have? What levels do we have others sharing? And why did we pick the 85s one more time? Because we said we were going to risk 4 or 5 handles.
Because we didn't want price to get too deep into the initial balance.
Yeah.
So far, it looks like that was a good spot because it's coming off just a little bit now, but at least it didn't go right to it and hit it.
Yeah, the fact it's not pulling back very strong and it doesn't feel like it's flushed out those shorts, the weak shorts.
Yeah. And it feels like it's more diddle in the middle than anything else right now.
Yep.
This isn't Monopoly money we're playing with.
Right.
Bit of a pop here, NASDAQ.
Yeah.
Look at the 5-minute, of course. Crude selling off. D, you got that gold trade on?
Yeah.
Nothing happened.
Still sitting around initial balance edge.
Okay.
All right. This is where it gets a little.
It's getting white knuckle time, Michael.
Squeezing these shorts.
Mm-hmm.
Just a little bit.
There you go.
We'll get
There's a stop. Okay.
Yeah,
8,500.
All right, I'm going to get short now.
So, it's a good deal. What are we thinking now as far as the markets? Are they firming up? 75% long.
Volume's been dwindling, man. Volume's been fading ever since last hour. It's kind of drifting around here a little bit.
Kind of hanging.
Got 2 minutes left here in fast markets.
To the tech, 85.
Won't beat to the tick.
85,
Please just rally. Please just rally through this. Stop. Don't.
No cheerleading. Yeah, just to make you feel better.
I always. Just plow through it. Just please, just plow through this. Stop.
NASDAQ is still finding some legs to the upside here.
The worst, D. If I want to be, if I'm gonna be wrong, I want to be wrong. I don't want to be wrong.
Yeah, just one thing. The 85 is a round number.
I got 85 halves. Those were my stop. Yeah, I was working away from a round number, but of course the market knew exactly where my stop was, D, and it goes for it. No matter what size, if it's a 1 lot or a 100 lot, it's gonna go for it.
Yeah, it's true.
Not true.
I don't care what anyone says. It's true.
Not true. Yeah, I know. It's what I feel all the time, but it's not true.
All the time. All right. Well,
maybe I just had bad entries.
Less than 60 seconds. I did see Mr. Peter Tuchman has entered the green room, which is always exciting for us. He'll be joining us for Power Players. Up next, we got Peter Tuchman, Power Players, Top Quiz, Jack and Bonnie. I'm doing shoulder tap with Mick today. Sweet. Haven't done one of those in a while. Group coaching with JD and Hogue. Let's pin that. There it is. Pin to the top of the chat. Get those questions in for Hogue. That's a little bit later today. Then we got Strategy Lab with Anne-Marie, as everyone likes. And then Power Hour. Wow. Daniel Inskeep, Dolby, and myself. Don't forget about Slow Markets with Mr. Dakota himself. D, thank you so much for joining us. John, nice little trade there. Michael, good to have you back after your nice call at the CME. That was a lot of fun. Michael, thoughts and words of wisdom for all the viewers out there as we transition over to huge Power Players with Peter Tuchman.
Yeah, it's Monday. Light and tight or be smart, because this is an opportunity making. The markets are an opportunity making machine. It's always what I learned.
Love it.
So always trade for tomorrow, because don't have whatever you do today create you or
ruin
have
tomorrow.
You from not trading. Ruin tomorrow. There you go. So patience.
All right. Thanks, guys. D, we will see you. D, we're going to see you tomorrow. Yes, Mark's talking with D. We'll see you as Wednesday as well. John, we'll see you later today for group coaching. That was a lot of fun, guys. On the Power Players, Peter Tuchman in the house. Let's go.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to Power Players. Got the one and only Peter Tuchman from the floor of the New York Stock Exchange. Peter, how was your weekend?
You know what? I actually had a beautiful weekend, even though it was raining and pouring. I did some cooking. You know, you guys don't know this, but I have a hot sauce company many, many years ago. I lived in Africa in the early 80s, got into hot sauce. I've had a lot of chef training over the years. I trained as a chef when I was 14 years old in Europe. And so when I came back from Africa, I came up with this hot sauce called Johnny Wishbone Secret Sauce. And I launched it, and it did really well. But I ended up getting sued by Wishbone Salad Dressing, so I had to shut the company down. But we're coming back. There's a company called Elijah's Extreme. It's one of the hottest new hot sauce on the market. And I met with the guy, and they're going to private label my hot sauce for me. So I'm going to come out with that soon. So we'll give a special deal to all the Top Step people. It's like one of the greatest it's made with Vidalia onions, habanero peppers. It's like a slather, a hot sauce. You can eat it with chips. So anyway, I spent my weekend refurbishing the recipe, which I haven't done for more than 10 years. So that was my weekend.
Okay, well, I think Chad is bullish hot sauce now, but I do think they want to talk about the markets a little bit. It's Monday. We had some interesting activity over the weekend with the Middle East. What's your outlook, and how's the floor feeling for this week?
Okay, so look, what's happening in the Middle East is obviously escalating to a level where it's really starting to affect the market. Historically, geo-global stuff, confrontations don't often have that much of an effect on the market until they start affecting things like oil, right? The commodities, right? In a way, markets don't get emotional about things like this, and they don't really have a place to do that. But when it starts to evolve a commodity like oil, we saw that with the Ukraine-Russian confrontation, once it started to affect the price of oil, obviously you've got Russia, you've got Iran, you've got these countries, you've got the Middle East, you've got the logistics of delivering oil. So the time couldn't be worse. The area that's being involved it's got multifaceted problems in it, because obviously with fear around the area, you're going to see a spike in oil. The spike in oil is affecting the yield curve. The yield curve is affecting the markets selling off a little bit. Obviously, Iran getting involved now with Israel. You're seeing Iran in one of the largest oil producers as well. And then you're seeing the whole level of effect of the whole terrorist atmosphere, which is affecting the Gulf of Hormuz. These are the logistical delivery spots for oil, the Red Sea. And so there's that fear of delivery, the extra cost involved in having, if they're not able, and already we're seeing that, where they're not able to deliver the usual routes, they're going to have to go around the other routes, which are incredibly costly. And so not only is the anxiety around the geographics on this affecting the price of oil, but once again, the incredible increase in delivery costs is going to affect it in another way. And anyway, whenever you have major, global unrest, there's a flight to safety around other things, right? People are going towards gold. Obviously, you're seeing these moving parts, right? We saw a big sell-off in crypto over the weekend, right? We got crypto went down from the 75s to the 64. It's rallying back a little bit too. So obviously, unrest, uncertainty are the worst thing that a market can deal with. And so we opened the market strong. I think that was probably a reflection of the fact that people felt that maybe the confrontation was over, but the minute we saw Israel come back and said that they are not going to sit back on this one, they are going to respond whether the world likes it or not. You saw the rally in the market start to erode, right? We were up 50, 60 handles on the S&P this morning. That felt like a solid rebound, but it started getting eroded, time after time, moment after moment. I think once it became clear that this is not, a one and done situation, that the Israelis are not going to sit back and allow 300 missiles into their country and not do anything about it. Just as the same that the Iranians weren't going to let what the Israelis had done go on. There's a lot of ego involved here. There's a lot of moving parts. There's a lot of bad shit going on in that neighborhood. And so it's starting to erode the market and have an effect on the market in a lot of different ways. You know, I'm just look, until we see this thing settle, it's got the market by the balls in a way. You know, we are in the grasp of what's happening in the Middle East now. We're all in. So until we start to see things settle down, I think it's going to have an effect on the market. And
would you
go ahead.
I was just say, would you say that the Middle East? You said before the market can only handle so much bad news at once. Is the Middle East now taking the number one top slot as far as what's going on in the market?
100%. I think it started to take it. Okay, so let's look at April, right? We had a great first quarter, but then the beginning of April, we obviously started to see, you know, first of all, what started to erode the market in the beginning of April was the interest rate story. Multiple, and we talked about it on Friday, multiple Fed governors talking out of different sides of their mouth, right? Sort of giving us uncertainty around 3 cuts, 2 cuts, 1 cut, maybe no cuts. And then we started to see the Middle East story escalate. And then it was affecting the price of oil. That was affecting the yield curve. And that started to put pressure on the market once again. So that was sort of step number 2. And then obviously over the weekend, we saw the Iranian story. So this is, and the effect it's having on the logistics of delivery of oil. So now we're dealing with 3 things. Which one of them is going to surface as the most significant market mover? I'm not sure. I think it's a hot spot, right? And then you've got, obviously you've got Russia and Ukraine. So there's so much going on. There's so much happening within the oil space. And I think there's still the underlying, lack of clarity around the interest rate story. So right now, I think the Middle East is hot. Coming in slot number 2 is clearly the uncertainty around the Federal Reserve and the interest rate story. So I think once we get a little settlement in what's happening in the Middle East, I don't think that's going to happen quickly. I think we're unfortunately in store for this story to take precedence, and it will start it's starting to affect the market. The minute that's done and settled up, then we're going to have to really start getting clarity around the interest rate story. So I think we're in store for volatility. Whether the market rebounds in the middle of all this stuff, I think we're seeing pressure on the market. I thought this morning's rally was going to prevail, but it's clear that, look, what you tend to see with electronic markets and with people and, at the beginning of a quarter where people are starting to put money back to work is that when it's funny when buyers come into a market. Normally in an auction market, you will often see buyers and sellers participating at the same time. But when you're seeing so many different moving parts that are really significant, when the sellers come in, the buyers disappear, they evaporate. And when the buyers appear, the sellers evaporate. And that's why you're seeing these huge swath moves on the way up and on the way down. And so that's what causes this volatility. And it makes, look, from an investing point of view, as we talked about last week, people should have a shopping list together, right? If you see a company, look, whatever's happening in the world right now is not going to happen forever, right? Things are trading at a bit of a discount. We did see tech come in. We saw NVIDIA come down from the high 900s into the 840s. Actually, it got to correction territory. So if these are stocks that you really love and you just didn't want to pay those crazy frothy prices, then when they get on sale, people should have a shopping list and get involved in those names. From a trading perspective, this volatility is wonderful. We have seen last week, even in the midst of all these moving parts and all the chaos that was going on, the market hit, I think it was on Wednesday when we saw a big sell-off intraday. The market actually hit the 65-day moving average and barely broke it by 20 cents and then rebounded probably 20 or 30 points in the futures. I was on with David on our Thursday night Q&A at Wall Street Global Trading Academy. We were talking about the futures trading, and literally what's amazing about the futures market, along with equities, is they trade beautifully around technical analysis, right? That is one of the greatest things that we found after we collaborated with you guys is, whether you're trading the NQs, the ESs, or whatnot, they do live up to the amazing structure of technical analysis. We will see a market sell off deeply around a lot of economic data and a lot of geo-global problems. They will get to a level where we hit some support on a moving average, and literally they will barely break it by 10, 20, 30 cents, and we will see the rebound. So I don't think people should fear. Look, when things start getting really crazy, people should sit on their hands and not really take chances, because look, these stories could escalate as we're seeing the confrontation escalate, and you don't want to really give up whatever gains you have so far. So look, often when we see major geoglobal problems starting to affect the market in a big way, we tend to sit back and sit on our hands for a little while until things settle down. Okay, but technical analysis holds its ground. It is have its weight in gold. And especially, look, up until we met you guys, we were trading equities, but we've completely adopted the futures market, and that's what's fun about our collaboration.
Yeah. Speaking of yeah.
Yeah.
I was going to say, speaking of gold, we've seen a lot of volatility in the gold market recently. I mean, it shot up from about 2350 all the way to 2440 in as little as as a couple days, it looks like. I mean, what is going on in the gold market, and what's kind of your interpretation of what's going on there?
Well, look, gold is one of those, it's a safe haven asset, right? And it's always been that way. And so what you end up having when the world is crumbling, people go to gold, right? When crypto came along, we thought that was going to be another safe haven asset, but we learned in 2020, 21, 22 that it wasn't. It traded more in concert with the markets. When the market went up, crypto went up. When the market went down, crypto went down. So that inverse relationship that markets have with gold did not follow through into crypto. And I'm not sure if I think over the last month or so, we have seen that the more global political conflicts that we're having around the globe, people are looking for something safe haven. I think that has contributed to the major rally in gold. I think the gold rally is all about safe haven assets, and I think a lot of the recent 20 or 30,000 point move in Bitcoin is also a function of that too, because people are getting more confident in the Bitcoin story, and so now it is becoming a safe haven asset as well as gold. I would attribute that 100%. We've seen it for 100 years, that when things globally are in deep trouble and people have major uncertainty around geo-global conflict, they go to gold. It is something you can hold in your hand no matter when the bombs are flying. You can hold a piece of gold in your hand, and people love that.
Yeah. So, Peter, we got about a minute left here. I know you were saying we're talking about Wall Street Global Trading Academy with David Green. You have a free webinar coming up this Wednesday, and I saw David on Twitter, so there's only about 200 slots left of the 1,000 that were available. I think there's only 200 left. So I can post a link here in chat if you're interested in the free webinar. You will see some Top Step material in there as well. Yeah, Peter, go ahead.
Yeah, no, I just want to invite everyone. It's basically a masterclass on the wonderful secrets of day trading, trading futures. We're going to talk about Top Step. We're going to be talking about trading the futures. We'll be going over trades that have worked, right? We're going to basically get some masterclass on technical analysis and risk management. I guarantee everybody, it's Wednesday night at 8 p.m. If you go to my Instagram, there's a link in my link tree. There's a link in my where you can register. You can go to WSGTA.com. You can register there. It's an hour and a half of a masterclass on the benefits of technical analysis, trading them along with futures. And I guarantee you one thing, David Green will be dropping some serious, spectacular knowledge about price action, technical analysis, using of stop orders and stuff like that. So it's live, it's free. You got to register, join us.
I do have a question. There's a question in chat. If someone registers but can't attend it live, will there be a recording for them specifically to view for later?
Yes, 100%. It will be recorded.
Fantastic.
It will be available on the website probably within 24 hours after the webinar, after the masterclass.
Perfect. Well, Peter, that is fastest 15 minutes, I got to say. Thank you so much for stopping by. We're glad you had a wonderful weekend and that you're kickstarting your hot sauce company again. A lot of people in chat are very, very excited to try out this hot sauce, including myself. So we might have to talk more about that next Friday. But Peter, thank you so much. Everyone in chat, make sure to register for this webinar. And Peter, have a great week and trade well as always. Yep.
Always
and then coming up, always is. And I think we're rolling straight into power players, or are we taking a break here, Jack? Oh, no, we're live.
We are here.
We
are here.
Taking over the show.
Let's do it. Just taking it
Slide
over.
right in there.
Somebody left the door open, so we just walked in. Yeah.
You just walked in like a college party. Well, welcome. We got Robert here. Happy birthday. And we have Eddie here as well, whose birthday was last week. So a bunch of April babies on air right now. What's that zodiac sign for April?
Aries.
The Ram.
Mostly, yeah. The Ram. Bullheaded, stubborn.
Well, your words, not mine, Robert. But we got a chart up here. Looks like we got Eddie in the XFA with a sloth and a SPY. And even
holding the high here. Yeah, just wanted to take a look at gold. I was looking at this my VWAP here at what I put the line in here, 23.6610. It holding some nice resistance. Also the VWAP, if you see that orange line, it held pretty nice for some support. So I was watching at this area right here. Can't really do anything until I see a breakout. Earlier today, there were some opportunities here for a scalp, but I was not trading at the time. Little priorities do tend to take the first seat. So I'm sort of one hand on the butt and one hand on the mouse here right now. I'm going to see if we can break out of this, and I might put a trade on here. I got my 50K Express XFA, nice and fresh. So I'm going to be very frugal. I'm looking for only a good opportunity. It smells like a brand new car, right?
Yes, it does. Yes, it does. Robert, you've been doing a micro challenge that you've actually assigned to yourself. Have you traded that account, and do you want to let chat know kind of what you're trying to do here, just in case they catch you later in the show?
Absolutely. First, Eddie, I hope the trade works out for you, and happy late birthday. We got you all celebrated last week. Thanks, chat, for wishing me a happy birthday today. And I am 55, and I know everybody is it's hard to believe that, but that is true. And the second thing that is not true, second thing that is true is that I am not Dobie's father, and he is not my brother, and there's no relation there. So let's get that right out of the picture right now. So Dobie, yeah, I did do the micro challenge, put it on myself, and honestly, last week I didn't do that great at it. I only took a few trades last week, but the reason I didn't do that great with it is I was trying to trade micro contracts on 4 different instruments and trying to trade it like I would normally trade a regular account, which is not the case. It is not true. I needed to change up the whole way of thinking on this. So I did. Over this past weekend, I did some analysis, and I came up with a plan. We will execute the plan. I did it today during the day when I had a little bit of break this morning. I did it on my practice account to make sure I had all my ducks in a row. I took 2 trades. It's up $135. So I think it's sort of I don't want to say a winner, but at least something for me to go on. And I will explain that right now. I'm going to be focusing on the MNQ to be specific, because it's a micro, and I'm trading it as only 2 contracts. As a 50K challenge. So I'm going to trade it as if I'm funded, going to the XFA, and I'm going to have my target of 200 plus a day. So if I were trading funded, I would be working towards my payout. So what I'm doing is, this is a Renko chart right here. And if something else jumps on there, please jump in and stop me, because I'm just going to rattle this off. What I'm looking at on this Renko chart right here, it's set to a traditional setting of 10, and 10 means 10 points. So each one of these bricks here is 10 points in height. And what that means is when the market moves one direction, let's say up, it's going to plot a green block. The time frame on the chart, even though this is not a time-based chart, it does have a time element. It means that every minute it's going to look and see where the market is and put the blocks on there according to where the market is at that time. So what I'm looking for is this right here. That's what I'm looking for. I'm looking for a stack of blocks up and down. So I know that the market went up 10 points on these green blocks. It had to come down the 10 to cover the green, and then down 10 more to plot a red. So I know that every time I have a red-green alternate, I know that I'm stuck in a 20-point range. And that is MNQ. So I know that I don't know which way it's going to go, when or how far, but what I do know, just like you know, Dobie, is it's not going to stay in a range forever. So what I'm doing with this is I'm taking these, and I'm saying, well, I just found a spot right here, so I'm going to go short if it breaks out below, or I'm going to go long if it breaks out above, and I'm going to hold it until the next turnaround. And that's exactly what I did today. I took the short here, and I got out of it right around here, and it traded up. You can see them at the bottom. I say here and here, so let me give you the levels somewhere. Well, they're at the bottom. They're at the bottom down here in my panel, around 18,280, and I got out around 18,216. It's $2 a point, folks, per contract. I went in there, took it out, and 135. I did squeeze in a YM trade right in the same area. I am not doing that any further. This was the practice account, so I'm going to actually switch over to my Combine account that I started, the 50K, and this would be my true function. If I end up taking a trade now, it will go toward my progress. I am not taking it because I have not hit my pattern yet, so I can see two areas where I would be taking trades right here. There's one there. There's a second one there. So I'm taking we have our consolidation area, and I don't know if it's going to go long or short. Once it breaks out of the area, that's where the short would go. Now, the one thing about this before we jump on here is I would take on these is I have to be careful because I'm looking at a Renko chart. It stamps it. Like I said, this is a 1 minute Renko. It's not going to plot every minute. It's going to say, where am I in that 1 minute time frame? Right now, they're showing orange, which means I'm within my 1 minute time frame. But once that timer clicks, if I'm still down here, it will make those those candles red because they're in that area. So ideally, not ideally, but potentially, this can drop way the hell down here and then come right back up here and only close with one block. That is something you need to be aware of using the Renko charts. But I'm trading micros. I'm only trading the breakouts, and if it continues and drops down like that, I'm just going to take my profits when I have them, and I will have my stops in position in case it goes against me. That's my story. I'm sticking to it. I said I would have a plan. I will type that up, and I will give it to everybody that wants to follow along with that same plan. I'll have that ready for you tomorrow.
Oh, that'd be awesome. That'd be awesome.
Absolutely.
I do want to ask you one more question before I swing it back to Eddie. Someone in chat asked, where do you put your stop if you're, let's say, let's do that first box you have on your chart with the very first arrow. Where would your stop be? Just above the range?
Right about here.
Right
Giving
about
myself
there. Okay.
enough room because this potentially, it's a great question, chat, and thank you for getting that, Dobie. Let's say I went short right here. This has the potential of coming up a little bit and then down and then dropping here and then back up, then down, then up, then down before that 1 minute timer kicks out and says, well, where am I? Am I still in a red candle or am I in a green one? So I'm literally going to say, I'm looking at the swapping of the reds and greens, taking the direction that it goes, and I'm going to stay in that trade until I flip back to the other color. You're going to have a couple losses that way because it has to recover the red and then make a green block, a green brick. So you're going to have a couple losses that way. But once it goes the direction, it stays there for a while. This trade right here, when it started this consolidation area, it was 8:50 a.m. and the trade was till 9:15. So it just like we have right here, they're not time based. So you can have 5 candles in a row. It could be 30 seconds. Those 5 candles could be an hour and a half. And I don't care about time. I want price levels. So this is the story. I will write this out. That's the process. I'll let everybody do it. But this is what I'm going to do here. And we'll see how it works out. First time for me. It's a big, big challenge for myself on multiple levels. But let's give it a shot.
Yeah. Eddie, so, bringing it back to you. It looks like some of the indices are starting to roll over. Have you seen any new news going on that could be pushing the markets down? I know Dow is down almost 100 points in about 10 minutes since we were just talking.
We've got some over the wire here. Biden speaking, saying U.S. is committed to Israeli security. He's also saying the U.S. is committed to protecting U.S. interests and partners in regions, including Iraq. So looking over all that. That just hit the wire here. We'll see what happens there. But also hitting the wire, the community wire, Mr. Patak, Michael, said he got back on the house account at the stop out. No heat since we were stopped. The tick basically caught the sell off, and the house account is up 3K. Well done.
Wow, nice. That's awesome. And then, you've been trading the gold recently. It's not catching a bid or even an offer right now. So, Eddie, what's kind of your approach to trading, and where'd you learn that from?
Well, it's sort of I call it my Frankenstein method, which I've taken a little bit from a lot of people and pieced it together Also from my experience on the trading floor. I mean, years on the trading floor, you sort of get like you develop an experience with a gut reaction. Now, it's not saying that's the safest thing to do, but as I'm watching the markets here, I've got my dome up. I'm watching the tug of war back and forth to try to catch momentum. And I mean, if you see earlier today, we did have this big break. That was earlier at 9 o'clock. Took a big break. Now that would have been an opportunity for me to get in there and maybe scalp $100-$200 for the account. But since that has passed, I've made this box here, and I'm waiting for some breakout here in this box. I think if we can get a breakout in this box, we're going to see some better movement. But otherwise, it looks a little contained. So I'm just sitting here, just waiting for this to develop. I'm in no hurry. All right, I'm letting the market come to me, and I'm being, like I said earlier, very frugal for my first trade on my XFA.
Nice. And from the sounds of it, it sounds like both of you trade a more like best momentum versus best price sort of methodology. Would that be accurate?
Eddie, go ahead.
I'll agree with you. Sure thing, D-Time. Yeah, it's, I mean, methodology, it's just a matter of movement. You know, we'll see what their trend is, see where the market is going. You do the Google Earth where you pull back and you look at the month, you look at the week, you look at the day, and you see which direction the market is moving. That sort of gives you a little telltale on, hey, maybe we're going to be buyers today. Maybe this is going to be a top. So you put all your options on the table and you let the market play out, and then you start to get the feel where which route you're going to take, which route you're going to follow. Like I said, I mean, this box right now, if we can get these trades out of this box, then I might be interested.
So you'd be looking for either a sell below or a buy above. Is that what you're saying?
Right now, I mean, it's. I'd be very foolish to put something on looking for a scalp. I'd probably take some heat. So I'm like I said, I'm one hand on the mouse, one hand on the butt cheek. Really not until I can see something outside that box. I'm on pause right now.
Nice. And I see you got a couple lines on your chart. I see a VWAP, a moving average or two, a little bit of volume. Are those things that you actively use in your trading system, or is it just more of like a suggestion of direction?
Well, the VWAP earlier, if you look, held some nice resistance. It's not letting that market get out of the box. It's a little above the VWAP. My VWAP, 2367.70. I put that line at 68.10, which is very close. I mean, we traded above it lightly. My support line was my my SMA 9, which held pretty decent on the low, but it's got a big gap there right now. And I'm not really sure where the low is coming in here. But like I said, I put that box up there. It held pretty nicely right here and coming up there right now. Really not much movement here. It's a very boring market.
It is a little slow in the gold today, a little bit pokey. However, other markets are cruising right now. Anything going on in the Nasdaq with your trades right now? Looks like Nasdaq has rolled over almost 90 points in the last 15 minutes.
Something like that. Yeah. So if we flip to the chart over here, none of the criteria in the micro Nasdaq is fitting my criteria for the strategy and the trade. So let's do this. I'm going to switch over to the practice account for a moment. And we're going to look at this and say, well, is this going to continue going down? I marked off a couple of levels in the back. So just to show I'm on the practice account. And if I wanted to play a continuation, I would just sell that right now. And I would look at this, say, all right, well, there's a continuation. What is a good spot? Looking left, right around 18,070. There's some support right at that level, down 1870. So do I want that to be a target? How about a target just before that? Okay, just something like this. We're only looking at micros. So this is $59. That's $590 on a mini. So now we are down $10, $11, $7. And I'm going to click, well, I don't want to flatten it just yet, but let's run where this goes and let's see if we can get some points out of this. The entry was 18,120. Again, I'm trading micros here, so I have a lot of room, a lot of leeway. I have my stop at 18,166, and it's only because I have a bracket order of 100 plus and 100 minus. I'm not going to leave it there. I'm just going to give me the best scenario, best area. I am down 220. I'm going to flatten right now. We just closed $22.50. If that was a mini, $220. $225, and that qualifies me enough for payout. Was one of the 5 days. I don't want to say it's easy, but let's make it simple. That's exactly what I wanted to show. Continuation, breaking through a couple support levels, throwing the trade on, hitting an area that makes sense to me. In this case, it was over $200, over 22 because of the micro, and then closing the trade, and I can literally be done for the day, and that's 200 towards taking my payout qualifications. That is what I'm focusing on these micros. Again, that's the practice, just to show what it looks like. But let's do the opposite.
Yeah.
What if we wanted to reverse this? What if we think it's the bottom? All right, let's buy market. This is the bottom. Well, how far do I want to let it go against me? I don't know. How about $30-something in micros, and let's put $30 the other direction, and we'll see what happens. We're either going to continue down and get stopped out, or we're going to flip around and start heading back up again, taking a play off of the bottom. Doesn't mean I let it go the whole way. I'm just going to look at it, watch it, and say, that's good enough for me. Not going where I want, close it, getting some profit, and taking my profit. That's the approach, but this is the practice. Until we see these things stack up green, red, I'll switch over to my regular account, and I will place the trade on according to my strategy. But right now, we can watch some micros stamp out. Yep.
Nice. Awesome. We had a great question in chat, which I'll have Eddie answer first here, even though it was directed to you, Robert. But anyways, happy birthday. Any advice on someone struggling in XFA, but doing great in combines? Eddie, what's your bit of advice? Because you're in an XFA right now, actually. So probably fitting to ask you.
You know, like we say, what got you there, stay with it. And maybe you're sort of straying away from your strategy that got you to the XFA. I know once we get to that, the mindset changes. We really shouldn't be looking for that. We should keep it on the straight and narrow. Keep doing what we've done. Another thing too is, I mentioned once you get that XFA or anything, the trading combine, start building a foundation, small profits, build that safety net, small profits. In case you have a bad day, you got something to fall back on. But don't go balls out, pedal to the metal. Once you get this XFA or once you get your live funded account, build it slowly. So in case you have that bad day, which is expected, you should expect having losing days. So prepare for that. Look ahead, look down the road, have yourself prepared for something that you're not going to want to see. So have that, and personal loss limit too. Commit to a personal loss limit. If you hit it, shut it down. It's not a choice. It's not an option. It's an action. If you hit that number or that tick number, whatever you want to use, a monetary number, tick number, if you hit that negative, you shut it down. Best thing to do. Robert?
Muted.
Mr. Mute. You got a party going on behind him.
Yeah, we got a party going on. Yeah, that's what I did. I could always get away.
Where's the porta potties? I see no porta potties, dude. You're in trouble.
Let's have a large crowd of people in a festive environment surrounded around trading, and that's what came up with.
Oh, that's funny.
Okay.
I think the photographer is standing on the porta potty, Eddie. I think that's what he's standing on to take the picture.
It's a good place to take pictures from.
That's about the right angle. So Robert, what's your opinion on going from trading combine to XFA? It is a little bit scarier. How would you suggest navigating that?
You're right, and it's all in the mind. It's the same thing. It's the same trade. It's the same way. It's the same instrument. Everything is the same, and which is one of the things I'm doing in this micro challenge. I'm trading the combine as if I'm trading the XFA. Same rules and same process. So I'm ready for it when I get there. That's the biggest thing. It's just going to put it out of your mind. It's like, okay, hey, I'm going to trade this. This is the way I'm going to trade it. And I'm going to flatten this position. There, it was $13 on a micro. That would be $130 on a mini. That's more than halfway there to taking that payout. This is what I want to show on these processes. It's just, we don't have to get married to these things. It goes in our favor, take it. Goes against us, get the hell out. You can always take another trade. True for combine, true for XFA. We're just going to keep going with this. We're going to keep on going with it. far as going from combine XFA, just exactly what I said. I agree with Eddie. I agree with what Dobie is doing. I agree with all the coaches on here. Hogue has a really nice thing. It just gives you a little more risk involved. You set that balance beam on the floor, and then you elevate it a foot or two, and then you elevate it to 4 or 5 feet. It's the same balance beam. It's the same walkway. It's just you have more risk and more at stake involved. It gets into your head. You don't let it get into your head. You'll do just fine. That's why I'm trading the combine as if it's an XFA, and we'll see how we do.
Yeah. I mean, I would agree with both. Yeah, I mean, I think it's really important just to remember that it's all the same trading. It's literally the exact same account, just it's yellow instead of white in your trading combine or in your platform. It's really, there's no difference at all. But yeah, I mean, it's, focus on your strategy, focus on what got you there. I'm a firm believer that traders can really only fit about, one complex thought in their head at a time. And if you choose to focus on making money, that means you're not thinking about your strategy. So, I would focus on your strategy 110%, and whatever happens, happens. And typically when you do that, then, money starts kind of flowing to it. So you can't really focus on the money when you are trading. That is how to lose money, in my opinion, at least. And what do we got going on in the? Yeah, go ahead.
D-Time, you're absolutely correct, because I tell you, once you start seeing that the money, the dollar sign, even I'm guilty as charged too. You're up $320. Well, let's make it 4. You're up 4. Let's make it 6. And you start seeing that money, and that's when the greed starts to ooze in. Make sure that we mentioned a personal loss limit. Have yourself a personal gain target. Where, hey, if I hit it, I'm happy with it. This is my wheelhouse. This is my expectation. It's a victory. And, that's like a boxer going 12 rounds and getting the decision, and then saying, hey, wait a minute, let's bring him back. Let's go another 2 rounds. Why? Why would you do that? You're just risking it. But have something you're comfortable with. Wins. How many wins in a day? And if you're one of those monetary people, how much money that you do have, and call it. Go enjoy the day. It's summer's here, and there's a lot of better things to do than sit in your losses and get frustrated and stressful.
Yeah, I also think there's no rush. Like when you're in the trading combine, you have a monthly subscription. And when you're in the express funded account, it's a one-time fee. So take your time. There's literally no rush. No one is making you place trades. You can take your sweet time, put on a one lot micro and just kind of get your feet wet in the XFA. And, I think eventually the stress of trading an XFA account will just go away with a little bit of repetition. But if you don't get to the XFA level frequently, it's going to take you longer to kind of build up, that experience and those reps. Because I think probably a lot of people feel the same way going from XFA to live. Still the same market, still the same platform, but just a little bit more intense. But it's just trading is trading in the end, whether it's practice account, trading combine, XFA, live account. Just trade your system. And, focus on that. That's all that really matters, to be honest. Everything else will take care of itself as long as you trade the system and manage your risk. Right? We got YM.
So
sorry. Yeah. We got the NQ is getting real damn close to 18,066, which I had on my charts as the daily range low. Because we got 18,054. We got a bunch of wicks on the daily, so it's probably a level to keep an eye on if you're in the NQ. Robert, you were short, weren't you? Did that end up paying off?
Yep, I was short, and I took it out. I think it was about $7.50 or $8. Again, these are micros, and it's $8. That's 80 on a mini. I'm at literally trading micros right now at $172. Realized P&L. It's on the practice because I'm showing the structure here. But when it's when it has those little stacked candles, I will be taking those on the live side. Well, my combine side. So I took the short. It popped into profit on me. I closed it out, and that's just how I'm going to do this. I'm just going to wait for these breaks to come along and take some pieces out of the pie. This is micros, and I'm proving to myself and maybe to others that we're going to pass a 50K combine trading micros. Period. With a couple of rules. Wow. Using the procedure of a funded account. And that's what I'm going to do. Hey, look, win, lose, or draw, I'm here. I'm going to do it. It's brand new for me. Styles and times and everything else I'm not used to. It's a challenge. I'm challenging myself, and hopefully others will learn from it. Maybe they'll look at, hey, dude, you're crazy about this. That's okay. We learned something else, right? Dobie, that level you said, 18,000. I get the same level as you. 18,070 is Friday's low, roughly Friday's roll. April 10th, not Friday's, April 10th's low. And on these Renko charts, it's just so much easier to see the levels. They just stand out because they're just stopping at certain price levels, right? So it's so much easier, in my opinion, to see these. Let's see how much easier it is to trade it. I want to say easier, simpler. We'll put it simpler and basic to trade. I don't want to say easier because it's not.
Yeah, nothing is easy in trading, as we all know, because we have done this for a long time, and it's always a little bit tricky. Eddie, are you a trader who will go ahead and flatten a trade if you don't like it, or you just let it play out until whatever happens?
Well, if it's going to tease me for a while, no, I'll get out of the trade. And, just taking a look at our gold right now, it sort of popped out of the box. I was slow on getting into the market here, but it took a nice little run here. I've got a bid on here at 72.60. Just looking for a small winner here, at least start the cushion, I should say. And let's see what we got here. 156 on a quick scalp. So it's a beginning. I knew that we would move once we jumped out of this box. I mean, it was just pressure building. And I could have, would, should have. I shouldn't be saying that though. But like I said, I fumbled the mouse because I had one hand on my butt, one on the mouse. I need two hands on the mouse. But looks like we might be running here a little bit. So maybe I get in again here and see what we can do.
Yeah, big bid in gold, and it did end up breaking out of that box that you had drawn earlier, but got sucked into this conversation that we had and might have missed a trade. I think we've all been there on Top Step TV, eyeing a level, and all of a sudden we're just in some engrossed conversation, and then off it goes. Off it goes without us. But we got some pretty exciting stuff coming up today. 11:45, so in about 2 minutes, Jack and Bonnie are going to be doing Top Quiz. Probably going to be some tough questions for Monday. And then we have a shoulder tap. And then we got some group coaching. And what else? We got, Strategy Lab with Anne-Marie. That's always fun. And then we got Power Hour later with Daniel Inskeep, myself, and Andre. Gentlemen, it was a pleasure, as always, to hang out with you for this little kind of abbreviated section that we got going on. And we are going to go ahead and move on to Top Quiz with Jack and Bonnie for the opportunity to get entered into a raffle to win a free reset. Also, there will be a bell to bell this week, so stay tuned for more information on that. Yeah, they don't give us all the answers quite yet, so we're still getting teased too. But let's go ahead and move on to Top Quiz. Robert and Eddie, thank you so much for your time. And let's try to win some free resets here. We'll see you in a couple minutes, chat.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to Top Quiz. I'm Jack, joined by Bonnie on this lovely Monday. Bonnie, how was the weekend?
It was good. It was so nice out yesterday. Like 70s
It sure
in
was.
Chicago.
Yeah.
It was amazing.
Yes, I was doing all my outdoor things that I've been waiting to do for the past 2 months.
What outdoor things did you do?
I walked to the store. I hit some golf balls. Went to the playground with my kid. Don't get any ideas out there. I don't just hang out at playgrounds. But if you're hanging out here, click that link that is in the chat to enter, as almost 1,000 of you already have. There's 4 multiple choice questions. Answer them as they appear on your device. If you get 3 or 4 of them correct, you will win the possibility of a free reset. We'll raffle away 50 of them if you get 3 or 4 right. What else? I have not seen these questions. Danielle wrote these today, so we'll see what is in her sick and twisted mind, shall we, Bonnie?
Yes. I hope it's not too hard.
Well, we'll find out together. I'll take guesses at these as well. Yeah, so we're going to get started in a few seconds here. Remember to stick around because we got the shoulder tap with Eddie. Oh, I'm sorry. No, Andre and Mick after this. We got group coaching, strategy lab with Anne-Marie, and then the power hour to bring it home with Daniel Inskeep. Bonnie, this is your last one, I think, for like a month, right? Because you're going to Taiwan?
Yeah, I leave tomorrow night.
Okay. Well, if I don't see you before then, have a lovely time. And yeah, we'll miss you here on the quiz and at Top Step. All right.
I'll miss you all too.
Are, yes. Happy tax day to those that celebrate. All right. All these questions will be about Wesley Snipes. It'd be funny if Danielle actually did that. Let's do it. Starting now. Monday, April 15th. Here we go. The first question is, Bonnie. Coach Robert shares his birthday today with Pablo Picasso, Salvador Dali, Claude Monet, or Leonardo da Vinci. I do not know. Do you have any idea?
Do you know this one? Pablo.
I'm going to go with Dali. That's my guess. All right, let's see what it was. Oh, it's Da Vinci. Our Vesuvian man himself, Mr. Robert Cooney, shares his birthday with Da Vinci. Let's see who knew that. Oh, it's, of course, Pinchin' Poos. Come on, man. Day trade, hustle. Great stuff there. Oh, they're right. Danielle has a proclivity towards putting the answer in the photo, and I should have known.
We clearly don't read. It's fine.
It's Monday. It's Monday. All right, let's go to question 2. If you need the daily levels, they can be found at www.topstepTV, topstep.tv, in Hoag's mind only. Don't ask Michael. He's relying on Hoag. I don't know. Ask Andre. Well, I think I know this one.
I think it has to be on Topstep TV.
Yeah, it has to be, right? I mean, I should know this. Yes, indeed. As over 1,100 of you knew. That was kind of a gimme there, Danielle.
I like that question. We should have more of those types of questions.
Big Dog joins us. Ivan Ooze. I don't know why it's cracking me up today. Okay, here we go. Question number 3. Peter Tuchman operates what type of food company? Is it hot sauce, salsa, beef jerky, or farm fresh eggs? I do know the answer to this one because he discussed it earlier.
I feel like it would be beef jerky.
Well, the picture is kind of giving a hint again.
Hot sauce.
Yes.
Oh my gosh. Hot sauce.
You too.
I need to start looking at the pictures.
Just a few drops of Peter Tuchman's hot sauce, and you too can have the energy of Peter Tuchman. That is what they're marketing it as, I believe. Let's see who knew it here.
I'm going to have to try his hot sauce. I love spicy food.
Yeah, me too. I am on it. Sully Astruner, Jack of all trades, join the party. All right, Bonnie. One more question. You got this?
Yes, hopefully.
Okay. We'll figure it out together. I have not seen these. What time of the day does Stock Market Wolf do most of his trading? Power hour, the first hour of the NYSE Open, evening between 6 and 10, or while eating lunch?
I feel like it would be either red or blue. I'm going to say power hour.
Let's see what it is. I think it's blue, I believe he said this morning. It is indeed blue. Let's see who our winners are today, Bonnie. You're all winners. Some of you just more so, like Astro Nerd and Wix and Tix. And in first today, we got Jack of all trades. Good name right there. Soli and Patak Philippe also round out the top 5. I'm going to go to my spreadsheet and get those winners to you for Power Hour today. We'll reveal them. You'll get an email. Thanks for playing. And Bonnie, so sad to see you go, but have a great time in Taiwan. We'll see you in a month.
Yes, in a month. 3 weeks to a month.
All right. Well, when you're back, let us know. Everybody, thanks for joining. Sorry, Bonnie, James is out today, so I'm doing the production software too. So I'm trying to talk while I do this here. Let me see if I can. You can say hi to everybody for a second.
Hi, everyone.
Hello, everybody.
Have a great week.
All right, I think I'm ready now. So stick around. We'll be back in just a few moments with the shoulder tap with Andre and Mick. Hope to see you there. See you soon.
And welcome back to Shoulder Tap here at Top Step TV. Mick, it's been a minute.
What up?
You and I haven't done one of these in a minute. Yeah, it's been.
I know.
I'm pumped to do this, man. I watch every day.
Happy to be on with you. You always bring the energy. I love it.
Yeah, well, we're here to talk about some of our best traders here on Shoulder Tap. So without further ado, let's get right into it because I know we've got some traders to cover. Markets have been moving. Are subject to headline risk, so it's going to be very interesting to see how some of these cards are looking. So let's jump right into it. Who do we got first?
Let's take a look at it. Before we get into the cards themselves, want to kind of touch on what we did last week. I always talk about how many people we called up to live and then how many of those live accounts got off-boarded for hitting the max loss limit. So, Andre, last week was the second week in a row that we actually had a net change moving away from adding people to the live account. So last week we added 11, we called up 11 XFA traders to live, but we offboarded 14 live accounts. Now, I can't recall the exact numbers from the week before, but we had a net change. I think we lost like 9. So 2 weeks in a row, we've closed more live accounts than we've brought people up. I mean, if you look at an equities chart with these narrow ranges and stuff like that, you might be able to put a little rhyme or reason to it. But yeah, over the last couple of weeks, we haven't had the call ups like I've been used to seeing. We always add more people than we lose. Anyways, that doesn't go. That doesn't say that we didn't have really good trading last week. There was a lot of good trading last week. But that was last week. This is this week. I do want to talk about some shout outs. We've got Nicholas T. He's up $2,600 this morning in his live account. Eddie's up $5,300 in their live account. Julio up $3,300 in the live account. Farouz up $3,300. And I think we might have heard about it earlier, but Coach Dakota, who made $30,000 last week, did hit his $9,000 daily loss limit today. He was trading the Nikkei overnight and had kind of cannonballed it, to be honest with you, Andre. He was adding to he was doing one lots at a time, scaling in, which I like, but he scaled in as it was going against him. I think he ended up getting like 12 or 13 contracts on before getting flattened when he crossed the $9,000 threshold. I heard him early. I saw him earlier in the chat not too long ago actually mentioned that he had hit his daily loss limit. That's an expanded loss limit. Again, for everybody watching, once you're in a live account, we're willing to provide expanded risk parameters on these accounts as long as it's a reasonable request or it makes sense. So Coach Dakota was up over $120,000, probably I think $130,000 last week in the account. And so, he wanted to trade a little bit bigger. We gave him additional position sizing. He needed a bigger daily loss limit to accommodate that larger position sizing. We gave that to him. And I don't think it's a big deal. It makes sense. He's got a big account balance, needs trading bigger, needs to risk a little bit more. That's what he got. But what I like what he said in the chat, he said he hit his daily loss limit and he was going to wrap up his tax stuff. For all of you traders out there that are in XFAs or in live accounts, I'm not going to give tax advice. Well, I'm going to give a small little bit of tax advice, Andre.
Here we go.
We have issued so many payouts over just in 2023 alone. So last year, we've got so many payouts that we're sending out this year. For all of you traders out there that are taking these payouts, do remember that the tax man cometh. So if you're taking whatever your amount is, open up a separate checking account or savings account. And just as a rule of thumb, and this is my little sliver of advice that's not tax advice, just shell away 30% of whatever you take in payouts into the separate account. Keep it there. Because for, a lot of people that are, used to being on a W-2, getting the pay stub, you're going to need to actually write some quarterly checks when you're taking these payouts. So do shell that money aside. You do not want to go burning through that money only to find that you're not paying what you need on your quarterly estimates for the taxes. So I like the 30% and just pretend it's not even there. All right, Andre, let's dive in. I've got a couple shoulder taps here for some of our traders, and then a couple shout outs, and then one shoulder tap that we're gonna finish up with. So if we could beat me to it. We got a card for David here. David is someone that we called up from XFA to live last week, Andre, and I wanted to feature them because, David and then the next person we're going to get to, Jacob, these are singles hitters, and these are traders that traded really well in the XFA over a long period of time. David here spent 41 days in his XFA before getting called up. So I mention this sometimes when we have these people that have small average daily P&Ls. These traders are hitting singles, and sometimes they can fly under the radar because they're not having big account balances that show up really quickly, from big swings or anything like that. But these are the traders that I like the most, Andre. It's small, hitting singles, consistent profitability. And David looks really good here. Trading a lot of products too. They've got all the equity indices covered. They dip their toes in the currencies. There wasn't too much activity in the yen, the British pound, or the euro. But they're also trading gold and silver too, which I like. There's action in those markets.
Yes,
Silver's a big contract for anybody that hasn't traded silver. $25 a tick. So the money comes and goes pretty quickly. But they don't trade a ton of silver, but it's on there. And I like seeing that. So awesome stats here. We got 78% winning days. Andre, I know you love the high winning day percentages.
Big time.
And these days, I like this a lot. Average winning days, $486. But their average losing day is only 480.
Beautiful.
So on a day-to-day basis, I like this. It's kind of I'm not going to call it the risk reward. I mean, it kind of is. It's daily risk reward.
Yeah.
It's 1-to-1. And I like this because they're profitable most of the time. And when they're having these losing days, they are not letting them get bigger than their average winning days. It's something we don't see a lot for a lot of traders out there. You typically see the average losing day is bigger than the average winning day, and that's a big no-no. It's not what you want. Let me take a peek at the trade report here while we're speaking about winning days.
I'm going to notice while you take a look at that trade report. I mean, these are the type. This you said it's theory an XFA for 41 days, and with these type of stats, this is long. These David C is set up for the long term here. I know you like that with the base hits and the high winning percentage. These are stats that's going to keep you around the game for a long time. That's the name of this game. It's not just make 50 grand in a day and then the next 40 days you're pissing it all away. It's the consistent little hits, the $486 a day over 41 days that get you to live funded. This is great stuff, Mick.
Yeah, we get way more excited about that, Andre. I mean, for those of you that don't know, people that have the big days, the quick success, only to give it all back. We here at Top Step call those Papa shots. They're Papa shots. So David is not a Papa shot. And you know what? Over the 41 days in the XFA, they've taken a handful of payouts too.
Beautiful.
And with these payouts, they're not taking that big 50% lump sum that we allow them to take. They're just taking 1,000 here, 1,000 there. There's a couple payouts that are just for $300 too. And I really like that because I know when I started trading, I wanted to get my account balance up to some big round numbers before I started taking payouts. And in holding off on taking those payouts, it wasn't until it was hard for me to appreciate that the dollar value of the account balance. It was like just an electronic number on the computer screen. Yep. Because I looked at it that way early on, it allowed me to kind of abuse the account on some days when I had those bad losing days. I let them get bigger. What's another 1,000? What's another 1,000? That kind of thing. And only when I started taking payouts on a regular basis, I had a conversation with my dad, who was one of my mentors, and he's like, "You got to pay yourself regularly. It doesn't matter 100%. If you're taking $200." And when I started doing that, it added a different psychological aspect to the trading where I knew I was a little bit more strict, and I was a little bit more strict with my losses because I knew that that money wasn't a number on a computer screen anymore. That was if I eroded my account more in the day after having a bad morning or something, I was that much further away from taking that regular payout. So it helped me with money management. He's doing a great job with this. And what I wanted to pull that, so pivoting from there and going back to these the winning days and the average winners being about the same as the average losers. I like that. What I like also, maybe not more than the average losing day never getting bigger than the average winning day, but still a really good thing here is David's biggest day in this account was for like $2,300, Andre. His
Amazing.
worst day was only $942
all day, man.
So yeah, I mean his biggest winning day was more than 2 times the amount of his biggest losing day. And another thing that's really nice about that too is that's a $940 loss for his worst day. He's in a $150K account where we say you can lose up to $3,000. He hasn't even he only went a third of his way to his daily loss limit. So that's even more discipline there. This guy is a singles hitter. He's consistently profitable. And this is just, we called him up to live because seeing this 41 days in an XFA, we have, high confidence that this trading activity is going to carry over into the live account. So happy to add him to the live prop firm. Really good stuff here. And I think I covered everything.
That was beautiful. Welcome aboard, David C. Much deserved, much earned to the big leagues. Good stuff, man. I think this is a poster child for what we're looking for. This is at Top Step. This is what we're looking for day in, day out, right?
It absolutely is. And one thing I'll add to that, you said it right. This is what we're looking for. This is the poster child. Obviously, the performance is good and the profitability is there, but also this kind of trading activity is something you can scale. If you're someone who trades ones and twos, Andre, not everybody wants to take that next step forward. But if David's trading ones and twos and averaging 274 a day, they bring the same strategy and the same approach to these markets, and they go from ones and twos to, up to 4 contracts. Let's say they just double their size. We're talking about $550 average daily P&L as opposed to 274. So I like that. You always want to be finding something that's working for you that you can scale if you want to continue pushing the needle in your trading career and your business. Andre, if you liked David's stuff, let's pull up Jacob's because it's a lot of the same.
Mick, don't do it to me. Don't do this to me, Mick. Wow, talking dirty, Mick, on a Monday. I'm
about to talk dirty to you this Monday morning.
Let's see.
Or afternoon. I forgot we moved the time.
Oh, we're in the afternoon. Yeah. Jacob G.
All right. So Jacob, average daily P&L, $87. Andre, this is over 39 trading days. So we have more consistent profitability. Again, just like David, we're seeing equity indices here, trading the NASDAQ, S&P, Russell, and a little bit of metals too. We got the gold, copper, and palladium, excuse me. Platinum, PL.
Platinum.
I don't see a lot of people trading that. I know Deanna has done a little bit of the platinum or palladium, one of the two metals that doesn't do huge volume. But this is also good stuff. Doesn't have the exact same metrics that we saw from David, but they've got a high percent winning days. They've got only 49% winning trades, but I think the one thing I didn't comment on David's card was his risk reward. It was about 1-to-1 at like $67 per contract for the winners. And I think it was like $62 per contract for the losers. So Jacob's still got good stuff here. He's only right half the time on his trades, but look at those average winning trades per contract. He's taken down $221 per contract on his winners, and he's only risking $57 per contract on the losers. So that's 4-to-1 risk reward. I think that's right up there as like the best risk reward ratio we talk about. I think there's been a couple other people that we featured that have 4-to-1. There may have been one person who had a 5-to-1 risk reward, but I remember that being on a really small sample size of trading days and trades during the day. The more selective these people are, it's always something we see on the trading cards, Andre. It's like the fewer trades they're taking always correlates with a better risk reward, a higher risk reward, being at 1-to-1 or 2-to-1 or all the way up to 4-to-1. And then that 5-to-1 anomaly that we had a while back. I can't recall who that was, but really good stuff here. As far as the risk reward on a per trade basis, there could be some improvement on the, risk reward on the per day basis. Their average winning day is at $428. The average losing day is a little bit bigger at $521. So that's something I'd like to see them be conscious of. That was a little flipped from what we saw with David and the previous card. And then also something that's a little flipped, but it's still pretty close to 1-to-1, is their best winning day over these 39 days in the XFA was $963. Their worst day was $1,060. So their very worst day trading so far in this account was about $100 larger than their best winning day. I'm not going to give them a hard time about that. $100 is really nothing in the scheme of things with futures trading.
Right.
So no big deal there. So they're pretty selective with their trades, Andre. They average about 5.25 trades per day. Some days there's only 1 or 2 trades that take place. I like the hold times here. They're spending more than twice as much time in their winning trades as they are their losing trades. On average, they're spending 31 minutes in the winners and only 13 minutes in the losers. So they're cutting those losers quickly. Yeah, I love it. Be patient with the winning trades. Be impatient with the losing trades. I know you guys were trading the house account earlier, took a loss earlier because you just didn't have an exit. And I know that recent, I can't even remember if you're long or short, but that 10 lot you had on,
we were
covered the trade, impatient with it. It was going against you guys. You guys were down a little over $2,000, about $3,000. You took the trade off because it wasn't working. You were impatient with it. And then guess what? You put it right back on at the same price, right? And now up money in the house account.
Up money in the real quick, Mick. We got some serious sellers here in the S&Ps and NASDAQ. New lows on the day. Dow as well making new lows. We did break beneath that 5150 level, key 5150 level in the S&Ps. NASDAQ targeting in on 18,000s to the downside, 18,000 evens, currently trading 18,062. New sellers coming in, gold catching a bid, oil catching a bid. We'll keep an eye on the headlines as they come out. But yes, let's get back to Jacob G here. But I just wanted to update people on the markets. We are seeing some movement here. We are subject to headline risk coming out of the Middle East. Every time we see a move to the downside in the equities and a pop in crude and gold, kind of feels like a new headline has come out from overseas. So we'll keep you in tune with that. Let's get back to Jacob G. Mick says, I'd like to see an average winning day larger than average losing day, but you're not going to nitpick too much because it's only about $100 spread between the two. That makes sense.
Yeah, I mean, this is, someone who's just they're hitting singles, they're consistently profitable. I just threw that up there because it's something to think about. Everything's working for them right now, but subtle tweaks like that and just being aware of that kind of thing over the period of time. I mean, look, this guy traded 39 days in their XFA. If you can make small tweaks and have it play out over a long period of time, because no doubt, just like David that we talked about first, Jacob's going to spend a good long while in this live account. Small tweaks over a long period of time add up to quite a bit. I mean, I'm not going to throw any examples of extrapolation, but I don't know. I'll throw one out there, Andre.
Come on, hit me, Mick.
If you could make $100 difference, over 39 days, that's a good chunk of dough there. So, that's an extra payout or that's an extra couple payouts. Actually, unlike David, who was taking small regular payouts, we had, I already moved over to another trade report. Not unlike David. Jacob is also, taking a payout here, small amount. I actually would have loved to have seen him take some more payouts, but, he's paying himself. So I wish I would have loved to have seen him take some more payouts, small ones. I think he's done a good job. He's keeping a nice, healthy account balance maintenance level that'll carry over to the live account. I doubt that he's going to be taking 50% of his account balance out as a payout during that transfer. Good stuff here. It's what I like to see, Jacob. Let's move on, Andre. I want to talk about Edward. So Edward is the shoulder.
4 minutes left. We'll be quick. We are still seeing some sell pressure here in all the equities, S&Ps, NASDAQ, and we are starting to see us make new lows on the day, targeting 18,000 in the NASDAQ. Let's get over to Edward K. there, Mick.
Edward, yes, this is my only shoulder tap for the day. The two previous people we talked about were shout outs. Edward is in a live account and not doing too well lately. He's on a 5-day losing streak for a little over $15,000. This is someone who is a big swinger, Andre. I know you can't see the trade report right now, but we're going to get you access to that. Edward is the guy that you probably heard about him a few weeks ago, almost a month ago, actually. Back on his first trading day in the live account, he put up $20,700 on day one. So tons of excitement from there. He hasn't traded every single day since he got this account. I know he took a little time off after he got that $20,000 a day, which was probably not a bad thing because, like, I don't know, when you have windfall profits like that, I think it's good to kind of digest what maybe happened or what you did right kind of thing, because that can affect you. You know, we know that big losses will affect you psychologically, but big wins can affect you psychologically too. And it's always a slippery slope when someone is on a really good tear, like a good winning streak, or they put up a massive winning day like that, because it's only natural to think like, hey, I did a great freaking job. I'm Superman now. I'm invincible. Nothing can happen to me anymore. But he's only, since that $20,000 winning day, and he's only traded 9 days in this live account so far, he's only had 2 winners. He had a $3,700 winning day, followed by a $5,900 winning day. But everything else, those 6 other trading days, were daily loss limits of $3,000 or more hit. So, my shoulder tap to Edward is, hey, you're kind of whittling down this account a little bit, and he's not in a position where he can afford to lose $3,000 over the next 5 days. So we should probably be limiting how many trades were taken during the day. They averaged 21 trades a day so far in this live account, but they're trading size, and the last 5 days it's not been working. So it's time to limit how many trades you take during the day, because you don't have a great feel for the markets right now. These markets are tough. There's a lot of chop and slop, and definitely limit the position sizing, Edward. He did take a big $16,000 payout, I think after his, let me see, 4-2. How do you take a payout if
taking
you didn't
payouts
have the 5
makes the money real? Money in your pocket. Like Mick's dad was telling him, you got to take something. You got to take something.
Got to pay yourself.
So you make it all worth it. Yeah, you got to pay yourself.
Yeah. I'm actually a little confused how that payout took place on 4-2.
Something slipped through the cracks.
Because they didn't have the 5 winning days of, you know what, maybe could have happened. We let people carry over the winning days. If you've traded, if you have over 30 profitable days, you can request a full payout on the full amount of the account. This guy must have had a lot of winning days in the XFA that carried over that allowed him to take that payout. But I'm happy they took a big payout. What I think I'm not so happy about is it was so big. It was 50% of the account. They had a bad 5-day losing streak, and now the account balance is not looking too good to the point where they can't afford to have another 5-day losing streak. So traders, when you're profitable, when you're putting up big numbers and stuff like that, do always err on the side of caution and make sure that, hey, worst case scenario, I'm going to be able to, survive a 10-day losing streak of, my daily loss limit kind of thing. Make sure you're maintaining a healthy account balance that, will get you through a losing streak and still have a decent and fair amount of cushion to, continue profiting in the markets, because, if we have a few bad losing days, this account's going to be closed. And it's not what I want from one of our live traders or any funded trader for that matter, Andre. I know we're up on time, but these are just some tweaks that they should be making. Current state, trim down the position sizing, trim down how many trades they're making, and hopefully, string together some winning days and build the confidence back so they can, get back to doing what they're doing and, get back to doing what they were doing, and then put that pedal down when it's working and they have the confidence.
Awesome stuff, Mick. Awesome stuff. Well, we got new lows put in. We just did break the 18,000 level here in the NASDAQ. The quick headline out of Israel's military chief of staff: there will be a response to Iran's launch of so many missiles and drones towards Israeli territory. So the words are getting stronger. The moves are getting more aggressive here in the markets. Mick, without further ado, I don't want to take up any more of your time. I know you're busy back there in the office. Thank you so much for this. We're moving on here to what do we got coming up? We got group coaching coming up with JD and Hug. Make sure those questions are there. Mick, you the man. We're going to do this again Friday, and I'll have access to the trade reports then. I'll see you later.
All right.
Keep watching these markets.
Have a great week. Looking forward to it. See ya.
Later, Mick. Group coaching coming up next.
the Iraqi Prime Minister and the Prime Minister Peter Fiala of the Czech Republic to the White House. President and Prime Minister al-Sudani from Iraq will discuss the U.S. and Iraq's shared vision for our broad, multifaceted relationship. During the meeting, these leaders will reaffirm their commitment to advancing regional stability, to expanding opportunities for Iraq's people, and reinforcing Iraq's sovereignty, security, and stability. The Iraqi Prime Minister will be here for almost a week, and in that time, he will meet a range of administration officials, including both Secretary Blinken at the State Department and Secretary Austin at the Defense Department. He will have opportunities to share his priorities and vision for Iraq with a variety of audiences here in Washington and in other parts of the United States. Now, of course, the President will be taking the opportunity to discuss how we will continue to work with Prime Minister Sudani to diffuse regional tensions and to prevent Iraq from being drawn into conflict. Iraq, the President firmly believes, is central to the region's stability. And then later, as Karine previewed, he'll have a chance to meet with Prime Minister Fiala to celebrate the 25th anniversary of the Czech Republic as a NATO ally. Over the past 25 years, our alliance has grown stronger, and the relationship between our two countries have grown even closer as we've deepened defense cooperation, including through the Czech Republic's purchase of 24 F-35 fighters earlier this year. The President will congratulate the Prime Minister on legislation that Czechia recently passed, requiring it to spend at least 2% of its GDP on defense, which, as you know, is the NATO goal. The leaders will also discuss their strong support for Ukraine, and the President will thank the Prime Minister for leading an effort to help secure nearly 1 million rounds of ammunition for Ukraine. And one more thing, if you'll just bear with me, I'm almost done. Today marks the one-year conflict in Sudan. Since fighting erupted a year ago, civilians have been forced to bear the brunt of this senseless conflict. Thousands have been killed and wounded. Women and girls have been kidnapped and assaulted. Hundreds of thousands of families have been displaced. Communities and livelihoods have been utterly destroyed. And famine now is threatening to take hold. That's why the United States continues to commit resources to create conditions for a potential peace process, to hold accountable actors who are seeking to sow more violence, and to assure that humanitarian assistance reaches the civilians who urgently need it. We reiterate our calls for all parties in this conflict to lay down their weapons and put an end to this intolerable violence for the future of Sudan, but most of all for the future of the Sudanese people. Thank you. Appreciate your patience.
Israel's military chief just said, quote, there will be a response to the attack from Iran. So does the U.S. have any indication of what those next steps are from Israel?
We will let the Israelis speak to that.
Does the U.S. expect to be consulted in advance of them taking any next steps?
I won't get into our diplomatic conversations or expectations. The Israeli government will determine for themselves if there's going to be a response and what that response is going to look like.
And are you able to discuss the specific roles played by other members of the regional coalition from over the weekend, specifically Jordan and Saudi Arabia, whether they helped shoot down missiles or what other actions they may have done?
No, I think we'll let other members of the coalition speak for themselves.
John, Israel is reportedly looking at options that would send a message to Iran but not cause casualties. Is the administration presenting alternatives to Netanyahu?
This is an Israeli decision to make, whether and how they'll respond to what Iran did on Saturday, and we're going to leave it squarely with them.
Their decision to make, but are you making suggestions?
We are not involved in their decision-making process about a potential response.
And just, does he have any plans to speak to Netanyahu again?
I don't have anything on the calendar to speak to, but look, I mean, they've spoken frequently over the last 6 months. They will absolutely speak again at the appropriate time.
Thank you, Karine. John, just one day before the attack, President Biden issued a warning to Iran, don't, and now the U.S. is not taking any part in an Israeli reprisal. So does that signal to Iran that it can defy the U.S. without facing any consequences?
I don't know, man. If I'm sitting in Tehran and I'm taking a look at what just happened on Saturday night, I don't think I'd be betting that the United States is not willing to get engaged here and help defend Israel. I mean, you had American fighter pilots in the air, in combat operations, shooting down drones and missiles that were heading towards Israel, as well as U.S. Navy destroyers at sea, knocking them down from there. So the message should be very clear to anybody. When the president says we're going to take our commitments to the region seriously, when we're going to help Israel defend itself, we got skin in the game and we proved that.
I understand what you're saying about deterrence, but what about consequences?
As I just said, and Karine also led in, he had a conversation with G7 leaders. He'll be engaging with other allies and partners. We have seen swift condemnations about what Iran did from the international community, and we're going to be working with international partners to work up options to hold Iran appropriately accountable.
And then just on the logistics of this, with roughly 300 drones and missiles shot down, can you talk about how you will assess the debris fields and the shrapnel and how much that impacted people on the ground?
We're not going to be doing any kind of an assessment of the impact on the ground. The Israeli Defense Forces and Israeli officials have already been out and about looking at the impact on the ground. There were very few missiles that got through, and the only damage that was done, it was very minor damage to one airbase in Israel that did not even put that airbase out of commission. The Israelis have already spoken to this. I believe they've already released imagery of some of the things they found on the ground. Sadly, a young girl, an innocent civilian, less than 10 years old, was severely wounded. That was the only casualty that we're aware of.
Thank you, John.
Thank you. John, a couple of questions on Iran and then on Iraq on the Prime Minister visit. You just said that the White House were not informed of the timing of the Iranian attack on Israel. But the President told us that the attack is going to be sooner than later, and almost a day after the attack happened. So just can you explain this one?
I never said we didn't have an idea. I never said we didn't have information that we could act on and speak to our Israeli counterparts about. What I said was, Iran never delivered a message giving us the time and the targets. No timing. I mean, I want to be clear. This whole narrative out there that Iran passed us a message with what they were going to do is ridiculous.
Do you believe that Iranian nuclear sites is a legitimate target?
I'm not going to get into targeting discussions here from the podium.
Let me ask you about the Prime Minister. Is the White House satisfied with the way that the Iraqi government is reining in the militias in Iraq, considering they are one of the proxies of the Iranian regime?
We're gonna have an in-depth discussion with the Prime Minister and his team about the continued activities of militia groups in Iraq, and we'll reinforce our views about how seriously we take the force protection of our troops and our facilities there, and we'll also I fully expect that we'll talk with the Prime Minister about the counter-ISIS mission in Iraq and its potential future.
And finally, just when he said in the spirit of partnership, we disagree with the United States, and he mentioned something like we need a new system for international law, to respect international law, international humanitarian law, protection of civilians, and diplomatic missions. So he's hinting at the Israeli attack in Damascus. He's also hinting about not doing enough to respect international law. Is this a point of disagreement between you and the Iraqi government?
You'll have to talk to the Prime Minister about what he meant by those comments. Iraq is a key partner, one we really value. We wouldn't be having this meeting today. He wouldn't be having meetings this week if it wasn't an important relationship. As I said, the President believes that Iraq is critical to regional stability.
Thanks, Karine. Thanks, Admiral. You said just now that Iran's attack was a spectacular and embarrassing failure. Does the President believe that Israel should now take this as a win and show restraint?
I know where the context of the question's coming in. During his conversation with the Prime Minister on Saturday night, first of all, he congratulated the Prime Minister for the exceptional effort by the Israeli Defense Forces and, of course, commended, as you would expect the Commander-in-Chief to do, the participation of U.S. forces in this coalition and the great work that was done. I mean, it's easy. I was looking at some of the video before I came out here that's running on some of your networks, and it's easy to look at that like it's some kind of a computer game, right? It looks so simple. Things getting knocked out of the sky. Let me tell you something, it's not simple. It's hard. And a lot of planning and preparation had to go into that, a lot of coordination. And the President talked to the Prime Minister about that. He also noted that this was an extraordinary success, a military success, and that success alone, just for itself, speaks volumes about Israel standing in the region, that they don't stand alone, that a coalition came to help them defend themselves. It also says a lot about Israel's military superiority, and it says just as much about Iran's military inferiority when it came to this particular set of attacks. And the President urged the Prime Minister to think about what that success says all by itself to the rest of the region.
In terms of thinking about, think about restraint, about, that maybe this should not go further, that further.
All I'll say is the president from the beginning of this conflict on October 7th has been steadfast and consistent. We don't want to see a war with Iran. We don't want to see a broader regional conflict. We will do what we have to do to defend Israel.
Does this administration believe Israel will indeed strike Iran? I mean, is it your assessment that that is inevitable at this point?
That's going to be up to the Prime Minister and the War Cabinet to speak to.
But your assessment or the administration?
I'm not going to provide intelligence assessments from here. So as far as I know, the War Cabinet is still debating and talking about their next steps. I think I'm going to let them speak to whatever their next steps might be.
And if I may also ask one question on Gaza, what is the administration's assessment of the timeline for a Rafah invasion, given the conversations that you all have been having?
Again, you're asking me a question that really should be asked to the Israeli Defense Forces and the Prime Minister, not to the United States.
Conversations. I just want to get a sense of, are these like ongoing conversations still?
Yes, of course we're talking to the Israelis all the time. Now, obviously, in the last 48 hours, particularly, the conversation has been about what Iran did. But yes, we have continued to talk to them about what's going on down in Rafah. And we hope in coming days to be able to have yet another round of discussions with them about what their intentions are with respect to Rafah. But the focus rightly right now is on what Iran just did.
On the U.S. military, given whatever the White House and President Biden know about what's going to happen next in the Middle East, are there any fresh U.S. military preparations?
Fresh military preparations for
whatever.
Wide open.
Yes, I mean, we're always looking at force protection in the region. We're always looking at our force posture. We're always evaluating it based on the threats and the challenges. You can expect that Secretary Austin and the entire team over there at the Department of Defense is going to stay vigilant to whatever the threat might be.
Thanks. You said a moment ago that it's ridiculous, this narrative that Iran provided some advance notice about specifics here, but where we're hearing that from, specifically is U.S. ally Turkey, U.S. partner Iraq. That's where that information is coming from. So what is the discrepancy exactly that's happening there?
I can't possibly answer that question, Trevor. All I'm telling you is it's nonsense. I mean, think about this for a minute. Can you imagine a world in which Iran would pick up the phone and say, hey, we're about to try to schwack Israel with 300 cruise missiles and drones. We just wanted to let you know it's coming. And oh, by the way, here's what we're going to hit. I'm sorry. It just didn't happen. I can't account for what sources might be telling y'all about what they heard. I'm telling you what we heard. And while we did get a message from Iran, and we passed messages to Iran as well, which I won't get into the details of, none of it was, here's the targets, here's the time frame, here's the munitions we're going to put on target.
And on that subject of communications with Iran generally, you said without preconditions you're willing to sit down with North Korea. Does the same apply to Iran and to reopening some diplomatic discussions with them? No. And do you want to elaborate on why that is? Okay. As far as sanctions in response to Iran, Iranian oil production is now higher than it was 2 years ago. Is there a reason that you aren't taking more steps against Iranian oil exports, and does it have to do with domestic political pressures around gas prices?
I don't have any, as you know, we don't preview sanctions, and I'm not going to start doing that today, except to note what I said in my opening statement, that part of the discussion with the G7 leaders was the possibility of additional sanctions on Iran, unilaterally and hopefully multilaterally, but we'll see where that goes.
And anything on where the oil prices or oil exports are coming from Iran, and whether you want to stop that?
Again, I won't get ahead of economic pressure tools that we might be applying in the future. We're working our way through that.
A U.S. official told CNN over the weekend that the Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin asked his Israeli counterpart to notify the U.S. ahead of any potential response to the Iran attack. Is there confidence that Israel will provide that advance notification to the U.S.?
I'll just tell you that we are and will remain in very close contact with our Israeli counterparts.
So do you expect to get an advance notification?
We will stay in close contact with our Israeli counterparts.
On the hostage talks, Hamas rejected the latest proposal. The U.S. has said that Hamas has rejected the deal. But do you think Israel needs to allow Gazans to return home unrestricted, and should the IDF pull back so they can do that?
First of all, we don't consider it a dead letter. As far as we're concerned, there's a viable proposal on the table, and Hamas ought to take it. And we're not letting up on the idea of negotiating for a hostage deal so we can get a ceasefire, so we can get more aid in. But that's still very much an active football in our heads. And as for movement north, what we've talked to the Israelis about is you got 1.5 million people that are seeking refuge down in Rafah. It's by far the largest concentration of Palestinians in Gaza. They need to be accounted for. Whatever kind of military operation they're thinking about doing in Rafah or anywhere else, to your point about moving north, they have to provide safe venues for them to do that. They have to provide food, water, medicine, shelter. All that has to be baked into whatever future military operations happen on the ground in Gaza.
That does sound, though, like you're saying that Israel should consider allowing Gazans to move up north, which has been a sticking point in those hostage.
We want to see them account for the future safety and security of the more than 1 million refugees that are now taking refuge down near Rafah, with whatever baked into whatever military plans they might have for operations on the ground.
On the ceasefire negotiations, a U.S. official said yesterday that the latest proposal included almost everything that Hamas had asked for. And so how is it that the negotiations aren't at a standstill at this point? Is the U.S. planning another counter proposal?
I don't know of a new proposal. There is a very good proposal on the table that CIA Director Bill Burns helped negotiate in Cairo a week or so ago, that the Israelis were able to get behind. And now it's time for Hamas to step up and take that deal. It will allow for dozens of the hostages, the most at-risk pool of them, to get out, and it'll allow for about 6 weeks of a ceasefire so we can get some calm and we can increase humanitarian assistance. There's a deal on the table. That's what Hamas needs to take.
And when the president spoke yesterday to congressional leaders, did he receive any sort of a commitment from House Speaker Mike Johnson to bring the bipartisan national security supplemental bill to the House floor this week?
I'll let the Speaker speak to whatever his plans might be. Certainly, we heard from Leader McConnell and from Leader Jeffries about the importance of passing this supplemental and getting it on its way. And as I said in my opening statement, the fastest way, I mean, you got two good friends here, Israel and Ukraine, that very different fights to be sure, but active fights for their sovereignty and for their safety and security. And time is not on anyone's side here in either case. So they need to move quickly on this. And the best way to get that aid into the hands of the IDF and into the hands of the Ukrainian soldiers is to pass that bipartisan bill that the Senate passed.
I understand that that's your preference, the bipartisan bill that the Senate passed, but is the White House opposed to an approach that takes the issues separately?
We are opposed to a standalone bill that would just work on Israel, as we've seen proposed. We would oppose a standalone bill, yes.
Admiral, I know you said it was Israel's decision, but to ask it bluntly, if Israel retaliates against Iran, will the U.S. support that?
To answer bluntly, I'm not going to get into hypotheticals. We don't want to see a war with Ukraine. We don't want to see a wider conflict. As the President said to the Prime Minister on Saturday night, we will continue to do what we have to do to help Israel defend itself. But you're asking me to get ahead of, as far as I know, a decision that the War Cabinet hasn't even made.
But if it were to happen,
it's a terrific hypothetical, Gabe, that I'm just not going to entertain.
Thanks. John, has President Biden considered maybe beefing up the public Iran posture to be more than just one word?
You're referring to don't.
Yeah.
And so let's talk about...
And they did it anyway.
And let's talk
So
about
now
what we did, Peter. Let's talk about don't and did. Let's talk about Saturday night. He made it clear that he didn't want to see escalation in the region.
And there was.
Let me finish. He added military resources to the region right after October 7th. And then when we had an inkling that this kind of thing was coming, he added even more military resources to the region. More destroyers that were capable of shooting down ballistic missiles, a fighter squadron that was able to shoot down drones. And that's what we did. So you can talk about the don't word all you want, but let's talk about what did happen. And what did happen was Iran utterly failed. And if I'm sitting in Tehran right now, I'm betting that President Biden takes it pretty seriously when he says don't escalate. He's going to act to make sure that you can't. And they didn't. Yes, they fired an unprecedented amount of munitions, but how much of a success did they have, Peter? None. Zero. Very little infrastructure. It was an embarrassing failure for the supreme leader and for the IRGC.
Now that we know that the Iranians do not listen to President Biden's public warnings, is there any regret here about unfreezing billions of dollars for Iranian leaders during the president's administration?
What unfreezing are you talking about?
He unfroze billions of dollars.
For Iranian leaders?
Yeah.
Really? I don't think so.
Okay,
So
you
first
guys
of all,
say it's for humanitarian purposes, but doesn't that...
but you don't believe me.
Well, doesn't that free up money for them to spend on other stuff? Where do you get the money for an unprecedented number of munitions to fire at Israel?
So first of all, I'm betting if they're sitting in Tehran, they're taking it seriously when President Biden says he's going to defend Israel. We put skin in the game, a whole heck of a lot of it, and knocked almost everything out of the sky. So I'm betting they're taking it pretty seriously. And as for this unfreezing, none of that fund, none of those funds set up in an account, by the way, by the previous administration, goes directly to the supreme leader of the IRGC, can only be used for humanitarian purposes, and we're watching that account very, very closely to make sure that that's what happens.
And you guys often defend all the trips to Delaware by saying the president is not on vacation, he's working, he can be the president from anywhere. So why do you have to come back on Saturday?
Well, we got indications shortly after arriving. We got better, firmer intelligence and information about the specific timing of what we expected to be this Iranian attack, and the president didn't bat an eye before getting back on that helicopter and coming back. And he was here all Saturday night in the Situation Room from mid-afternoon till late at night, getting real-time updates from General Kurilla and from his defense team all throughout the night, including calling Prime Minister Netanyahu right from the Situation Room. And as Kareem mentioned, on Sunday, he was right back at it again, working the G7, calling King Abdullah. I don't know what else to tell you. He had a very busy, full weekend.
John, on Iran, what is the current thinking on whether Iran's Revolutionary Guard should be designated as a terrorist organization?
We already have.
And then just, do you have any update on getting additional humanitarian aid to the people of Gaza? You'd said last week that you had 300 trucks on Wednesday. And were the weekends events?
Forgive me, I don't know if Kareem might have already briefed this out to you guys, but over the last week or so, more than 2,000 trucks have gotten in. And even throughout the course of the weekend, as Israel was dealing with a quite daunting attack by Iran, they were still able to get some trucks into Gaza. So in these early days after the previous phone call with Prime Minister Netanyahu, where the president talked about the need to increase humanitarian assistance, we have seen Israel take steps to do exactly that. Now, as we've also said, it's still not enough. The need is dire. And what we're going to be doing is watching for sustained commitment to doing that over time. But thus far, there has been an increase in humanitarian assistance.
Just on the timing of any type of warning. So are you saying Iran never told a U.S. partner, Switzerland, Oman, any of them, Turkey, Iraq, never gave them any information about the attack they were preparing to launch, and that information never reached the U.S.?
The United States had no messages from Iran or from anybody else, as I said in my opening statement, that offered a specific time frame or a specific set of targets or the types of weapons that they were going to fire.
So just concretely, why would U.S. partners in Turkey, Jordan, Iraq lie about passing along Iranian messages about any forthcoming attack?
Look, I'm not calling anybody a liar here. I'm telling you, from our perspective, what we knew and what we didn't know. And we were able to help with Israel's defenses because we had information that we had received and Israel had received through our own efforts. But it never came as some sort of message from Iran with, the timing and the target. It kind of boggles my mind that anybody would believe that Iran would pick up the phone and tell the United States, who they know, who they know is been very, very directly involved with helping Israel defend itself and very public about doing that and detail the times and the targets. Look, this to me seems like a lot of, Monday morning quarterbacking kind of stuff. Woulda, coulda, shoulda. And maybe they want to make it appear like, this was some sort of small pinprick of an attack that they never meant to succeed. You can't throw that much metal in the air, which they did, in the time frame in which they did it, and convince anybody realistic that you weren't trying to cause casualties and you weren't trying to cause damage. They absolutely were.
Just one more. Is the meeting with Israeli officials on Rafah is that happening this week?
I don't have a date for you. We're still trying to get that nailed down. As I said earlier, we'd like to continue those conversations.
Thank you, Karine. Hi, Admiral. House Majority Leader Scalise said on Friday that Speaker Johnson was negotiating with the White House modifications to the Ukraine aid package. What is being negotiated? And you just categorically said that the White House opposes standalone Israel bill.
That's right.
Supplemental. Are you also opposed to changes to the supplemental, for example, changing aid to a loan?
I know it would make your jobs a lot easier if I negotiated this thing up here in public, but I'm not going to do that. You're right, the President did have an opportunity to speak with Speaker Johnson and other congressional leaders, including McConnell and Jeffries, and he made it clear that the best and the fastest way to stand by our allies and partners is for the House of Representatives to take up the bipartisan bill that the Senate passed.
But are you also opposed to the modifications and changes as you oppose the standalone?
I've answered the question.
Thank you so much, Sean. First of all, thank you for your dedication this weekend and keeping us all informed. I think we all saw more of you than our own families, which was real cool.
You certainly saw more of me than my family did.
I got two questions. First of all, administration officials told us on Sunday that they had help from India, China, and Iraq. Can you just detail, give us some of the details on that? And does that represent a move forward in U.S.-China relations that you were able to cooperate on in thwarting this?
Yeah, as I said earlier, I think I'll let other countries speak to their participation and cooperation and the degree that they're comfortable doing that. I can only speak for the United States and what we did.
Does this represent a step forward for the U.S.?
I think what it says is, without getting into the specific contributions of other countries, as I said in my opening statement, it shows that Israel's not standing alone. That unlike Iran, which is increasingly isolated on the world stage, Israel has friends. Israel has great skill, great professionalism, great military capability, and that's not by accident. All of that comes from the support that they get, particularly from the United States, but other countries as well.
If the U.S. can and allies can help shoot down Iranian drones over Israel, why can't they do the same over Ukraine?
Yeah, I knew this question was coming too. Look, different conflicts, different airspace, different threat picture. And the president has been clear since the beginning of the conflict in Ukraine. The United States is not going to be involved in that conflict in a combat role, and we haven't. We have been providing Ukraine the tools that they need to help defend their airspace, and unfortunately, we can't do that right now because we don't have that national security supplemental funding that they so desperately need.
The Syrian Christians are the indigenous people of Iraq, and before liberation, they had about 2.5 million, and they're down to nearly 200,000. And just last month, the Iraqi Supreme Court removed all of their, we had 5 seats in the Kurdish parliament for many decades, and those were removed. Has that come up in any of the discussions?
I'll take the question.
Thank you, Corinne, and thank you, John, for all you did over the weekend. I have 2 questions. First, you mentioned the shipping of aid to Gaza from Israel. Do we have a U.S. consular official at the border who is confirming that the aid actually gets there?
I'm not aware of a consular presence at the border, but we're in, as I said, constant touch with our Israeli counterparts. We also have David Satterfield, who is the president's special envoy for that exact purpose. And he's like Waldo. He's all over the place, constantly up and down. Making sure that stuff is getting in and keeping the president and the whole team fully informed.
My other question, is that given the recent developments with Iran, is the U.S. going to step up its contacts with the opposition to the current regime in Tehran? And I mean specifically exile groups in the United States, plus on the ground, the Baluchi, Azeri, the Kurds, and the Sunni, who are in opposition to the regime.
I don't know of any such efforts in the wake of the attacks.
All right, a couple more, way in the back.
Thank you, John. Why is the U.S. not going to participate in a counteroffensive?
Again, I think I've answered this question. The president had a good chat with the prime minister. We talked about the incredible success that we and they achieved on Saturday night, and the message that success sends not only to the region but also to Iran as well. And as I've also said, as the president has certainly said, we're not looking for a war with Iran. We're not looking to broaden and deepen this conflict in the region.
How exactly is he trying to de-escalate this situation?
Everything the president's been doing since the 7th of October has been designed to try to de-escalate and to try to keep the conflict from widening and deepening. And that includes the moves that he made in the last 10, 12 days to add resources to the region so that we could help Israel better defend itself. And my goodness, it all paid off. I mean, instead of having 100 ballistic missiles land inside of Israel and cause untold damage to infrastructure and to human lives, none of that occurred. And the reason none of it occurred was because the president was ahead of the problem set.
Brian.
Thanks, Corinne. John, just a couple of follow-ups. The coalition that put together limiting Iran's development of nuclear weapons, is that still solid in face of what's going on?
As the president has said, we'd love nothing better than to be able to solve Iranian nuclear weapons progress through diplomacy. Unfortunately, that's not an option right now, because the Iranians, well before any of this, just weren't negotiating in good faith. None of the diplomatic efforts were paying off. And so that effort kind of fell moribund as we look for other ways to increase pressure on Iran. The president has also said that while he would prefer to deal with this threat diplomatically, he also will make sure that he's got options and choices available to him to ensure that Iran never achieves a nuclear weapons capability.
But the countries that were backing that coalition still a member? They're all China, Russia?
I mean, you're talking about a process that's just moribund right now, Brian. I mean,
So the other follow-up, the container ship. There have been rumors. Is there the container ship that was seized by Iran, was there anything of a sensitive nature on it? Do we know what was on it?
I think the Pentagon have an update on the cargo.
I want to thank you for using the word schwack and of course, where's Waldo?
I'm going to hear about that one from my wife.
But at the end, you understand the reason why the question about advanced knowledge, because the president did come back early, and I think you spoke
I never said we didn't have an advanced sense of what I said was, we didn't get that sense from the Iranians sending us a telegram.
Right. But as Peter asked, I believe, we were told, not specifics, but that something was going to occur.
No. It's not about being told. I think you all understand. We have lots of tools and vehicles through intelligence and other information methods to glean a picture of what an adversary may or may not do. Now, sometimes it's right, sometimes it's not 100% right. We had a good sense of what Iran was planning to do, and we achieved that level of situational awareness on our own and working with our Israeli counterparts. The notion, the idea that Iran sent us an email or picked up the phone and told us what they were planning to do is just ludicrous. It didn't happen. I don't know how else to be more clear about it.
Thank you, John, and happy tax day. Two for you here. There's been reporting that...
She's right.
Is that right?
You're right.
Okay. So there's been reporting that the president suggested to the prime minister that Israel take the win and not go further with an offensive response.
I've seen that report.
I have colleagues who are reporting that Israel is very much in the process of planning an offensive response to this weekend's attacks. Given the political situation in Israel, Prime Minister Netanyahu's coalition, some of which is a bit extreme, and his own situation. Does the president have faith that the prime minister will not escalate this situation out of his own political interests as opposed to genuine Israeli security interests? And then I have an unrelated one.
I'm not going to be able to get into Prime Minister Netanyahu's psychology or his political calculations or what going into his decision-making process. What I would tell you is that the president and the prime minister speak frequently, certainly as appropriate, and the president has been consistent publicly and privately that he doesn't want to see the war between Israel and Hamas escalate any more than it already has, and he doesn't want to see a broader regional conflict, and he's certainly not looking for a war with Iran, and I am confident that the prime minister is aware of the president's concerns.
And on Gaza, this morning you said that Israel has been doing the things the president asked them to do, but we really need to see it sustained over time.
And you want to know how long is that time?
No, sir. That would imply that you didn't want to call it an ultimatum, but the conditions that the president laid out in his prior phone call with the prime minister that about the aid workers, the conditions on the ground for humanitarian workers and aid getting into Gaza, that needed to change, or there could be changes in U.S. policy towards Gaza. Can you just lay out here whether the president is considering that that set of circumstances and Israel's defense against future attacks from nation states such as Iran to be separate things, that when you say we need to see it sustained over time, that the possibility of policy changes is still a reality separate and apart from the president's, as he calls it, ironclad commitment to Israeli security?
I've said many times that both things are and can be true. You can be a staunch defender of Israel's defense, and we are, and I think he proved that to a fairly well Saturday night, and still be able to have some tough, candid conversations with the way in which they are fighting Hamas inside Gaza. And those conversations are continuing. And as I said, hopefully we'll get to be able to sit down again with our Israeli counterparts about whatever their thinking whatever the thinking is about Rafah. So both things are true, both things can be true, and those are the discussions that we're having. You can be a good friend of Israel. In fact, I would argue that only a good friend can do what we did Saturday night and still be willing to have tough conversations with the Israeli government about the prosecution of the operations they're conducting inside Gaza.
So they're being considered separate matters.
I think I've answered the question. Thank you for your patience.
Thank you. No worries.
Thanks,
Very
Hi. I don't know. Sonia, I feel like you guys got all the news of the day.
Happy tax day today.
Happy tax day. I did take care of my taxes. I don't have a wife to take care of my taxes.
Ouch. Can you, just on the other sort of big news of the day, is the president going to be paying any sort of attention or will be briefed on the criminal proceedings of former President Trump in New York?
Well, as you know, the president is pretty busy today. He has two bilats, as you know, as you just saw with the Iraqi prime minister and one with the Czech Republic. So it's a busy day focusing on obviously our national security priorities and continuing these strong alliances that we have with these two leaders, obviously two separate meetings, and continuing to continue to deliver for the American people. I'm sure he'll get an update at some point today, but his focus right now are the meetings that he has and what he continues to do every day.
Right. And setting aside the fact that the former president is the current president's general election candidate or challenger for this year, what is President Biden and the White House's reaction to this moment in time? I mean, it is a historic occasion. Occasion's a bizarre word to say, but you have a former president going on criminal trial for the first time in history. So what is the White House's reaction to that?
I do want to be super mindful, even me commenting on that, and it is an ongoing case. I just want to be super, super mindful and not comment on an ongoing case, even if it's asking an opinion about the historic nature of what's happening and what's going to occur in the next couple of weeks. So do want to be mindful. And he happens to be, as you just said, a candidate, a presidential candidate for 2024. So going to be mindful. The president's going to continue to focus on the week ahead. He's going to be traveling, as you all know, to Pennsylvania. He has two important bilats today, and it's always about the American people for this president, and that's going to be his focus. Again, Mary.
As you just mentioned, the president's heading to Pennsylvania again this week. He's making multiple visits to the state. Can you just give us a sense of what we can expect in the coming days?
So it's a coming day or coming, days. Okay, days. I don't know if you said weeks. I'm like, wow, weeks. Coming days, it's a 3-day swing to Pennsylvania. He starts it off tomorrow. He's going to start his trip in his hometown of Scranton, where he'll deliver remarks at a campaign event. So that's obviously a campaign event, so they will provide more details. On Wednesday, he's going to travel to Pittsburgh, where he'll deliver remarks again on other pieces of the economic agenda. So you can imagine a very strong focus on the economy this week. And so we'll have more on that from us tomorrow on what Wednesday is going to look like. And then on Thursday, which is obviously he'll continue his swing, he'll travel to Philadelphia for more campaign events, and certainly the campaign will provide any details on that particular day. So it's Tuesday and Thursday are the campaign priorities, obviously, and they'll speak to that. And then there's an economic focus on Wednesday, and so we'll have more to share tomorrow on that. Okay.
Thanks, Corinne. So first of all, with the Iraqi leader here, lawmakers in that country are set to vote on a bill that includes a death penalty or life in prison for same-sex relations. Would passing such a bill harm U.S. ties?
I mean, look, you saw the Iraqi prime minister and the president have a bilat today, and I think it shows the importance of that alliance and the continued diplomacy engagement that we've done, that the president continues to do just across the globe, obviously. The president has been very, very, I think, very vocal about any type of supporting the LGBTQ plus community, and has spoken out about any type of humanitarian or human rights, I should say, any human rights violations that we see from here, and we always have those honest conversations with leaders, and the president always has, again, those honest conversations. I'm not going to get into, I'm not going to get ahead of what's happening currently in Iraq, but we've been pretty clear about making sure that any human rights violations, or if we see anything that is, that we think we need to speak to, we do. But I'm just going to be. Look, the president always raises human rights issues if it warrants. With a leader, I'm going to be really mindful. We'll have a readout, obviously, of these two bilats. I can't say for sure that that's going to come up, but the president has never backed down from having these types of frank, honest conversation and where he stands, and we know where he stands with that community, with the LGBTQ plus community.
And then one other topic: Tesla is laying off more than 10% of its global workforce, falling sales, and intensing price war for EVs. Does the ongoing turmoil in the EV market and the very slow consumer transition away from internal combustion engine vehicles make you doubt your full-throated commitment to this space?
So look, and I think I've talked about this before. When it comes to EV, we've seen EV sales obviously rise, record highs, and EVs are more affordable than ever, and I think that's important. Last year, EV sales surpassed 1 million for the first time ever, a 50% increase, and under this president, EV sales have more than quadrupled. Sales of hybrids and EVs are now a record high of 18% of all light-duty vehicle sales. Average price of EV is down 20% a year ago, and so look, the president has always talked about one of his priorities as it relates to the economy is lowering costs, and we see that with these EV sales, obviously, and also creating manufacturing jobs. In order, if you're seeing the EV sales go up, right, you're going to see a continuation of manufacturing jobs that are needed, and so that is important. We believe it's going to create jobs. I can't speak to Tesla's decision; they are a private company, but we believe what we're trying to do, what we've been trying to do in the last couple of years, whether it's manufacturing, whether it's dealing with the climate crisis by making sure EVs are available and creating more EVs and lowering those costs, is working. And so that's what's going to be the president's priority.
House Speaker Mike Johnson has said that he'll move forward with a vote on additional Israel aid. If Congress were to pass additional aid for Israel and only that, will President Biden reject it?
So we've been very clear, my colleagues from here just moments ago, that we will not accept a standalone. A standalone would actually not help Israel and Ukraine. It would actually delay the needs that the needed aid that they obviously need to fight. You see what's happening in Ukraine. Obviously, the brave people of Ukraine are fighting against a tyrant. We need to make sure that they have the assistance that they need. We saw what happened in Israel just over the weekend, and the leadership that this president has shown. It would actually not help them if we do a standalone, and we do not support a standalone. What we want to see is that bipartisan national security supplemental that passed overwhelmingly 70-29 in the Senate, and we believe if the Speaker were to put that on the floor, it would pass overwhelmingly. And so that's what we want to see. The president made clear in that conversation that he had just yesterday with Leader Schumer, Leader Jeffries, and the Speaker. He was very clear about that. The Speaker needs to move forward on the national security supplemental, which we believe would get overwhelming bipartisan support. That's what we want. That's what we have to see. A standalone, we do not support.
Did the president think that conversation moved the needle at all? I mean, this supplemental has been at a standstill in Congress. So in that conversation with House Speaker Mike Johnson, did he receive any sort of commitment that these two would move together?
I mean, look, you heard from Leader Schumer, you heard from Leader Jeffries. They called on the Speaker to move forward. We saw what happened over the weekend. We see what happens every day in Ukraine, every day. And if they want to move quickly, if they want to do this in an easy way, if the Speaker wants to do this the easiest way possible, the fastest way possible, there is a national security supplemental that is waiting, that is ready to be put on the floor. We know it would get bipartisan support. We know this. We've heard from Republicans. We know where Democrats stand, and so they have to put this on they got to put this on the floor. The Speaker has to move quickly.
On another topic, the Baltimore bridge crash is now under federal criminal investigation. Has the president been briefed on that, and has he been in touch with anyone in the Maryland delegation?
So what I will say is the president is regularly updated on what's happening in Baltimore. Obviously, the port, moving forward with that is really important, getting the bridge back up. As you know, the Department of Transportation in the early days announced $60 million to help in that effort. We're going to continue to talk with the Maryland delegation on what they need and how much this is going to cost to get that going. But the president does get regularly updated. There's investigation happening, as you just stated. I'm not going to I'm not going to comment to that. I'm going to let that independent investigation move forward. Okay.
Thank you, Corinne. Earlier this month, did President Biden tell Xi Jinping to stop supporting Russia's assault on Ukraine?
Look, I'm not going to get into diplomatic conversations. We had a readout of that call that he had about 10 days ago with President Xi. It was an important call. It was a continuation of their summit that they had in San Francisco a couple of months ago. And so I'm just not going to get ahead of or go into details about private conversation. I think the president and we have been very clear.
Okay, so the U.S. has announced some sanctions and an executive order to address the support that China has given Russia in those months between the summit and now, but also said we are prepared to take further steps. So is the administration going to do more to deter Beijing?
So look, the president is certainly he's going to continue to underscore the concerns, right, that he has to China, while also reiterating our readiness to conduct diplomacy with North Korea, right? That's a part of this too, and our determination to take steps to deter further provocations by the DPRK, obviously, and also, so we're always going to be very clear about that. You spoke about the executive action. I'm just going to be super careful about what was said between the two leaders. We did a readout, and we've been always very clear to speak very directly about our concerns and underscore our concerns to China.
But just to be clear, it came up.
Look, I'm just going to be really careful. You have the readout. I'm going to leave the readout speak for itself.
Thank you.
ahead, Chair.
Is the White House satisfied with the FISA renewal bill that passed the House and is headed to the Senate?
Look, I think it's important that it moved out of the House and now it's going to go to the Senate. And we've talked about that. There was a deadline, as you know, and we got to get going with the FISA. It's really important to get that done.
Some of the changes that the White House is okay with, that the reforms?
Look, I think we're satisfied that it is moving. It's going to go to the Senate. We'll see what happens there. But it is, you've heard from us. You heard from even National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan, who talked about that the last time he was at the podium. It's important to our national security that we move forward with FISA. Now it's in the Senate.
Yeah, thanks, Green. We're asked about gas prices. They've been going up over the last month, 20 cents a gallon. Is the president considering any new actions like releasing more oil from the Strategic Petroleum Reserve?
So I don't have any new actions to read out. I will note that gas prices remain well below their peak back in 2022. I think that's important. And the average gas price right now is cheaper than this time last year. And that's because of what this president has been doing over the last 3 years, including the SPR. Look, let's not forget, jobs are up, wages are up, clean energy manufacturing is up. All of these things are incredibly important because of this president's historic investment that he has made. But I think it's important to note that it remains well below the 2022 peak, pardon me.
But it's only 3 cents lower than a year ago. It's up 52% from when President Biden came into office. Any then talk about changes in policy to encourage future investment in oil and gas industry?
So look, the president's committed to lowering cost. He is. That is something that you see at the center of every economic policy. When you hear him giving remarks, he's talking about lowering costs. He understands how the American people are still being squeezed. And so the reason that it remains below 2022, the gas prices, as you're asking me, is because of the historic investment that this president has made. So of course, we're going to continue to monitor and do everything that we can to answer those questions by the American people. What else can we do to lower cost? But it is important that it is cheaper. It is cheaper to get gas than it was a year ago, and that's because of what this president has been doing, because of the historic investment that he's taken.
Thanks, Green. Is there, follow up on that, is there any indication that when the president asked for the richest Americans to pay their fair share, that inflation and the rise in gas prices are linked to that request?
Say that one more time.
Do you think that the rise in prices of gas and inflation, which is still rising, is linked to the president's request that the richest Americans pay their fair share?
Look, here's what I will say. The way we see the economy is very different than the way Republicans see the economy, and how we make sure we have an economy that works for all. Making sure that the wealthiest among us, the billionaires and corporations, pay their fair share, we believe is the way to go here, not putting that burden on everyday Americans. That's an economic policy that we believe in, and a policy that builds the economy from the bottom up, middle out, not trickle down. And so we're going to continue to lower costs, and we're going to ask those billionaires and corporations to actually pay their fair share. That's something Americans want to see. That's something Americans want to see. As it relates to inflation, we look at a trend here, and we have seen inflation moderate over the past several months. And that's important as well to note. But look, we see it very differently. We want to make sure we're protecting Social Security, Medicare, Medicaid, lowering costs. Republicans don't want to protect that. And they want to give billionaires and corporations a tax break. That's not how we see this.
Yeah, sure. Earlier there was reports that the administration, or at least the Department of Justice, and they haven't commented on it, may have reached accords or are reaching out to Julian Assange for a plea deal. Any update from you guys here as to whether or not there would be a pardon or you would support a plea deal?
That's a Department of Justice question.
But
that is a Department of Justice question. I'm not going to get into.
Responding to it.
I would refer you to Department of Justice. Go ahead.
Thank you. So this week, a ton of people will be here for the National Cannabis Policy Summit, and there's currently still a patchwork of state marijuana laws to regulate the drug safety, including whether there are traces of lead in products. since marijuana is still illegal at the federal level but becoming more common at the state level, is the administration doing anything to try to improve safety regulations of products or any consideration of legalizing marijuana moving forward at the federal level?
So I will give you a little bit of an update. So as you all know, the president asked Secretary of HHS and the Attorney General to initiate the administrative process to review how marijuana is scheduled. HHS has concluded their independent review guided by the evidence. The scheduling review is now with DOJ, and any input should be certainly directed to them at a time and in a manner they say is appropriate. So this is a matter at this point, now that HHS has completed their review, it's in the Department of Justice, and they can speak to where marijuana rescheduling is at this point. All right, go ahead.
Thanks,
Good job.
Kareem. I'm just wondering, looking backwards, the 2020 election cycle, so you're not impacting the upcoming election cycle. Looking backwards.
Okay, see where this is going.
No, you actually don't know where it's going.
No, I didn't say that. I said, let's see where this is going. I have no idea where this is going. I have no clue. I know you will. I know you will.
In 2020, do you think that the American electorate was helped by seeing Donald Trump and Joe Biden on the same stage at the same time?
Now I know where this is going.
At a presidential debate. Was that helpful, do you think, in terms of people making that decision?
That's a question for the American people. I can't speak to that from here. I can't. And 2020 was a different time. It was a different time.
Looking ahead to this upcoming election cycle, do you think it would be helpful to see these two candidates who are in a rematch?
So slick. So slick.
Also competing against each other at a presidential
As the
debate?
president would say, you can't kid a kidder. What I will say is that is a question for the campaign. They will gladly, I'm sure, gladly take that question. All right, everybody. Thank you so much. Thanks for your patience. I know it was a long one.
Good afternoon, friends and traders. Welcome to Group Coaching. You're staring at Hogue, the goat Hoagland. JD here behind the curtain, trying not to get my microphone sick with the cough or two.
Oh my
Anyway,
goodness.
welcome to Group Coaching. We're getting some
I
movement
feel
today,
for you,
Hogue.
buddy. I feel for you, buddy.
Oh, I appreciate those thoughts. Looking in, checking on the Nasdaq, we talked about that diamond pattern earlier today during fast markets. We finally broke through to the downside. We're cruising, ripping below weekly kickoff low right now, making new lows in the Nasdaq.
Yeah. Yeah. Well,
Just took out the
when there's news that comes into the market, no levels work.
yeah, for sure. Just took out the low from March, which was right at our weekly kickoff low, and yeah, still heading south for the moment.
Yeah.
Well, we'll keep
Neither
checking
that
back
nor
in
good.
on the markets.
Yes, we will. I've got them up now on the screen so we can all kind of watch. You got S&P, NASDAQ, crude, and gold. Maybe we'll just throw up the NASDAQ here to just to kind of keep an eye on that NASDAQ because it is whipping. We just went through a previous week low in the S&Ps. That week low was from March the 5th, heading possibly now down towards weekly kickoff low in the S&Ps, which is currently 5103. Now, the last week in the NASDAQ, this 18,000, because we never reached it, it remained from last week. So the NASDAQ had been holding up better. This break of that weekly kickoff level may be changing the current market state for the NASDAQ from range bound to perhaps a down move. We say it all the time. We had Peter Tuchman saying it today. Markets don't like uncertainty, and the current geopolitical situation is certainly bringing us some uncertainty into these markets. Every headline that comes out about that is going to affect the markets, and just be aware. Make sure you protect yourself. Use stops. The markets are really thin. You're looking at the S&P. We're basically at bids and offers for 10 takes either side of the market. These markets are thin. They are on edge. Any headlines, any news that comes out can drastically affect these markets as it already is. All right, JD, why I know you got some really good questions here. Should we jump in?
We sure do. Speaking of what we were just talking about, our first question comes from Daniel. Daniel wants to know how do you approach drawing trend lines? It never seems to click for me. Well, we just had that Nasdaq and S&P chart up. How about a quick tutorial for Daniel on
Sure.
what you're
Sure.
seeing when you're drawing these trend lines?
So, well, I mean, there's the longer time frame trend line. This goes all the way back to October, and it ended up kind of moving lower over time. But we did have three points of contact: the original point of contact down here, and then 3 points of contact. Usually, if I'm using trend lines, I'm going to demand 3 points of contact. Now, on the pattern that JD pointed out to us earlier, we have, let's just call this the upper trend line. Let's just call this the downtrend line. Okay. Diamond shape. And then we have here, we have this to the low. And JD, you were talking about how usually if there's a direction, it's going to be, one of the highs is going to be in the apex, either the bottom one or the top one. And this particular one happened to be at the bottom. So, this is where you get the trend line 1, 2, 3, 4 points of contact, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 points of contact, 1, 2, 3 points of contact, 1, 2, 3, 4 points of contact on this. It's the number of contacts on the trend line that make it more important to pay attention to when price gets through it. Obviously, we see that today, that the Nasdaq has traded through this 1, 2, 3, 4, maybe 5 points of contact, and now we're starting to see the market really not pay much attention to any type of technical analysis or technical levels, because this is a news-driven market. News-driven markets have a tendency to ignore all of this stuff, which makes things a little bit more difficult. But if you're already in a trade and something like this happens, this is when you just have to sit on your hands and let the market go your direction. But that's a kind of a general way to be thinking about trend lines. Trend lines, we're always looking for trend lines to provide lots of points of contact. Lots of points of contact. So take a look at this one here. This is one, two, three, 4 points of contact. On the fourth point of contact, it looked above it a little bit, but it sure did break off of that level, and that was a technical break. So when it comes to trend lines, it's all about the number of points of contact. If you've got really precise points of contact on a trend line, on any chart on any time frame, that's going to be a more valid um, trend line. You get 1, 2 points of contact. That doesn't really create a trend, does it? You need 1, 2, 3 points of contact to create some sort of a bottom, some sort of a trend, some sort of an opportunity like that. Now you can see here in the S&Ps on the daily. Okay, there's back in October. There's the low. Now, did this trend line kind of move a little bit? Maybe, but now we get 2 points of contact here. When the market breaks down below it, this sometimes can tend to become resistance, and we're seeing the market kind of continue to roll over. And again, a lot of this is not technical. A lot of this is news driven, but you got to pay attention to when news driven things happen. And again, because a lot of times technical stuff doesn't really hold true when there's news-driven markets, and these are news-driven markets, as we've said over and over again. Markets don't like uncertainty, and there is a lot of uncertainty right now. So we're going to just keep the Nasdaq up here because most of you guys are trading Nasdaq, so we'll just kind of watch here. You could say that this is that lower trend line of that diamond pattern that JD so eloquently pointed out to us. And look at all the contact: 1, 2, 3, 4 points of contact, 5 points of contact, and finally, when it breaks significantly. And again, some of this is news driven. So I think the most important thing to think about is when we're creating a trend line, we want at least 3 solid points of contact on that trend line. Great question.
Awesome. Thanks, Hogue. Yeah, and I echo what Hogue says also. When headline risk is on, those fundamental or those technical levels that you're looking at really don't matter that much when the market just starts melting right through them.
Mm-hmm.
All right, let's move on to the next one. D. Simpson wants to know, do you have a comprehensive volume profile tutorial in video? Or could you suggest one? Just so happens that we have one. I'm going to throw it in the chat right now.
Yeah. So that strategy, that masterclass is more based in market profile. There is some discussion of volume profile on there, but I've always believed more in the market profile because I get more information out of it. The nuances I think are more clear. Definitely check out that video, and thank you, JD, for putting that out there, putting that up there. And there's when it comes to volume profile, I'm gonna tell you, FT71, Futures Trader 71. He's got a lot of videos on YouTube about volume profile. He is a volume profile guy. You might learn a lot from him. D. Thank you for the question.
Awesome. Yeah, and Hogue's market profile class is now pinned in the chat, so go ahead and bookmark that and refer to it as often as you please. All right, next question comes from Kellyanne. Kellyanne says, any tips to become consistently profitable, not just for today, but for the long run?
Great question, Kellyanne. Thank you.
Another classic, right? We get this one quite a bit.
Yeah, and that's all right, man, because trading is difficult. It is really hard, and to become consistent and profitable over the long haul should really be everybody's goal at this, right? I don't think goals need to be financial. They just need to be performance based. So one of the things that when I was working with, personal performance coaching clients this was one of the most popular questions or one of the most popular things that they were coming to me for And my answer was always, well, you want to be consistently profitable. Are you taking the steps necessary to bring consistent thought process, tools, and strategies to your trading? Once you do that, it can be as simple as putting together um, a worksheet, if you will, of the things that you're going to look at and check and think about and prepare for with consistently. Maybe it's just some bullet points that you write down and you say, okay, these are the things that I have to these are the things that I have to do if I'm going to allow myself to engage in the marketplace. You're looking at the longer time frame, the shorter time frame, and then your time frame that you're trading in. Technical analysis is of course going to be part of it. No matter how much you try and fight it, it will be part of your trading ideas and your trading strategy. Have an idea of the tools that you're going to be using. What are the rules that are going to put you into a trade? How are you going to manage the risk on those trades? And once you've done that, once you have an outline or something, and you do this consistently each day, and you prepare for the trading day by formulating hypotheses. Okay, if the market opens and does this, this is what I think the outcome may look like, and then you have a strategy for that hypothesis and what is happening in the markets that day, and you trade to that strategy as long as it continues to show proof. When it comes to hypotheses are out there so that we can prove them at some point in the future. And if one of your hypotheses is starting to say this is the highest probability hypothesis that I can see right now, then you have a strategy attached to it. Whether it's, I think this market's going to open in range, so I'm going to be patient, and my strategy is going to be I'm going to work the extremes of the range for the session until proven wrong. Maybe so you were expecting a day like today in the Nasdaq and the S&Ps. The opening range was left at the dead high of the day. We should be looking for shorts in that regard. Maybe you saw that and that was part of your strategy to say, you know what? If we just kind of start breaking right off the open here, I got to try and work shorts. I got to try and work shorts, and that becomes your main hypothesis. And as it continues to ring true, you may just get yourself into a position and be able to sit there with your arms folded, watching the market fall apart, because that seems to be what's happening now. So, becoming consistent and profitable isn't just 10,000 hours in front of the screen. That's of course going to help, but it's accountability, it's preparation, and it's execution. Execution, is always a big part of it. Once you see a hypothesis ringing true, you've got to be able to pull the trigger on it. And from everybody has problems with that from time to time. Kellyanne, we're looking forward to seeing you consistently profitable. It's a great question, and think about what I said. Whatever time frames or tools you're using, just grab a piece of paper and start writing out, okay, what do I need to look at to prepare myself for the trading day? If you don't have anything consistent coming into the trading arena, it's going to be very difficult to become consistent and profitable in the trading arena. And you can keep it as simple as you want. You guys see Dakota, his strategy is very simple, and it's been working like a charm for him. And if that is going to work for you, then great, just keep doing it. Okay, Kelly, great question. I appreciate you and appreciate the question, and keep in touch. We want to know how you are doing in your quest to become consistent and profitable.
Awesome. Thanks, Hogue. And yeah, keep checking in with us, Kelly. We're here to help. Keep watching Top Step TV. Check out our Discord channel. We got all our excellent coaches in there. Hogue just mentioned Coach Dakota. He's number one on our leaderboard right now. He's in Discord all night long. He does his slow markets show at 8 o'clock Central Time every night. Go check that out. Looking in on the market, I'm looking at a 5-minute chart of the Nasdaq. We do have some buyers stepping in, temporarily building some form of structure, a bit of a base right now. Maybe we'll get a small pullback. Just looking at it real quick. All right, let's move on to failed auctions. We got a couple questions back to back. DS and Steve R both ask, what is a failed auction and what does that typically mean for short-term futures prices? You and D were talking quite a bit about failed auctions this morning, so maybe we could talk just a little bit about what those are and what they mean.
Okay, excellent. So this was April the 10th. Okay. Now, the market opened, set the initial balance, which is the first hour of trade. This dark blue line, initial balance low 51.91, initial balance high 52.16 quarter. Well, at some point, and would be in the third 30-minute period of the day, price left the initial balance and drove higher, but it did not succeed in continuing the auction to the upside. Price came all the way back inside the initial balance and never returned to any of these single TPOs up here. That is a classic failed auction. When you see that, if you can limit the risk, you might be able to see a really decent a move in the opposite direction. What this means, a failed auction is when price gets too expensive, buyers won't buy it anymore, sellers take over, push price lower. It is the end of an upside auction and the beginning of a new downside auction. It is excess. Price got way out of hand as far as where buyers were willing to pay. Sellers took over and moved the market lower. If I split this profile, you're going to see the market opened, balanced, drove higher, was driven back inside the initial balance. The market never came back up above the initial balance high. Sometimes that'll happen. It'll come up here, and you'll still have a failed auction on the highs. And then the market just rolled over, and we ended up looking below the initial balance as well, and then finishing somewhere in the middle. So that is really kind of a classic failed auction. What we were looking at today was similar, but the outcome was much different. We had the initial balance low in the S&Ps today, 51.79. The market drove lower. Okay, it left a single line of TPOs below the initial balance low, 51.78.75, and then it held those single TPOs all the way down to 75.75. So basically 76 to 79 was in a rejection area. So we were looking to the short side. I took a small profit on this extension to the downside. It wasn't doing what I wanted it to do, so I cut it. We looked at the base or the bottom of the initial balance low, 51.79 even, to hold for a continuation move to the downside. It came up, just took us out of a stop in the house account. Michael got back into it, and then he ended up turning a nice profit on that day. So while failed auctions or auction fades can be tricky, because when the market came down here, came back, closed out these single TPOs, it changed the nuance. It said, okay, well, if we can't stay below the initial balance low, maybe we're going to see an auction fade from the bottom and a rotation back higher. Market only took us up to this level, which was that 51.85 half, which is, I think, right where Michael's stop was. And it chopped around, couldn't re-accept inside the range from today. And now we see the continuation and the rejection down below. Would this have happened if we did not have uncertainty in the markets? Maybe, but I would say probably not to this magnitude. This is fear. This is fear in the marketplace. This is not good. So, failed auctions are when a market auctions higher, but buyers won't buy it anymore, and then they take it off. that was the fourth, right? So if we were to look at this on a 30-minute chart, just so you can see what it looks like. So was that the fourth? I gotta check. I have to double check here. I'm sorry. I want to just show you what it looks like on the charts. Okay, so that was the 10th. All right. I apologize. On the 10th. 10th. Okay. So I'm going to make this really big so everybody can see it. We have the volume profile on there that would kind of obscures things a little bit, but these two bars here represent the first hour of trading, right? We've got the high here. Oh, this is the NASDAQ. I apologize. My goodness. Hang on. We're looking for it in the S&Ps, but it did happen in the NASDAQ as well. 10th, 10th, 10th. Okay, there it is. Okay, so again, I just want to show you what it looks like on a regular chart. So the initial balance, there's the initial balance high, 52.16 quarter, initial balance low, 51.7975. The 30-minute, the third 30-minute bar drove above the high of the initial balance and was swiftly rejected. That is the excess that we saw in the profiles. So when you're paying attention to the initial balance, if you don't have the profiles, draw a line at the range for the first hour of trade, and then you'll see where the initial balance high and low are. When the market drove above and was driven quickly back, that is excess, and that is what it looks like on a 30-minute chart. And then you can start to think about leaning against the high here for an opportunity. Now, sometimes the failed auction is pretty substantial, similar to this one. So you've got to find a way to limit your risk in it. But when you have that failed auction to the upside, probability states that the market's going to rotate probably to at least low value on that move. So here's a couple of good trend lines for you as well. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 breaks out off to the downside. 1, 2, 3, 4. We broke out to the downside here. Kind of broke to the upside up there, but that was through attrition in the overnight session. So that's what it looks like on a 30-minute chart as well. And the reason we use the 30-minute chart is because it's based on what market profile provides is price over time. There are people that use a shorter time frame market profile, but I learned with the 30, and that's my story, and I'm sticking to it. Thanks for the question, though. Great question.
Awesome. Thanks, Hogue. Just checking out on the market. Small range extension lower in the NQ, and let's see some more buyers stepping in right now. Paul T in the chat wants to know if there's a link to Coach Dakota for his slow markets. Paul, all you have to do is subscribe to our YouTube channel, and you'll get a notification when Coach Dakota goes live every night, Monday through Thursday.
Right here.
Yep.
Right on the YouTube.
Cool. I think we got time for one more. This one comes from Ron. Ron says, Hogue, I put my time in. I did my research and my homework, and I am currently making the right audibles, but I am having a hard time executing when my analysis lines up based on the market, and especially at point of interest, unsure of the proper term. How can I grow a pair and execute on my trades? Please advise.
Ron. It sounds like that's coming right from my head. I'm having the same issue because we're on Top Step TV now, and I'm double clutching on a lot of great trades, and it's upsetting me. And so, when you say grow a pair and execute, that's kind of what I'm feeling like I need to do. I've been at this for a long time, Ron, and you would think that somebody that has the experience that I have, these things wouldn't bother me. But when there's something that changes in and around your trading, it can certainly change things in that regard. Ron, if there's something that is going on outside of trading that is causing you to double click, to double clutch, I should say, on some of these trades. Think about what it is. See if you can find a way to either get over it or get around it. But you know, it's if you account for all those audibles that you missed, and you take all the and if you would have taken all those trades, where would your P&L be? Where would your P&L be? And I get it, man. It's hard. You know, there's even after 35 years as a trader, sometimes I get a little bit nervous when I get in trades. You know, there are those that are so steely that they don't even think about it. And they're, you know, me, I'm a little bit more sensitive to the risk, I guess. And it's kind of increased since we've been on TV, but you know, I'm confident that I'm going to find a way out of this. And I'm confident, Ron, that you're going to find a way out of this. But, you know, if you can show yourself, if you can prove to yourself that all these trades that you're missing are, you know, are the good trades or are good trades, then you just have to just kind of close your eyes when you get to those important inflection levels, points of interest, whatever you want to call them is fine, and take the trades. It's the only way you're going to learn to trust it. Don't think that every trade you're going to take is going to be a winner. And you know, this is a hard thing, man. This is a hard thing. You know, there were a lot of traders there were a lot of people on the trading floor that were really good analysts. They used to sell their numbers, but they couldn't trade their way out of a paper bag. And you know, there were those that bought those numbers or traded those numbers and did very well with them. So it's, you know, if you can't execute, don't worry about it. Just account for it. Learn to trust your audibles. Learn to trust the things that you're taking. And you know, if things go well, you'll see you know, some decent results from that. You know, I mean, I know that there are people that think that you stand the same probability of having a winning trade as flipping a coin and buying if it's heads and selling if it's tails, just by managing the risk. If you get a good one on, you let it go, and if you have a bad one on, you just cut it. But I've never done the research on that. But I mean, managing risk is number one. And then, you know, staying in your trades the way you plan them out is number two. But you got to take them first. Ron, I feel you. I'm there with you. I've been there with you. I don't know how many times throughout my career. We'll get through this, Ron. You and me, we'll get through this.
Hang in there, Ron. Keep coming back. All right, that's it. We're out of time for group coaching today. Stick around, though. We've got Hogue, another hour Hogue coming up. Dolby and Anne-Marie for Strategy Lab with Anne-Marie. Then we're going to close out the day in Power Hour with Andre Dolby and Daniel Inskeep. Stick around. Lots more trade entertainment coming your way. Hogue, you got any dad wisdom to close us out with?
Sure do. Hang on. All right. There a lot of folks were feeling like giving up today. A lot of folks in the chat. We talked to them throughout the fast markets, and I don't know how many times I told my dad, you know what, I just can't do this. This is too hard. It's just too tough. And he always just said to me, you know what, son, tough times don't last. Tough people do. So, you know, when things are rough, when things aren't going well, Ron, anybody that's having trouble right now, you gotta get through it. There's a great country song, and it goes, when you're going through hell, just keep going. The last thing you want to do is stop and stick around there for a while. So tough times don't last. Tough people do. We'll all be better if we do the right things. And thank you, everybody, for joining me. Blessings. Pray for peace, please.
Hello, everybody. Oh, hold on. I got the music's going in my ear. Ah, there we go. Silence. Now I have silence. And only the sweet, sweet laugh of Anne Marie. Welcome to Strategy Lab with Anne Marie. We got Hogue here too. Everybody loves Hogue and Anne Marie. How are we trading today? Markets are absolutely all over the place.
They are, today's been a little bit tough, but I knew it was going to be kind of wonky. And so I locked myself out with like $500 limits. So I still have a couple of combines that I'm working through. But I just locked them out. I said, hey, don't resist the urge to trade here. So I've spent a lot of time studying and taken one or two good trades, but for the most part, I locked out of two of them, and one of them is still sitting around with room to rumble should it happen.
Avery, I'm kind of the same way. I mean, when uncertainty and volatility enters the market, I'm more of a okay, let's just get some popcorn and watch kind of guy.
Yeah. Yeah. I think some people, my husband made this quote a long time ago. What he noticed in the military, because he was a special forces guy, he said, some people just run to danger and other people will step back to assess a landscape. And I think that that's true in trading also. Some of us have personalities that are like, oh my gosh, let's just see what happens in here.
Right.
And they enjoy the whip snap. And, maybe it's because there may be a lot like stock market wolf that just says, all right, this is my trade, click. And then there's no afterthought of, wait, is this actually a good trade right here? Or I've already assessed it's a good trade. So I'm not going to double think it or overthink it. And, overall, I think most of us have brain freeze when things get very volatile. And so it might be better to trim back. I literally in these combines, I took maybe 2 contracts was the most. And normally I will take 3, 4, 5, but I haven't because I don't have a good feel about the market. And I'm actually one of those people sitting on the other side going, we're hearing a lot of bad stuff coming out. But at the end of the day, the bond market isn't moving and gold is fading and oil isn't doing that much. And all of those are risk assets that say when risk is really present, those things will spike. And we just are not seeing that. Maybe yields will spike, and we don't see any of that. So it makes me think, listen, this is just a lot of jawboning so that people don't look like wet noodles, right? So Iran did the bombing because they said Israel did something in Damascus, and so they weren't going to take it lying down, but they gave everybody 72 hours notice, and then
Right.
now it's, well, we'll respond with, well, nobody wants to look like a wet noodle, right? And it's important, but I don't really think this is any more than jawboning, and people are getting sucked into this fear space that is really driving the markets down at a pretty good clip. Now, that doesn't mean you go, oh, okay, well, let me see what longs I can get involved in. But in hindsight, I'm thinking to myself, well, all the major risk products that I look at, has CL rolled yet?
I think it rolls. I think you said tomorrow, right? And and it's about 20 minutes from closing for the U.S. Pit session. So if you are trading crude, you might get. Well, not a ton, to be honest. So you might get a little bit of volatility in the last 20 minutes. I mentioned this, I think, last week,
And even though crude is hovering around like 85, 86, it didn't really reject all that strongly from 87. So we're still, I think, definitely in play for a possible move to the upside, because all this is just another big consolidation. Like we got one there, and then we had one before it broke out. So this to me is bullish because it is maintaining price kind of near its recent highs and not getting rejected quickly. As someone used to say, come failed moves, come fast moves. Well, this is not that fast of a sell off, in my opinion. So I still think
Obi,
there are bulls hanging out. What's up?
put it on the daily chart.
I'm on the daily chart, Hope.
That is the day. Oh, well, look
Yeah.
at that. You
Yeah,
see that little consolidation we got up there?
Yeah, daily range bound.
Rollover range.
Yep. So that's a good point, Hogue. Maybe crude will make a move once everyone's settled up into the new contract. Who knows? But I have not placed any YM trades today. However, I am working some shorts in YM that I don't think will get filled. I was going to work 38,086 and 38,095, and it promptly just walked itself down below 38,000 evens. So that should be a very interesting level, but I am going to pull these orders. I don't see myself getting filled today on those, but maybe we'll pop back up and I'll try again. And Marie, you're talking about doing trading strategy cards. I thought that was pretty cool. Do you want to kind of explain your thoughts behind that?
So we had, and for those of you not in the Top Step Discord, you have to go because it's an extravaganza of ideas and thoughts and studies all together. And inside of Strategy Lab, someone said to me, "Hey, why don't you guys have a game where you draw one of the coaches or one of the members' strategies and you have to trade it for that space?" So I thought, oh, that sounds fun, except we don't have any cards to play that game.
That'd be a fun game.
Yeah, it would be a fun game. So before we get to the game, we got to make the cards. And so these strategy cards are going to end up being in the Top Step Discord, and they're going to come off of Hogue's weekly. They're going to have an overarching support level, and that's going to be what are Hogue's weekly lines in the sand that come out. And when he gives us the daily numbers, those will be the primary areas that we'll start thinking and going, okay, is this where I can put this particular strategy into play? So everything at the anchor is going to come off of major price levels. That's going to be the key zone. It'll be the framework event. So we don't get caught in these little sloppy patches of, I'm seeing a 5-minute bottoming formation, but on the daily chart, there's nothing visible for, 20 points. And so that keeps us from a risk range perspective in line. And so I asked Coach Jay, I asked Coach Dakota, I'm asking Nick, I'm asking John, I'm asking everyone in the space, and we're going to start putting these cards together. I'm going to start working on them this week. So by Friday's Strategy Lab, we'll be able to put something up that says, all right, here is the card, the strategy card for Coach J. And this is the entry, this is the risk, this is the potential exit. And then we see how the price action holds. And I think what it'll do is really flesh out, one, the strength of the strategy to see whether we end up having squishy parts that we need to go, hey, maybe we could tighten that up a little bit. Or there's spaces, or there's spaces that we go, nah, you know what, that works perfectly. Maybe this is one we can size with when things look appropriate. And so today, what I want, I think it will be, especially if we get a stack of about 10 of them or 12 of them and they roll around and somebody draws all right, I'm playing the Dakota trade today. Let's see how it works. If I've got the opportunity, and then, if I have the cojones. And then that's it.
That's the secret sauce of the
That's
card.
right.
Can you actually execute what's on the card? But if you are a new trader,
exactly.
yeah, I mean, if you are a new trader and you should be able to, I think, kind of describe your strategy to someone else and have them be able to execute it. And if they can't do that, there might be a gap or two in your trading system that needs to get maybe patched or fleshed out. But you should be able to get to like 95% of the system, explaining it to somebody else, whether it's the opening range trade or trading ranges in general or breakouts. Like, you should be able to communicate what you are trying to accomplish with your strategy. And we do have NASDAQ actually very, very close to new lows of the day here, just off by a couple ticks in the NASI. So
Yeah,
lots of volatility in
YM
the
too.
markets. YM, yeah, I'm not interested in chasing that short because that's not on my strategy card. That would be going short the bottom of a range. So I do not have an interest in taking that system.
Well,
If
the
some
weekly
of you-
kickoff low in the in
Yes.
the Dow is 37,800.
Ooh, all right. I'm going to put a marker right there.
Weekly kickoff low in the S&Ps is 3103. Our current low is 3106 and a quarter.
Yeah, my targets for Dow were 37,800 and 37,700. So we still got another about 200 points before I think we actually start might getting some resistance or some buyers stepping back in. But those are all daily levels. That goes back to December 20th and January 17th. So revisiting some lows that we made. They were highs back then.
Yeah,
we felt pretty good back then. But when you come back to it on the way down, you kind of just wave, and it's like, hey, I remember that. I remember we were there 5 months ago.
We got your UVXY, Anne Marie, up over 7% today. We've got VIX up over 9% today. A little bit of fear coming in here.
Yeah, I think it is. I think really it's very headline driven. And I think these headlines are algorithmically driven also. There are some really good follows that I follow that do macro stuff and work on the Hill. And all of them are saying this is news bait, clickbait. And so listen, we needed the markets to sell off a little bit, but you want markets to sell off in a slow, grinding, orderly fashion, not careening off the side of a cliff. And it feels a little careeny, as it were. So there's that. Side note on these strategy cards, if there's some of you out there in the chat that really feel like your strategies are great and you want us to poke at them and trade them out so that you can see, or you flesh them out, pop them into that strategy lab channel and let us have a look. I mean, if you want to put your money where your mouth is, you can just go ahead and give us a look. Yeah.
It's in there. I can actually see if I'll post the link in chat. I know some people are saying that the link doesn't work, but here's the link directly to the Strategy Lab channel, which is underneath the Coach's Office tab in Discord. There is a link in there. I just posted it in chats. Let's see if I'll wave hi to anybody who's in there right now. But Anne-Marie, you are in there. It looks like you're fairly active. Some XFA traders and some live funded traders. That's pretty awesome. So I would love to actually keep up with this. I think Eddie's strategy is the one I want to see. He's silently been kind of crushing the gold markets with the 420 1-to-1 strategy. So I want to see his trading strategy card. what's going on over
You
there.
know what? That would be. I need to reach out to him and ask him if he'd be willing to do the 1, 2, 3 on there, or at least give us the framework, and we can dig it out the rest. But John, let's. You said the weekly kickoff low in the YM was 37,800.
Yes.
Okay, what is it for the NQ?
Okay. So it takes a little explanation, but if you check out the daily chart here, okay, the weekly kickoff levels in the Nasdaq did not change from the last week to this week.
Okay, great.
Why? Range,
Got
range,
it.
range. So that remained the same. Okay. Now
Okay.
there's some weak structure down below in the form of gaps and and uh, and points of control, and we can look at those naked points of control. We can look at those in a second, but looking at the Nasdaq just rallied and fell into range. There wasn't really much of a pullback per se in the Nasdaq, but in the S&Ps and in the Dow, here's the daily in the S&Ps. Okay, we put in the high, and we've been
New lows in
leaking to
Dow.
the downside ever since, right?
Yep.
So we just kind of were stuck in this range here. Last week's weekly kickoff low was 51.80, which pretty much put in the low from last week. And
50,
then we
5180.
51.80, correct. Oops.
Okay.
So hang on one second here. I just messed up my charts here. I got to lock these down. So do you remember this megaphone pattern back here?
Yep. Sure enough.
Okay, so that's where this line comes in. It's really kind of the next downside target that I see, major downside target in the S&Ps.
And what is that number, sir?
Well, if it were to be today,
Mm-hmm.
it would probably be somewhere around 50.45, 50.50, somewhere in there.
There is an 800 resting lot sitting at 50.74.
Wow.
I just saw it. Yeah. It's 796.
Oh yeah, I see that too. It's a big order.